Good morning and welcome to the Ondo Summit. Please make your way into the theater and to your seats. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Ondo Summit. We ask at this time that you please make your way into the theater. Good morning, everyone. Please make your way into the theater at this time and find your seats. Please make your way into the theater and find your seats at this time. Thank you. Welcome to the 2025 Ondo Summit. We kindly ask that you find your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Our program will begin in just a few moments. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Thank you. Please welcome to the stage your host and MC, Managing Director Brendan Flores.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first ever Ondo Summit. We have over 250 leaders from the financial services and blockchain industries here with us today, and thousands more joining us virtually from around the globe. Thank you so much for being here. We're incredibly excited to be hosting this event at this amazing venue here in New York City, the financial capital of the world, to talk about the future of finance. I don't do a lot of public speaking, so let's hope this goes well for me today, but if not, I'm sure the other speakers will more than make up for it. Before we get started, however, just a few housekeeping items for those of you here in the auditorium. First, you should have received a newspaper as you came in that contained the agenda for today. If you didn't get one or you prefer a digital copy, you can always access it by scanning the QR code on the back of your badge. Second, please note that the first 3 sessions of the day have only a couple of minutes between them. So if possible, please remain at your seats until the first formal break. If you have any questions through the day, please find any member of the Ondo Finance team. You can identify us by looking for the black badges. Okay, that's enough for me for now. We've got a full day ahead of us, so let's get to it. To kick us off with the keynote address, please help me in welcoming to the stage Ondo's Finance's CEO and founder, Nathan Allman.
We're at a defining moment in global finance. The convergence of traditional financial services and blockchain technology holds the potential for a fundamental upgrade to our financial system, one that will make markets more transparent, more efficient, and more accessible for everyone. While many of you in this room and those joining virtually have been working towards this vision for years, we believe now is the time to begin working more closely together to make this vision a reality. Before we dive into the future, let's take a moment to talk about the present. Today's financial markets are an incredible invention, hundreds of years in the making. They've fueled global economic growth, democratized access to opportunities, and enabled wealth creation. Yet, for all their strengths, they're still plagued by significant limitations: limited transparency, high costs, slow settlement, restricted market hours, walled gardens, and manual processes. And these limitations have real-world consequences. Many of us in this room have accounts at a variety of financial platforms: Robinhood, Wealthfront, Coinbase, Bank of America, and so on. Each of these platforms keeps records of user ownership in siloed systems, and the underlying bank deposits, securities, and crypto settle on distinct rails. This fragmentation has a number of issues. Moving assets between platforms is cumbersome and slow, taking days, if not weeks. You can't use your assets across platforms interoperably. For instance, there's no way to take out a loan that's cross-collateralized by assets on different platforms. And because of this, there's a high degree of lock-in at any particular platform. For retail investors, you can't shop for custody, trade execution, lending, and so on a piecemeal basis from different providers. And while these challenges are frustrating and expensive for those of us in developed markets, the consequences are far more severe globally. Billions of people around the world lack access to high-quality financial assets altogether, leaving them excluded from the benefits of modern finance. FinTech has tried to address many of these challenges, but its solutions have been largely cosmetic. Take Plaid, for example. It connects different financial platforms by essentially logging into their front ends and using their APIs on your behalf. While helpful, this is really a patchwork solution that doesn't address the root cause of fragmented, outdated financial infrastructure. What we need is a fundamental upgrade. Blockchain technology presents a fundamental solution. Bitcoin was the first digitally scarce asset that could be accessed by anyone, anywhere in the world with just an internet connection. And decentralized finance, powered by smart contracts, breaks down the siloed records and platform lock-in of traditional finance. With DeFi, your assets are stored on shared blockchain ledgers, enabling you to move your assets from protocol to protocol seamlessly with just a single click, and for any wallet or application to be able to take any action with your permission on your financial assets. Ultimately, what public blockchains and DeFi enable is access. Access to own, use, and create financial products and services wherever you are, whenever you want. Yet, DeFi exists today as a largely closed system focused on crypto speculation with little connection to the real economy. And that's where tokenization comes in. Tokenization makes it possible to combine these benefits of blockchain and DeFi and apply them to traditional finance. Stablecoins were the first successful tokenized asset, with over $200 billion worth circulating on public blockchains. We believe the success of stablecoins comes down to one word: access. In this case, access to a high-quality, stable store of value like the US dollar. While we in the US often take this access for granted, for billions of people around the world, the ability to hold a self-custodied, stable store of value that can be transferred instantly and cheaply 24/7 is game-changing. At Ondo, we started our journey into tokenization by asking, how can we make stablecoins even better? The answer? Tokenized treasuries, or as we call them, yield coins. Like stablecoins, they're accessible globally 24/7 and programmable on-chain, but they also pay holders a yield. Our first product, OUSG, targeted institutional and high-net-worth individuals in the crypto ecosystem, making it easy for them to go back and forth between stablecoins and US dollars, and to use yield-bearing assets as collateral in on-chain financial protocols. In order to demonstrate this utility, around the time we launched OUSG, we also developed Flux Finance, the first on-chain treasury repo marketplace, allowing OUSG holders to pledge their tokens as collateral and borrow against them. Earlier this year, with the help of BlackRock, we enabled instant minting and redemptions for OUSG 24/7, and we reduced the minimum from $100,000 to $5,000, broadening access even further. While these innovations were great, access to OUSG was still limited to institutional investors. And that's why we launched USDY, the first freely transferable yield coin, designed to be usable in DeFi and accessible to retail investors outside the US. Since then, we further broadened access, expanding USDY across multiple chains, including Ethereum, Solana, Sui, Aptos, Mantle, Arbitrum, and Cosmos. We also built the Ondo bridge to enable seamless transfers across them, and we helped to integrate USDY in a number of DeFi protocols. And our chain expansion efforts will continue. We recently announced that OUSG is coming to the XRP ledger, and we're excited to also announce today that USDY is coming to Stellar. The success of this focus on accessibility and the demand from users for these types of assets is undeniable. We have the broadest distribution of any tokenized cash equivalents and over 700 million in TVL. Just as important to us, our products also have, by far, the largest number of holders, representing more than 80% of all tokenized treasury holders. Over the past couple of years, since we launched OUSG, we've also seen countless other asset issuers, many of whom you'll hear from today, also issue yield coins. And while that's been happening, we've been using our early scale and distribution to help these other issuers offer 24/7 stablecoin redemptions to their clients. We announced this initiative a few days ago. We're calling it Ondo Nexus. And to enable this functionality, we've diversified our backing beyond BUIDL to also include tokenized treasuries from Franklin Templeton, Wellington, FundBridge, and WisdomTree. We love this example because it highlights so much of what we've been talking about, enabling instant redemption, improving access in time to more people, improving access in reach via more providers, improving access in choice, all enabled by the composability of tokenized assets. This is the future of finance. This industry-wide focus on yield coins has led to material growth. Since the launch of OUSG just 24 months ago, yield coins have reached over $3 billion in assets, taking just 22 months what took stablecoins 59. And we view this as an early success. Bringing financial markets on-chain is a massive undertaking, and we love working with partners to help us on our shared mission. While we're excited by all of this progress, tokenized cash is not enough. The on-chain economy still remains almost entirely disconnected from traditional finance. The building blocks for broader real-world asset tokenization are finally in place. Stablecoins and yield coins have paved the way, core DeFi primitives have been battle-tested, and regulatory clarity is on the horizon. But we are at a pivotal moment. For many years, our industry has loudly touted blockchain's potential to transform traditional finance. Yet beyond stablecoins, there's been little real impact. DeFi in particular remains a casino for meme coins and other tokens with little to no fundamental value. With a new administration in place, I believe we have a 2 to 3 year window to achieve meaningful adoption for tokenized real-world assets beyond stablecoins, or risk DeFi remaining disconnected from the global economy indefinitely. The question then is, what assets outside of tokenized cash make the most sense to focus on? Tokenization of other assets has been attempted countless times with little to no traction. For many years, the thinking was that if you tokenize an illiquid asset, like private funds or loans, because tokens can be transferred cheaply and easily, that you would magically make these assets more liquid. This is a fundamentally flawed thesis. In reality, it's not technology that gates the formation of more liquid markets in these assets, but rather other factors like info asymmetry, pricing difficulty, lack of fungibility, and resistance from issuers. Instead, we believe that the assets that benefit the most from tokenization, at least right now, are those that already have deep liquidity. These are large, in-demand, easily priced assets, like the US dollar, that can benefit from tokenization to make them more globally accessible and usable as collateral in on-chain financial protocols. That's why, just a few days ago, we announced the coming of Ondo Global Markets. At its core, Ondo Global Markets is a tokenization platform designed to bring publicly traded US securities on-chain. The platform will enable investors outside the US to gain on-chain exposure to thousands of US publicly traded stocks, bonds, and ETFs. And we're not only going directly to end investors. We are particularly focused on working with distribution partners, both in traditional markets and in crypto. In traditional markets, we're working primarily with fintech broker-dealers outside the US that want to upgrade from their old-school brokerage-as-a-service platforms to a tokenized backend to save dramatically on cost and to reach new users. In the crypto space, wallets, protocols, and other exchanges can leverage global markets to offer their users access for the first time to publicly traded US securities. Here are just a few of the benefits that Ondo Global Markets will offer. Global access to over 1,000 public stocks, bonds, and ETFs. Instant minting and redemption of tokens. Full liquidity. Token holders will have access to the same liquidity they would have access to if they held the underlying securities. Access to TradFi margin. Token holders will also be able to access margin at rates typically only available to clients of institutional prime brokerage desks. Free transferability. These are bearer tokens, similar to stablecoins or USDY, that can be transferred freely outside the US in secondary markets. And finally, usability in DeFi. We are highly focused on fostering an on-chain financial ecosystem where these tokens can be used as collateral. Ondo Global Markets has been designed from the ground up to address many of the issues we previously discussed: limited access, high fees, and annoying transfer restrictions. It should be noted that these are actually the same issues that existed with dollar-denominated bank deposits before the issuance of stablecoins. And this is not a coincidence. We've used many of the same principles from stablecoin design to inform what we've done here. It is no exaggeration to say that we believe that what stablecoins have done for the dollar, Ondo Global Markets will do for securities. We believe that with the success of yield coins and the launch of Ondo Global Markets, we're entering a new phase in financial markets. Unlike many, however, we don't believe that this new phase need operate outside of regulations, destroy incumbents, or fundamentally change the way markets operate. Instead, we believe that this phase represents the next stage in the evolution of financial markets, where the best of DeFi and the best of TradFi combine to create markets that are more transparent, more efficient, and more accessible. You might call it a foundational upgrade. We call it Wall Street 2.0. Just like with stablecoins, it's likely that the people who will benefit most are those in emerging markets who have little access to financial markets today. But over time, as the benefits are proven and regulatory clarity is gained, adoption will also grow in developed markets, including in the US. While improving access to US financial markets is good for global investors, we also believe it is good for America. Greater access to US assets will allow the global demand that already exists to finally be met, bolstering asset prices and providing companies with cheaper financing. As you can tell, we're tremendously excited by Ondo Global Markets and the coming of Wall Street 2.0. We really look forward to discussing with all of you here today about how we can make the promise of Wall Street 2.0 a reality. But first, we have one more thing. See, as we began fleshing out the design of Ondo Global Markets and spent time with institutional partners, we realized that today's public blockchains just didn't have the features and capabilities necessary to truly make this vision a reality. To name a few examples, liquidity fragmentation across various chains, high-risk cross-chain bridging, volatile transaction fees, volatile network and protocol security, and regulatory and compliance concerns with front-running and unknown transaction validators. Historically, some of these issues have been addressed through the use of permission blockchains. However, it is precisely the closed-off nature of these networks that nullifies what we see as one of the most compelling promises of blockchain technology: an open, global, and transparent financial system. Over the past year, we've been working hard with various partners to develop infrastructure to address these challenges while preserving openness. Today, we're excited to finally announce our new Layer 1 blockchain designed specifically for bringing financial markets on-chain. We call it Ondo Chain. Ondo Chain will be a hybrid public permission chain, combining the openness of public blockchains with the compliance and security features of permission chains. To share more about Ondo Chain, I'd like to introduce Ian DeBode, our Chief Strategy Officer. Ian used to lead digital assets at McKinsey and has been working with our institutional and crypto-native partners to make sure that Ondo Chain meets their needs. Please join me in welcoming Ian.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's great to see so many familiar faces in this room. It is my absolute pleasure to present to you today a piece of transformational and foundational infrastructure that is really designed to bring all of you, and I'm really looking at the biggest institutions in this room, on-chain. Now, why are we developing another blockchain? There's quite a few of them out there already. We are intimately familiar with that. So it's a great question to ask. Well, when we set out to build the Ondo GM platform, we really set out to build something that could combine the best of both traditional finance with its incredible deep liquidity and investor protections with all the benefits of DeFi, with its open access and innovation and new primitives. However, as we set out on this mission, we realized that the necessary conditions to really bring these two worlds together really did not exist. The infrastructure to bring these two together really was not present. We ran into a variety of issues, many of which I think will sound pretty familiar to the people in this room. First and foremost, securities don't really work that well with DeFi. DeFi was not designed with securities in mind, right? Stuff like stock splits or even dividend payouts. The smart contract accounting really cannot handle those issues very well. We had experienced this with our own assets, OUSG and USDY, but as we were thinking about scaling our own footprint to literally thousands of assets, we realized that the status quo just couldn't work, right? We needed a new ecosystem focused on RWAs. More on that later. Second, cross-chain asset management and managing the liquidity between all of those different blockchains, it's quite challenging. At this point, it's pretty clear that the future of crypto will be omni-chain. But issuing your assets on each chain in a compliant way and managing the liquidity between these various blockchains, that takes quite a lot of time. OUSG and USDY are live on 10 different chains. We have a full team of blockchain developers and ops people that manage that around the clock. Again, when you're thinking about scaling to literally thousands of assets, it just doesn't work. Third, and this one does not receive nearly as much attention as I personally think it should, inadequate security and cost. Running your network security and other critical components, even like oracles, powered by a cryptocurrency token that is incredibly volatile, that's actually a pretty expensive way of doing things and not necessarily the best security robustness that you want. This may be fine when you're dealing with cryptocurrencies on-chain that are in and of itself incredibly volatile, but when you're thinking about scaling literally tens of billions of real-world assets on-chain, that's not the best security model. Institutional-grade on-chain capital markets really do require a more stable and robust security model. And last but not least, the lack of institutional participation. I'm sure that one sounds very familiar to a lot of the people in this room. And there's very good reasons for that, right? Typically related to regulatory and compliance reasons. But it does make that there currently is not a very tight coupling between on-chain and off-chain environments. And that ultimately significantly degrades the investor experience that's possible on-chain. Now, allow me to illustrate that last point in a little bit more detail. Imagine the Ondo GM experience that could be if you actually had a broker-dealer powering the on-chain economy and being able to participate in the on-chain economy. When an investor would like to purchase a security, they would simply declare their intent on-chain. A broker-dealer would pick up on that intent, go and acquire that security in one of the traditional exchange venues with incredible deep liquidity, mint the asset on-chain, but probably not stop there. On an ongoing basis, this broker-dealer would publish the asset prices on-chain, just like they do in traditional finance, and post a proof of reserves on-chain. They could do all of that significantly cheaper than what exists today, and with better investor protections. So we ultimately realized that that really is the Ondo GM experience that we want and that our investors deserve. But it clearly requires institutions to come on-chain and create a much more tighter coupling between on-chain and off-chain environments. As such, we realized that in order to build Ondo GM in the way that we want, and in the way that investors deserve, and in a way that scales, most importantly, we needed to create an environment that institutions can actually run, and with it, create the underlying infrastructure that so many in this room have been waiting for all the years that I have known you. Enter the Ondo chain, a fundamental rethink of how institutions can participate on-chain and how RWAs can be scaled on-chain. The Ondo chain combines the best of public permissionless blockchains with private permissions chains while addressing the issues that I mentioned previously. Some of the core features that it will have are, number one, real-world assets as a gas token, and staking collateral. This one's a big one. This means that the Ondo chain will enable the staking of high-quality liquid assets, real-world assets, and a little bit of crypto, but mostly real-world assets. The network will be proof of stake, but powered by real-world assets. This means that the network security of the Ondo chain will be much less volatile than other crypto networks, and the associated cost to run the chain will be significantly less. This also means that you as an institution can participate and run a node just with the assets that you're already holding on balance sheet. But this way, you may be even to earn additional yield on them. This also means that you as an institution can actually run a node without ever having to touch crypto. I'm sure that will make some people in your compliance and accounting department extraordinarily happy. Finally, Gas fees are going to be paid with real-world assets as well, ultimately just providing for a better user experience and investor experience. Secondly, the ondo chain will be run by a permission validator set. This means that only known and reputable and often regulated institutions will be allowed to run a validator. This also means that when you as an investor come on-chain, you can rest assured that your transactions are not going to be front-run, and you can enjoy similar protections like you do in traditional finance. And last but not least, vote extensions. The validator set of the ondo chain is not just going to validate transactions. They are also going to do other critical functions like publish the prices of an asset on-chain, verify the collateral that is backing on-chain securities on an ongoing basis, and sign off on bridging transactions whenever they're requested. By designing the ondo chain this way, we enable it to do, or we achieve, a few things. First and foremost, it can support a much more cost-effective and scalable investor experience for real-world assets on-chain. The ondo chain effectively eliminates the need to pay for and assume security risks of different providers of chain security, Oracle security, asset security, and bridging security. The ondo validator set will take all of this on. And fundamentally, when you think about it, when you're dealing with a real-world asset, as opposed to a cryptocurrency, your underlying trust assumptions are already incredibly different. The ondo chain just builds on these different trust assumptions and aggregates a lot of those critical functions that you find on the blockchain all into the ondo validator set. By doing this, it allows RWAs to come on-chain in a much more scalable and cost-effective manner. We can also support critical actions like the minting of an asset on-chain when the security has been purchased off-chain with significantly lower latency. Second, the ondo chain enables RWAs to be truly omni-chain for the first time. It will be the first blockchain to connect both into public blockchains as well as traditional TradFi environments. As a result, the ondo chain is really built to be a distribution hub. You can issue your asset on the ondo chain, connect it into your TradFi environment to service it, bridge it to any other public blockchain that you want, while still managing your assets across all the chains from one spot. Developers, similarly, will be able to build their applications on the ondo chain and seamlessly connect into other public blockchain networks, but also TradFi environments to ultimately optimize liquidity in their own applications. Last but not least, the ondo chain will catalyze a new ecosystem focused on real-world assets and DeFi. This ecosystem will allow for concentrated innovation to happen both for protocols, but also at the wallet level to really invest and optimize the user experience for financial services and RWAs on-chain. For the first time, it's also going to be possible for real-world assets to have the same utility, liquidity, and performance as traditional assets in other channels. Historically, this has never been possible in other ecosystems. By innovating into the design of the chain itself, for the very first time, RWAs are going to be able to tap into crypto-native primitives such as staking. This will open up the door to new products and innovations and sources of additional yield that can even be passed on to traditional investors. With that, we're incredibly confident that the launch of the ondo chain will be a pivotal moment in the evolution of on-chain finance and bringing financial services on-chain. For the very first time, developers are going to be able to attack so many different financial primitives, whether that's margin, repo, swaps, staking, robo-advisory, prediction markets, wealth advisory more broadly, but do it across crypto and securities and real-world assets, all on one chain. I'm personally incredibly excited to see what a global group of developers and the types of innovation that they're going to be able to drive to really upgrade our system and innovate in a meaningful way on how financial services are done 24/7 globally. But make no mistake, this will be a long process. Even with the right infrastructure, bringing institutions on-chain, it's going to take time. A lot of you in this room will require different regulatory guidance before you can actually do that. We're aware of it. But I am personally very confident that when you decide to do so, we will have made the infrastructure that makes that process as seamless as possible. And I am very confident in making that statement because the Ondo chain is not developed just by Ondo itself. We're incredibly fortunate to be advised in the design of the Ondo chain by many of the logos on this screen. A special thank you for those of you who have already joined us in our mission and have committed to helping us in the design of the chain to make sure that it meets the requirements of all the institutions in this room. And for those of you who are still on the fence, come join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. We're obviously incredibly excited to finally be able to share with all of you what we've been working on. You'll now see that our work on Ondo Global Markets and Ondo Chain are not separate initiatives, but deeply interconnected components of a broader strategy to bring capital markets on-chain. Global Markets, providing seamless access to tokenized securities, and Ondo Chain, providing the infrastructure to enable their access, security, and utility at scale. Of course, we're not building the future of finance alone. Right after this keynote, we'll host a fireside chat with BlackRock, leaders in traditional asset management who share our vision for this new world. Later, you'll hear from asset managers like Franklin Templeton, Fidelity, WisdomTree, and Wellington, banks like Citibank and BNY Mellon, and financial infrastructure firms like MasterCard and the DTCC. You'll hear from blockchain innovators like Ripple, Chainlink, and Uniswap. These groups have already shown what happens when you remove barriers and let digital assets flow freely. Now imagine what they can do with tokenized real-world assets. Finally, you'll hear from regulators, along with a surprise guest, about what the future of all of this might look like here in the US. This is the time to build, to experiment, and to collaborate. Together, we can shape a financial system that's fair, faster, and more accessible to all. Welcome to the future of finance. Welcome to Wall Street 2.0.
All right, wasn't that great, everybody? Let's give Nate and Ian another round of applause. We're going to keep moving pretty quickly here, so we're going to move on to our next session right away. Our next session is a fireside chat entitled, What's Next for Digital Asset ETFs and On-Chain Finance? Please join me in welcoming back to the stage Ondo's founder and CEO, Nathan Ullman, and Chief Investment Officer of ETX and Index Investing at BlackRock, Samara Cohen.
Hello, Samara. Thank you so
Hello.
much for joining us. Very lucky to have Samara today. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your journey in finance and your role as CIO of ETF and index investing at BlackRock?
Sure, and thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here and to see a lot of you who I know. I will say, given my 30-ish year career in markets and finance, I'm still trying to digest the fact that all 30 years has been 1.0, and we're only now entering 2.0. but I'll sit with that for a little bit. I really think of the kind of through line throughout my career as having a huge passion for modernizing markets and making them more accessible. So when I was at university, I was a dual major in financial engineering, but also in theater. All of my work experience was in theater, not on stage, but like backstage sort of stuff. But I had no idea when I started working really the difference between different financial firms, but I knew I wanted to see what my financial engineering major could do in the real world. And I was really attracted at that time to the BlackRock story, which was at that time a very small, I was employee number 134. So this was a small fixed income portfolio management firm created by a bunch of sell-side structurers and engineers that wanted to make the bond market and risk management in the bond market accessible to more people. And I liked that story, and so I went to work there. I actually was gone from BlackRock for about 18 years because I went to business school and then I went to Goldman Sachs and spent that part of my career in the derivatives market. And kind of the last turning point I would say that brings me here was the global financial crisis in 2008. So I was sitting in the kind of heart of the derivatives market and specifically in the post-crisis response. The interest rate market, which was where I had spent most of my career, really felt a lot of the kind of post-crisis reforms that were unfolding in the markets. And as much as, as a career at that point, derivatives professional, I had and still do have total conviction that derivatives were not the root cause of the financial crisis. I also had conviction that the OTC markets could be made much more transparent, resilient, and accessible. And I wanted the next part of my career to be doing that. That led me to doing a lot of market structure strategy work at Goldman and then rejoining BlackRock for these things they told me were called ETFs. But when BlackRock reached out to me, I had to Google what an ETF was, because in 2014 in the bond market, nobody knew what an ETF was, and that tells you the kind of trajectory of bond ETFs and ETFs in general, that now you can't have a credible conversation in the bond market without knowing what an ETF is. And I think there's probably a number of analogs here to the story of crypto. But really, I became convinced over the course of this conversation with BlackRock that exchange-traded products were actually a disruptive technology that was going to bring more access and transparency to markets. And so I came to BlackRock and came into the seat that I am now, which is Chief Investment Officer of ETFs.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, certainly a lot of parallels between what you've experienced and what we're seeing now in crypto. If you think about crypto and traditional finance, what do you think each industry does well, and what do you think they have to learn from each other?
So I knew you were going to ask me this question, and I have to say, I'm pretty sure you answered it as well or better than I will in your keynote, because this is kind of exactly what you talked about, so I'm glad I had the opportunity to listen to it. But I'll make a couple of additional comments. I think the arc of market modernization, really for millennia, and I love getting really nerdy about markets history, so I could go deep on that, but I won't. You're welcome. But has been this kind of inexorable drive towards better transparency, resilience, and access. And so unquestionably, if blockchain technology was, if we could today whiteboard how we would design a modern financial system, blockchain technology has huge promise across all three of those dimensions. Now, in terms of, legacy finance and TradFi, I think that things that are the most important and relevant today, which, you also spoke to in your keynote, one in particular, is, of course, regulation. I'm thrilled you have an incredible lineup of speakers who can bring a lot of expertise around the path forward for regulation. But I think one of the key takeaways here for this group, especially given all the atmospherics around deregulation in the world right now, is that regulation is actually going to be really important for crypto, particularly in the United States, to increase confidence and to create the balance that historically U.S. markets have gotten right. I would say the last 5 years have been a bit of a, departure from this with respect to crypto. But that balance between really sound and smart guardrails and innovation, which brings people to commit capital and want to participate in this space. Then the last point I want to make is actually on guardrails, and this is where I think there are particularly a number of lessons and best practices to be shared, and I know we'll probably talk a little bit more around 24/7, but TradFi markets have been tested in lots of different scenarios and have come up with many mechanisms around circuit breakers and kill switches and interoperability, the self-help that exchanges provide to each other to navigate those moments of crisis, and think of as high velocity markets. And I think learnings there will be very important for crypto going forward.
Maybe we can look a little more specifically at tokenization and the rise of ETFs. What are the sort of parallels that you would see in those domains?
So I think look, the crypto ETP story, and I'll pause for any of you who don't know the kind of minutia here. Exchange-traded product is like the Uber category. I know everybody talks about exchange-traded funds, but actually the crypto ETPs are exchange-traded products. They're not funds. If we refer to them as ETFs, we can't use that conversation or activate it on social media, so we try to be very careful saying ETP, but really it's just a bigger category. When we were first approached about a Bitcoin ETP, it was years before and kind of early in BlackRock's digital assets journey. We actually had to think about, like, why do you need the ETP wrapper for crypto? And this gets back to your earlier question around what are the benefits of kind of the TradFi financial system, and what are the best practices that can be shared. But if I think about like what Bitcoin is transparent, the first time I bought Bitcoin, I timed myself, and I was able to do it inside of 2 minutes on my mobile phone. So that's kind of the definition of accessible. And so these things that really like turbocharged us to come into work every day, like bringing access to high yield bonds where you needed institutional coverage and a dealer in order to literally buy a bond. Like, we get excited all day about providing an ETF so you can do that on your phone, but we didn't quite get the value prop of the Bitcoin ETP wrapper. And really what we learned were a few things that, first of all, it wasn't, particularly things like, transparency, liquidity, understanding depth of liquidity. Those weren't as accessible, particularly to institutional investors. Custody was complex. And lastly, as investors started to think about how they might allocate to Bitcoin in the context of their overall portfolio, they wanted a mechanism to view whole portfolio risk, and this living into ecosystems. First of all, it's very hard to go back and forth unless you're living your life on chain. And second of all, it's hard to kind of look at holistic risk management. So that was kind of the bridge where we actually took a crypto asset and brought it, into a TradFi wrapper and moved forward that way. Now, to your question on, the trajectory of tokenization, and you spoke to this incredibly well in your keynote, I think there are lots of parts of markets that work well. Collateral and the cash kind of ecosystem, particularly in this, era of rising rates and increased capital requirements for banks, that part of the ecosystem needs to be able to move with more agility and less friction. So tokenizing cash and collateral-like assets has a huge potentially systemic benefit that kind of goes the other way. You're taking a TradFi asset, or in the case of a treasury fund, sophisticated treasury management capabilities, and actually moving that on chain.
One of the things that we talk about repeatedly at Ondo is why we're not focused on tokenizing illiquid assets, right? And our belief that tokenization does not bring liquidity. How do you think about, similarly, what an ETF does with respect to changing the liquidity profile of an asset?
Yeah, it's such a great question, and we've talked about this. There's such a parallel, and I hope that one of the things you take from this conversation, if anything, is that tokenizing something or putting it in an ETP wrapper does not magically create volume and liquidity. Like, that's a mythology. A market needs like a certain level of demand, participation, infrastructure in order to actually unlock the benefits of that technology, whether that technology is an ETP wrapper or that's tokenization. Now, at that point, we can measurably show that markets with ETPs in them generally have more transparency, price formation, resilience than markets without them. And I think the same will absolutely be true for tokenization, that markets that support tokenization as a wrapper for assets gives investors another tool that will be good for that market's kind of resilience and quality. But it still has to be introduced at kind of the appropriate time of market development.
Right. There's a lot of excitement in crypto about what the new administration is going to do for the space, hopefully bringing regulatory clarity. Do you think that excitement is overblown? How do you think about how the digital asset space will benefit from or react to the sort of changing administration?
So I'm excited and optimistic. I think it's really hard. And one of the observations I have, because I kind of live in the middle, I'm much more, I would say, kind of TradFi fluent than I am crypto fluent. But I can tell you categorically from the time I've spent kind of bringing people together on both sides of that to, in particular, to make ETPs work, is there are very few people that are bilingual in both. There are a ton of smart crypto people that know they need a better path forward from a regulatory and policy perspective, but they're not quite sure what to ask for. And there's a lot of people who understand kind of current systems of regulation that don't understand crypto. And so actually creating the clarity of what that path looks for, I think is a more challenging task than many may realize. You guys obviously get it. You're going to spend a fair amount of time here today hearing from some of people who I think are the best thinkers in this space. But I think it's really important, and I hope I'm the chair of the, we call it the Digital Assets Task Force at SIFMA, which is Securities Industry Association. It's really important that we spend the time to come up with an appropriately interoperable regime. And you said it again a number of times in your keynote. I think this is a pivotal time in markets. And there's a number of paths that we could go down, and there is a path where you develop a crypto ecosystem that works pretty well in parallel to the TradFi ecosystem. That's not what's best for investors. What's best for investors, but it may be sometimes, and you have to really think big, because what I've seen in the past is that we see this a lot with exchanges in Europe, for example. You get very focused on, I want a bigger share of my pie, and I'm going to focus on that at the expense of creating a bigger pie. This is the moment to think about a bigger pie, versus how you might compete in a crypto-only world. But I think that there's, a lot of work that has to be done to actually articulate how that works.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I think we're still in such early innings of tokenization that, we should really all have a very collaborative mindset. And yeah, it's been great to work together on sort of BIDL and related initiatives. Cool. Well, I think that's all the time we have for now, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
All right, we're going to keep moving right along here. Our next session is a panel discussion entitled Tokenizing Trillions, an Asset Manager's Perspective. To moderate this, please also welcome back to the stage Ondo's Chief Strategy Officer, Ian DeBode, along with the SVP of Digital Assets and Industry Advisory Services at Franklin Templeton, Sandy Call, Head of Fidelity Digital Assets Management at Fidelity Investments, Cynthia Lowe-Bassett, Head of Digital Assets at Wisdom Tree, Will Peck, and Director of Digital Assets and Tokenization at Wellington Management, Mark Garabedian.
Wonderful. It's good to be back here. Why don't you each take 30 seconds very briefly to introduce yourselves and what your firm is doing on-chain, and then we'll take it from there.
Great. Hi, guys. Sandy Call. I'm with Franklin Templeton. We are very invested in this digital asset space. We've been working in the space since 2017. We have a tokenized government money market fund. We have multi-coin SMAs and portfolios. We have private funds and venture capital funds. And we have several ETFs. We've built our own infrastructure. We're deployed across 8 different public blockchains. And we do our own node verification across 12 different chains. So I'm very excited as someone who gets to be part of the leadership of this group. And I'm thrilled to be here with some of the people I've worked with for many years in the industry today.
Hi, I am with the digital asset management business at Fidelity. We at Fidelity have been in this space for over a decade now. And as we look back on the journey, what we can look to is where we started, which was with Bitcoin. And a big part of that journey and why Bitcoin was really just understanding blockchain technology and what the overall possibilities are for the capital markets ecosystem and financial services. And then from there, how do we actually harness this technology and deploy it into capital markets? And so infrastructure is where we started in building out our own custody solution. And then from there, as we continue to expand over the years, asset management was a very natural extension, and a couple of years ago, we built out a investment management business, which included research, building out data infrastructure to make that data compatible with many of our traditional back offices. And what that did was it really set us up for being able to bring traditional investors into getting exposure into the digital ecosystem. What we are working on more recently is the other side of the liquidity and capital flows between traditional markets and digital markets. And this is being able to bring traditional instruments on-chain in order to allow for digital capital to be able to flow the other direction. So while we have helped facilitate with others in this space bringing traditional capital into digital markets, capital needs to flow both directions. And that is a really exciting part of this journey that we're going to be on together.
Hey everyone, I'm Will Peck. I'm head of digital assets at WisdomTree. WisdomTree is the world's largest independent ETF sponsor, manage something like $110 billion in assets under management. So with that, we do have a suite of crypto exchange traded products here in the US and also out of Europe. So that's one part of our digital assets efforts. And the other part is around tokenization, as you could tell by the panel. So we've got a suite of 40 Act mutual funds that are tokenized here in the US, stablecoin, a gold token as well, and then some products and services around those. So for retail, that's WisdomTree Prime here in the US, and then we've got a B2B platform we call WisdomTree Connect. So great to be with you today.
Hi everybody, Mark Garabedian, pleasure to be here today. I am the Director of Digital Assets and Tokenization for Wellington. I have not done nearly as many cool things as the people to my right here. They are pioneers in the industry and I'm pleased to be sitting next to them, but we have made some progress in the space. We've been partnered on a lot of the proof of concepts that have hit the airwaves and made a splash in many different areas, and we've been exploring tokenization, particularly of the fund vehicles. We view that as an opportunity to democratize access to financial products, to be able to put our alpha into the hands of more people across the world and give them a better end-to-client experience. And so we've made a lot of progress in the space and continue to do some research in the area.
Awesome. Well, one of the topics of the day is that we could be at a pivotal moment in the tokenization of assets and moving financial markets on chain. It certainly kind of feels that way, to be honest, but that has not always been the case, right? And I know you alluded to it. You guys started a while back. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what was it like over the years to kind of pursue that tokenization agenda? Does now actually really feel different? What is that like?
Sure, I'll get started. Cynthia's been in it longer, so I feel like I should.
I don't know
defer
about
to her.
that, but.
But yeah, I mean, look, it has been a very interesting journey because there's really two sides to this business, right? You need to engage with the crypto natives and really understand the businesses they're building, the thinking behind the businesses they're building, because I am an absolute believer that crypto natives are disrupting the industry in ways that no one from within the industry could have done themselves, right? We grow up within a system. It's very hard to think outside the boundaries of that system. And so, making those efforts to really meet, to accept on their own terms, to listen with open ears to the digital natives has been a critical part of the journey because, you can't improve the innovation if you don't understand the innovation. And a lot of people's knee-jerk response to all of the changes that are enabled by these new crypto technologies is to say, no, bad, don't want it, not real, why would that have value, right? And so you have to get over that internal hurdle. I've been in the industry 40 years, right? 40 years in an industry, you're pretty steeped in the industry's thinking. So you have to make a conscious effort to get outside that thinking. And then it has been a very difficult and slow slog with the regulators, particularly here in the US. We have made a tremendous amount of progress with the regulators, even during the recent regime, but it has taken an amazing amount of effort, right? We have an entire team who does nothing but create materials for the regulators so that the regulators can have frequently asked questions answered, that they can see the same presentation over and over and over till they get it, that we can meet regularly with them to answer questions, that we can stage out the enhancements and improvements we're asking for so that they're comfortable at each stage that they're not going too fast. So on one side, you've got to go very quick and be very open-minded and be very willing to disrupt yourself. And on the other side, you really need to take the regulators on a journey with you and use your reputation as someone they trust to get them comfortable that it's okay to move forward. And so I do love what you and what Nathan were saying, Ian, in that it is a pivotal moment, I think mostly because some of that journey on the regulatory side does feel like it's going to get a little easier. And I think that there's growing and more acceptance and excitement about the innovations that are available.
I couldn't agree with everything that you just said more. And such appreciation for your and Franklin's work and Will and the work with regulators. I think more of voices coming from traditional financial world and thinking about how we can help translate the utility. We talk a lot about instant settlement, and we talk about cheaper transaction costs, but that alone doesn't really resonate with most everybody that we talk to in traditional markets. Because I think what Sandy just said, a lot of people will say things work really well in public markets, capital flows, but I think they miss the point that there is still a demand that outstrips the availability of capital to fund businesses, and that's even here in the U.S. And we see that with the growth of alternative bank financing options. And so from the asset manager's lens, when we talk about what this technology can do, and I very much love the framing that in talking to entrepreneurs and developers in this space, they're able to think about capital flows in ways that are not in any way, guarded by the way that traditionally things have happened this way, and traditionally this is what we do, and so therefore, why do we need to change things? But they're coming at it from a completely different way, and being able to provide that translation into real life use cases is really, I think, what we are now able to have those conversations and deploy, not just in proof of concept, but live market, whether we call them live market pilots, but putting these technologies into actual practice to move and allocate capital differently.
Anything to add?
I'm reminded of some dangerous words in finance. This time it's different. I think a lot of, I've been coming to conferences. This is probably the nicest one of these, but conferences and tokenization, for the past, 5 years. And some people have been working on this for a long time, really banging their heads against the wall. Yeah. And at each one of those, they said, oh, this is time. It's time now. So I'm a little, I don't know that everything's going to change automatically overnight. I think there is more recognition, and I couldn't agree more with what Nathan said earlier. It's so everyone used to say oh, you should do this with private assets, right? Let's tokenize this hotel. And it's well, does anyone want to buy the hotel, right? It's not like the existing financial markets infrastructure is so bad that if people wanted to buy the hotel, they couldn't, right? What actually is tokenization, doing it on public blockchains, doing for you anyway? So I think there's more of a recognition of well, we see stablecoins, right? Stablecoins now at $200 billion. I think Coinbase put out a stat recently that stablecoins did $10 trillion in volume and transaction volume last year. So clearly there's something there. And I think the next question is what can you build to serve additional users, people who are using stablecoins? It's solving some need for them. Can other, tokenizing other assets solve more of those needs as well? So that's the approach that I at least take towards it. I think it is different than things don't work over here, so we're just going to whole hog rip it out and do something else. I say that a little facetiously, but that's. If it's going to be different this time, I think it's a combination of that recognition and also a more constructive regulatory environment around that. But even that, could take a little bit more time than I think people are expecting.
I'll go quick. Everything everybody said was excellent. We've had 2 endeavors in this space. One was through proof of concept, and it was simulating tokenization of a private vehicle. The other one, a sub-advisory relationship with an issuer out of Singapore, FundBridge. And they've published out or issued out a fixed income fund. Both of those were pivotal within the organization, and I think with a lot of our peers and partners that I've had conversations with, particularly because when we started through this journey, the question that I would often get is, how are we going to afford the technology costs and the operational costs to go out and put a tokenized fund into the marketplace? And there's going to be all of these compliance issues that we're going to have to comply with and everything. And in reality, when we went through both of these processes, the entire firm, and again, our peers and partners, recognized that you can outsource a lot of that to, platforms, particularly, in the case of where we are in Singapore with FundBridge, Liberia, we've partnered with, they handle all of that technology capabilities that you need. And from the asset manager perspective, the investment manager perspective, we're just focusing on what we do best. We're picking the best assets to put into the portfolio, delivering what we call business as usual product and services, and now having open up access to new markets and new client segments. And so I think as more and more people start to get used to that potential where it doesn't take a huge budgetary outlay in order to access this technology, that's going to really move the needle forward.
Wonderful. Well, as you all know, Ondo is building out a platform to facilitate the issuance of tokenized assets and bringing more institutions on chain. I'm probably very bored of it at this point because I feel like I spoke to you guys a lot about it. But as you all have moved on chain already in various shapes and forms, what has been the main hurdle that you have faced? Or I guess put differently, what is really still needed in order to move trillions or maybe start with tens of billions on chain?
Someone asked me the other day, do I think it's supply or demand that's going to drive the next wave of tokenization? And I said, I don't think the answer is either one of them. There's no shortage of the supply of tokenized assets that people have been trying to tokenize. There's lots of tokenization platforms that say, if you bring me your asset, I'm happy to tokenize it for you. And I think that's not the hard part of seeing this next wave of adoption. Supply or demand, I think of as there's nobody that's calling up anybody at Fidelity saying, I really want to buy a tokenized asset. And I think Will mentioned this earlier. The tokenized asset or buying that asset on chain is not in and of itself what people are looking for. People are generally looking for financial solutions to help them manage their financial lives. And so I think it's really utility. And what I liked about Ian, what you and Nate are talking about is not just bringing assets on chain, but building the applications to allow people to deploy those assets, to be able to get access to capital, or to be able to generate yield in ways that make it easy and seamless for them. And I think that's really where we're going to see more adoption. And so why there hasn't been a lot of adoption, and we've got lots of folks in our organization who say this is definitely not the first or even the second time they've heard that this time it's different. And the this time it's different, the answer as to why they would point to as to why this didn't work so well was there's just not that utility that is going to cause people to build the infrastructure to be able to plug into and get access to those tokenized assets. And I think without that infrastructure, there's not going to be this wave of adoption. And that infrastructure isn't going to get built until people find that there is utility that is worth them making that investment to build the infrastructure for.
Yeah, I would add to what Cynthia said, which I think is spot on. I would add there's two foundational mindset shifts that have to happen in our financial ecosystem for us to really get to broad tokenization, and as particularly of real world assets. And the first is don't underestimate how difficult it is going to be to move from an account-based system to a wallet-based system, right? You need a wallet to hold a token. You need a wallet to enable many of the benefits that blockchain provides. And if you don't have a wallet infrastructure, it's very hard to really get excited about tokenization. And all of these traditional financial firms, our traditional intermediaries, the financial market, entire ecosystem, everything has been built around accounts. There is no such thing as a real portfolio. A portfolio is a virtual construct of different accounts. And therefore, the idea that I could commingle assets and use assets interoperably is completely foreign to anyone coming from a traditional background. So we need to make this pivot from accounts to wallets, which is going to take time. And more importantly, we have to unwind everything that we did in the early 1970s, right? Prior to the early 1970s, we traded one trade at a time. right? This was the problem. This was why we had the paper crisis, because you had to exchange your paper certificate to get paid for having a transaction. And we couldn't keep up with the volumes that were starting to grow. And so we put together committees, just like we're putting together committees now. There's an amazing parallel in what's happening to the early 1970s. But we're putting together committees, we're working with the regulators, we're trying to come up with a new system. But the system they came up with started to have central counterparties, started to have central depositories. We started to have clearing organizations acting as buyer to every seller and seller to every buyer. We started netting portfolio positions. We started doing book order entry and ownership, right? We have to unwind that whole system to make this new system work. And until we really recognize that and embrace that, it's going to be a hard slog, I think, from the real world asset side.
And the motivation, right?
And the motivation,
Yeah,
why?
that's exactly it.
Yeah, I think a lot got well covered there. We think about things in ETFs a lot. Wisdom Tree was kind of founded on the premise that you could have a better index and also in the better structure. So ETFs are better than mutual funds, and that's really been true, borne out to be true over time, where ETFs have taken in, tens of trillions of dollars, and mutual funds relatively flat, at least on a flow basis, or down. For us, that was the attitude that we brought towards it. But you got to remember, the SPDR, the first ETF, sat there for 7 years, not getting used. So it's not always so obvious what's going to be this great, or these things just take time is I guess part of it. And it's not a perfect analogy, but maybe it's helpful. So despite my joke about this time it's different, sometimes these things do take time. I completely agree with things that Cynthia and Sandy were saying around you got to need wallets. There's a lot of stuff that needs to change for the model of hey, instead of buying, the S&P 500 in my Robinhood account, I buy it in a wallet different. Maybe that's not actually how it goes. Yeah, I don't know. That's my only additional color on that.
So I'll echo the wallets are definitely key. Proliferation of wallets. I think building in more use cases for wallets, digital identity frameworks embedded in a wallet that you can use. And, I was at the airport today. It'd be nice to not have to carry my physical license on me, and still be able to get onto a plane. So the wallets are really key, integrating that into people's lives. Nathan talked about it earlier, and I love the way he said it, but today, you have multiple different accounts that hold your financial assets. You have password-protected websites. You go in, your assets are segregated over here for that account. Your assets are segregated over here for this account. What this technology allows you to do is sort of bring those assets together under one roof, and that enhances the utility of those assets. The utility of those assets we all experience through DeFi today. It's a beautiful system. You can do a lot with those assets. The infrastructure is phenomenal. The UX is difficult. It's very hard for me to get the general person on the street to want to go explore DeFi. They're afraid, frankly. And so I think the next paradigm for solution, and again, innovators building platforms are obviously doing this, but building a better user experience, something that your general public feels really comfortable going in, accessing, and can do it in a confident and safe manner, but be able to get that DeFi experience.
Yeah, no, well, very well said. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk more about why are you tokenizing assets in the first place? I feel like you were starting to go there a little bit, Mark, but why do this in the first place? What are some of the results that you have seen to date with your broader digital asset efforts and the tokenization of assets? And maybe this time I'll actually start with Mark, because you guys are the most recent entry, I think, into the space, at least on this panel.
Thanks, absolutely. It's a barbell approach that we've looked at right now. And so starting on the private side, private markets and alternative funds, that's an area that, we expect to be growing in the marketplace, for the next few years. There's a large segment of the public that is locked out, does not have access to those investments. Everybody wants to have a private equity allocation, potentially a private credit allocation within their portfolios. Those, both are attractive investments. It's regularly being considered as part of proper asset allocation now. However, due to the way that those vehicles are set up, and account minimums, funding minimums for getting into those vehicles, and some of the other restrictions. Again, large swaths of society get restricted from access. Tokenizing them, being able to fractionalize them, being able to use digital identity, being able to add additional liquidity mechanisms through secondary trading really opens up access for a large swath of the public, democratizes access to those investment opportunities. And so, from that side, it's exciting. On the other side of the barbell, you talk about traditional funds, short duration and other money funds that are out there. There's a lot of different areas of applicability. If you just think about, traditional finance and traditional business, the whole process today of pledging assets as collateral within the traditional financial ecosystem, pledging assets as collateral in order to take a borrow for overnight loans or lending money overnight. It's somewhat inefficient. It's a myriad bunch of systems. End of day settlement. It's kludgy, lots of different reconciliation. Using tokenized funds within that ecosystem could add a ton of efficiency, and we're already starting to see it with the pioneers there. That now you're able to bring that to intraday borrowing and lending, which just frees up more liquidity into the market, which benefits everyone. So, two-pronged approach where the benefits are.
I alluded to some of this earlier. I think this idea of what could be this next disruptive wrapper. And also, asset management is incredibly competitive. We're up here with a bunch of people who manage trillions. We don't manage trillions, and we had somebody managing trillions speak before. It is a highly, highly competitive space. And I'd say the ETF industry in particular has ruthless fee pressure and competition. And that's great for customers, right? It's also, I think, for all of us who are in this business, you're trying to find ways that are able to do right for your shareholders, kind of solve additional problems for people. Maybe not even charging more fees, but kind of growing the addressable market for stuff that you're able to sell products into. And so that was kind of an attitude that we took towards this, which was hey, we think this could be the next wrapper, or maybe it's not going to be that simple, but part of the next wave of innovation in asset management. And we think it grows the pie for people that we're offering our products and services to. And over time, right? That may not happen today, but if we're talking about a global world of billions of people who are able to get access to U.S. financial products and things like that over time using this infrastructure, that's a big deal. And so for us, that was kind of the reason we approached it. And I think you can point to things which frankly have not totally been borne out yet about liquidity, transparency, standardization, peer-to-peer, native peer-to-peer transfers being things that are better about tokenized real-world assets versus legacy systems. Again, those need to be borne out more and more over time, and hopefully with changes in regulation and some other stuff, more developments, they will be. So it should be a good customer experience for people who want these things. And also, hopefully for all of us doing this from a business perspective, good business to offer these products to them.
So I think a couple of things maybe I would add to everything else that's been said, which I very much agree with. Looking at it from the asset manager's lens, and you had just said this, Will, about thinking about tokens as maybe just another delivery vehicle or another way to be able to deliver in a one token, one stop fashion, a particular investment experience. And you can do that and deliver that in a more cost-effective and efficient and highly customizable way. And these are all things that as asset managers have evolved over the last several decades. We've struggled with this idea of how do we pool client assets in ways that we can scale the offering of the different exposures that we can create, but then still be able to deliver and offer a customizable individual client experience. And managed accounts, right, is one way that has sort of gone beyond what commingled vehicles, ETFs, and mutual funds have been able to do. But then, of course, that is still subject to all of the same, traditional capital markets challenges around. Now we're into T+1 settlement, and I remember back in the day, right? It was T+3, and there was T+5, and so each time we've shaved a day off of the settlement period, everybody's like, hurrah! But you've like massively changed the back office processing because a lot of these back offices have hardwired, right, the expectations of settlement times. And if we now have this technology that can speed the settlement, yeah, now you're massively going to have to change people's back office processes again. But from our standpoint, we think about it as reducing the risk of these extended settlement times. You're improving the capital efficiency of not having capital tied up right over the periods of these settlement times. And so when we talk about what the benefits of tokenization are, it's not we can suddenly move everything on chain and it's going to be great. The value of reducing risk, the value of capital efficiency and managing your collateral more efficiently and your balance sheet capital, right, is put to more effective use. Those are themes that really resonate more with people than just simply saying, we can do instant settlement and cheaper transactions. So when we talk about it from that standpoint, it is truly revolutionary how it is that we're going to do all of this, but it is a massive journey to get there.
Yeah. And the only thing I'd add to all of that is the economics of this for asset managers is very important, right? I mean, we have seen over the past just 13 years, there was a recent report out that said operating expenses have gone up 85% for the asset management industry at a time when average fee revenues are down 15%. Those are not workable long-term trends, right? And so we were very fortunate at Franklin Templeton because our CEO had run ops and tech for many years. And we were our own transfer agent. And a transfer agent basically keeps the shareholder record. Every mutual fund has two records. It has a record of all of the securities that are owned by the fund, and then it has a record of all the people who own shares in the fund. So, you've got two ledgers for every fund. We have thousands of funds on our platform. So you can imagine the bookkeeping expenses that we had in just that one function. And so we began our blockchain experimentation to try and see, can we save costs? That was a very simple kind of value proposition we were testing. And we found a 50x savings in our costs. That's a huge shift. That starts to really wake you up to how costly and inefficient and stagnant a lot of these firms have been to manage all of these operational processes. But what it also woke us up to was, oh my God, these blockchains are great. They're cheap to work on. Their developers can come to the table. They get things done so quickly, right? It also showed us the value of the ecosystem. And that's why we always tell people, do something in the ecosystem, even if it's a proof of concept, because once you work in the ecosystem, you really start to understand the power of what these new technologies can do. So I think it really, in addition to everything they said, the capital efficiencies, the settlement efficiencies, it's going to also allow firms that have been in business for decades or more to remain competitive and reassess our own cost structures to be here in another 50 years, sitting on a stage talking about the next wave of Wall Street 3.0.
Ian, can I just jump in really quickly, because we danced around something, the four of us here, but we didn't call it out specifically, super important. It's cross-border distribution. And so, we've seen this with stablecoins. Like, one of the big successes of stablecoins is it goes into every single country, seamlessly. When you're talking about tokenized securities, tokenized commingled vehicles and stuff like that, there's obviously compliance and jurisdictional restrictions that are required to be complied with in every single country that you issue it into. That leaves a lot of underserved markets because it's hard for an investment manager to deploy a vehicle directly into one jurisdiction and then be able to generate enough assets for that vehicle to be profitable within that jurisdiction, serving the clientele. Tokenization, you can embed those compliance controls directly into the asset itself. Revolutionary. revolutionary right there in our industry. That makes that asset capable to cross borders, go into each one of those jurisdictions, pick up the assets that are within that jurisdiction, and have a profitable vehicle. That's a game changer.
100%. I love it. I loved where you started going too about partnering up with the ecosystem. And I love where you're going with the new technologies that are enabled with this new infrastructure. We actually had an announcement, Ondo Finance had an announcement this past week with a lot of the asset managers on this panel, where we announced Ondo Nexus. We have diversified the backing of OUSG beyond BIDL to include a lot of the assets that are being issued or managed by these entities on chain, so that ultimately we can build towards 24/7 redemptions against stablecoins of these tokenized funds 24/7 over time, right? That to me is a perfect example of these new types of innovations that a crypto native company like Ondo can build towards and then offer it to other asset managers. So I guess building on that point, what are some of the things that crypto native companies do very well? What are some of the things that the asset managers do really well? And how do we bring together the best of both worlds? Free for all. Go for it.
Well, I think that, and Mark had started to touch on it, I think that the thing that they've done really interestingly well in the crypto ecosystem, besides invent the ecosystem, so thank you, is I love the solutions that we've started to see around digital identity. And I think identity is still one of the biggest hurdles to us transforming the financial ecosystem. The way the rules are written now today, Cynthia, Will, Mark, my firm, we could each have the same customer, and we could be trading with the same customer, and we cannot share our know your customer anti-money laundering rules with that customer. This is a huge burden. Every single one of our organizations has to do all the work to do the investigation of that customer. We can't share the work. There's no central ledgers that we can go to update data. We all have to update that data independently. There's sometimes instructions attached to that data that gets out of sync, and we have to spend days trying to reconcile with each other what our instruction systems say. It's just a mess, right? And so one of the things I'm most excited about is this opportunity to completely rethink how we identify and enable a transaction, identify the participants in a transaction and enable those transactions. And there's lots of interesting solutions, from soul-bound tokens to centralized ledgers that everyone can share and update, and centralize the risk in the ledger. But there's so many potential solutions, and if I had to pick one spot that I'm super excited about, it's what's going to be possible with digital identity and how that will open up the system so much more effectively.
I can add on to that part because absolutely 100%. There's a customer experience as well, and on some larger financial platforms, you end up as a customer having to give your AML KYC information multiple times to the same organization, because even within those organizations, they have not figured out how to share. I'm not calling anybody out here. But I think to add to that, what I really have appreciated about the way in which the developer communities and the crypto natives, as we've been saying, is this focus on public infrastructure and standards. And when we explain to people about why it is that public infrastructure is important versus private infrastructure, and I'm not saying that there's not a place for both types, but in order for a market to really truly function, you need to have trust in being able to facilitate transactions. And where I think Sandy talked a lot about the different centralized counterparty clearing agencies that have formed, that's all about how do you get the large counterparties in the industry and in the market to agree on some centralized standard for how they can trust one another in transactions. And what the blockchain and what smart contracts enable is not the need for this centralized group of people. You can agree on a standard and have that embedded in the code, and that have that available market-wide. And building with that standard embedded versus each person building their own thing and then realizing, hey, wait a minute, in order for me to be able to trade more freely, I need to get everybody together in a room, and we need to set up another committee in order to figure out what the standards are. So this is an opportunity, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of laughing at myself. I think the cynical way to say this would be like, oh, like the crypto industry's found a great way to monetize like gambling in a certain way, right? Like, I don't. No, I'm serious. Like, well, I'm joking, but I'm also serious. And I think Nathan alluded to this earlier. Like, yeah, a lot of this stuff is like, token price goes up. I want to buy it. That draws a lot of, it's volatility, attention, more capital comes in, chasing those returns. Companies have figured out ways to monetize it, although, some certainly better than others. So that's one thing, but the kind of better answer is what Cynthia was saying around these open standards and kind of permissionless natures of blockchains. Like, I think it is interesting. Like, if you did one of these conferences 5 years ago, you would have talked a lot about like private blockchains or these big consortium that did like these, big things and like, or trying to do these big private blockchain things where they brought a lot of people together, and like that was kind of a concept du jour at the time, and I think that's faded away a little bit, and people recognize that, no, like the permissionless nature of these blockchains, the fact that you have kind of open source stuff going on, that people have a set of standards that allows it to communicate, and that's really where the advantage comes around. I think that's been a really important development that I think something that a lot of the traditional finance firms can learn. Because I think one of the concerns with, not just more the big banks than the big asset managers is that people are building these little fiefdoms of like, oh, this is like my little blockchain over here that I'm using for this stuff, which to me is kind of anathema to like the ethos of like what's trying to happen here or what the benefits are coming from. So I guess that'd be something that TradFi could learn from crypto here.
So I'll round it out. Prior to stepping into the role that I'm in now, my background was trading and market structure, and I was in that space for 2 decades. And really, I've traded everything, every which way, all across the globe. The first time that I used the Uniswap application, I was blown away. What I received was no counterparty risk, no credit risk, no settlement risk. Yes, there was platform risk, but something with which I could digest, and an immediate increase in the velocity of money because the transaction was instantaneous. Not only that, but the way that the platform is set up is I could move from any asset to any asset. Those are all huge game changers for our industry as well. I mean, again, increasing the velocity of money, that's a huge game changer. Not having to go from an asset to a cash leg back to an asset, that's a game changer. We've been trying to solve in traditional financial markets, we've been trying to solve the sort of retail order flow dilemma for a very long time. Commissioner Pierce has touched on this herself, but it's perhaps these decentralized exchanges, the protocols that are like Uniswap, and the evolutions since Uniswap has come out that could be the best way to solve the retail trading paradigm and to give that liquidity the best shot that it deserves. Other applications, we could talk about Aave. Aave also great innovation just in terms of collateralized borrowing, lending, and opening that up as a platform. GMX, a couple of other ones that have really revolutionized leverage trading and done it in a way where it's not sort of adversarial. And so, yeah, I think crypto has done a lot of those innovations very well. And it's incumbent upon us to sort of figure out how to institutionalize and, make those applications something that we can take advantage of on behalf of clients.
I love it. You could have been the introduction to the DeFi panel later on. I love it. All right, we have 4 minutes left, so probably time for one more question, and it will be, short answers. It's been mentioned a little bit before that the past couple of years has been, I believe you mentioned, a slog with the regulators. Clearly, this new administration has a more favorable view towards the industry. We'll hear from some regulators later in the day, but if there was one thing that you would prefer to get clarity on in the next couple of years, what would it be?
Well, for us, the one thing we'd want clarity on is we want to be able to trade tokenized real-world assets in the same exchanges and through the same market makers that we can trade crypto assets, right? I think it's the interoperability between the systems that's going to really be the spark that allows for these new models to really take hold. So that would be, I guess it's the special purpose broker-dealer rule, or I don't know what the official rule that limits us is, but getting rid of that rule.
Very good.
I honestly wish for the same, and maybe the corollary to having intermediary clarity. As an asset manager, I'd like to know that I can put tokenized assets and traditional assets in a mixed asset portfolio and know who I have to call in order to get that product registered.
Please, that too.
That too, right?
Sounds reasonable.
I'll pick a different one, just to pick a different one. I think banking regulators, right? Like I think to some extent, like the difficulty in banking crypto-related businesses was real, and I think seeing change from kind of the various, different federal banking regulators out there, giving people more clarity. Doesn't need to be everything, but stable coins, right? Like how are stable coins going to feel? Are they going to feel more connected to the existing financial system here in the U.S.? I think would be a big development.
I talked a lot about the DeFi application, so I'm going to stick with that theme. There was an update proposed to Reg ATS, and it doesn't seem like that's going to go forward. It would have swept up protocols like Uniswap, and I think that would have been a loss for the industry. Now we're looking at, again, both the SEC and the CFTC that seem like they want to find ways with which these applications can be brought into more of the regulated sphere, and so that's a welcome change.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining this panel, and I think that's it. That way.
Take a short break. Please, everybody, be back in your seats by noon.
Our program will begin in just a few moments. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Thank you. Please make your way back to your seats at this time. Thank you. Please make your way back to your seats. Our program is resuming now. Thank you. Everyone, please return to your seats at this time so we can resume the program. Please return to your seats at this time. Thank you. Please welcome back to the stage, Brendan Flores.
Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good break. We're going to keep moving right along with our next session entitled The New Era of Crypto, a 2025 Outlook. To lead this discussion, please welcome to the stage the president of Ondo Finance, Justin Schmidt, along with founder and managing partner of Pantera Capital, Dan Moorhead, and founder and CEO of Galaxy Digital, Mike Novogratz. Yep.
All right. Well, welcome both of you. Thank you very much for coming here. The topic that we're going to talk about is what's the latest and greatest in crypto and where we're going. And obviously, we are phenomenally thankful for you both being here. You guys basically need no introduction, but for the live stream audience out there, maybe a 30-second each would be a great place to start.
Thanks. So yeah, my background's macro investor. In 2011, got interested in Bitcoin and decided to launch the first crypto funds in 2013. We now manage about $5 billion across the spectrum of super liquid all the way to venture equity. And Mike and I and a third partner really got it all going together.
That's true. I'm Dan's shorter and more follically challenged cousin. We went to college together. We worked at Goldman Sachs together. We lived in Tokyo together. He then left to do a hedge fund, and I was a sales coverage for a while. And then we were both doing macro hedge funds together. There's a whole story here. And we got together on crypto, and I give him a lot of credit because when I called him and said, hey, what do you think about this thing, Bitcoin? And he took a couple weeks to look into it, and he was like just hyper bullish and was willing to put a ton of money into it. And I was busy at the time running a hedge fund. I was like, well, if he's putting that much in, I have to put at least that much in. And so our original $93 Bitcoin slug was sized by Dan. And it's funny when you think about the fortunes that have been created in crypto, it's not just entry point, it's how much you put in at that entry point. And so that's my thank you. Galaxy is a crypto investment bank. We have banking, we have a sales and trading business with staking, we're trading on-chain and off-chain. We have an asset management business. We've run a lot of risk on the firm's balance sheet. That's slowly going to shift as more of that goes into the asset management business. We have an infrastructure business, and we've got a big Bitcoin mining business, which is being transformed into an AI data center. And so hope to get public. We've been waiting 4.5 years. There's a new SEC, and so I think you're going to see a whole host of companies come May or June listing on the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ. That's it. There we go.
Totally 30 seconds. Thanks, Mike. So let's just jump right into it, right? So 2024, super interesting year. Obviously, we have a change in administration, Bitcoin resurgence. How are we thinking about the broad view of where we're at now? 2025, February, we're here in New York. Things seem to be changing very quickly. Things are new again, shall we say? How are you guys thinking about the status quo and where we're at right now and where we're going in the immediate term?
I'll take a quick crack, and then Dan can correct me. Listen, there was 4 years in the desert where this industry felt abused. And the relief of non-abuse, the relief of feeling like you're not a criminal or a drug dealer when you go to see a bank, but you're actually in an industry that could be, part of the future of both finance and the consumer space, feels good. And so you've seen a deep breath and an excitement. I was at the inauguration, and the crypto ball had an amazing energy. And a couple of bankers came to me, they're like, we don't get a banker's ball. It really felt like, this was the moment for crypto. It was the hottest ticket in DC that night. And the next night at the vice president's ball, where there were only about 300 people, I walked in and I saw Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel and Steve Schwartzman and Leon Black and all the big financiers. There must have been 20 crypto CEOs. That's out of 300 people. We were wildly overrepresented. And so it all felt great. Of course, the Trump coin didn't help that spirit. But it does feel great. What does that mean for us? Listen, Bitcoin has a store of value. It's carved out a lane. It is becoming global. It might or not be on the government's balance sheet in 6 months. I actually think it will. I think there's people are trying to figure out how to do it gracefully. And so I don't think Bitcoin's going away. Stable coins, you had stablecoin legislation by Senator Haggerty announced yesterday. I think that's strategic for the US, and it's going to be the growth of this industry for a while. We see payments all abroad, and we're investing in payments from our venture business. That's going to grow. Right now, stablecoins are like the 13th largest owner of treasuries. I will be shocked if by the time the Trump administration ends, it's not a top 3 owner of treasuries. There's a couple other lanes, right? Why a lot of us got into crypto, if you weren't a Bitcoin maximalist, was this idea of Web3, of private property on the internet, of decentralizing systems, and of cutting out the middleman. A lot of activity in that space, but no real applications yet on scale. And I think the next 4 years really has to be about, having zero-knowledge proofs show up on your iPhone when you use your ID, or some applications that get people. Because, again, we're still at the point where valuation in crypto is narrative, right? Bitcoin's narrative is digital gold. And so the narrative at one point has to be met with some utility. Otherwise, we just have a casino and things go up and down. And because it's so easy to issue tokens now, you have almost an infinite supply response. And so while you're seeing Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP even, the other than Solana, the top 5 tokens were issued way back because they had time to build their communities. And those communities are really, really vibrant. The biggest surprise that I've seen in this market was how resilient communities of what I thought were tokens, were. I would have never thought XRP would have been the best performing token after the inauguration, but it was. The XRP army is vibrant and strong, and I was even talking to Brad Garlinghouse. He said, I'm not even sure where it comes from. Where this passion, but it's passionate. And if you think about what I'm getting to the point, I promise. What we learned in crypto, and the older you are, Dan and I I'm 60, he's probably close, the more difficult this is to understand, is that community became a part of the investment, algorithm. And we didn't really pay attention enough of that early on. And I used to joke about the tattoos, the Bitcoin tattoos. Very few people have Microsoft tattoos, but thousands and thousands, tens of thousands have Bitcoin tattoos, right? There's something more than the association with the stock. Well, that same idea in Bitcoin exists in XRP, it exists in Celestia for the smaller way. And so this idea of community as an investing input, we're now seeing, you could say Tesla has always had this crazy valuation because of this idea of the Tesla community. And the jury is out. Is that a permanent function of how we value things around the world? Right? Certainly the younger generation is driven towards memes. It's driven towards this idea of memic investing. It feels like it is. Then you have a day like Monday where things fall 30%, and you're like, oh, what was I thinking? And I think that psychology up and down is going to still be part of our dynamic until we get the utility. And so that's kind of how I'm seeing the world.
Awesome. I actually do think we're at a huge inflection point. And so when Mike and I first started, I was conceiving of it as like such an important piece of, really the final piece of the protocol puzzle that's the internet, and people had no exposure to it. And it was time to get invested to it. I really feel like we're at kind of a similar point right now. We've been so repressed by the fear of regulation or the lack of certainty. I think everyone in our industry kind of has Stockholm syndrome right now. Like, we're so used to being afraid of the government and of like not trying to do anything. And, I've been on boards of big exchanges. It's, so scary to list anything. And that the rebels just threw the gates open and there's sun beaming in, and we're all just still sitting there like too afraid to be excited that it's a new a new era. The market's only up 25% or something since the election. I think it should have doubled, right? So I'm so bullish because the regulation in the US was kind of the last kind of scary thing or bad thing about crypto. It's going to get more clarity. It's going to be more positive. Huge change that not enough people talk about is not the president and every single person in his cabinet, and Mike just listed, are all massively pro-crypto. Yep. It's not just that. It's not just Congress flipped. There used to be this huge group of people in Congress that were anti-crypto. And I always thought, who's the no voter on crypto, right? Like, there's no one out there that's negative. And Mike and I actually met with Vice President Harris's campaign manager, who's her brother-in-law, about 3 weeks before the election. And she still had not used the word blockchain in the entire election. And I just said, hey, there's 50 million Americans that own crypto. So many of them are so passionate, they're single issue voters. They don't really care about any other issue. They just want the pro-crypto candidate. And this election is going to come down to, a couple percent here or there. You might as well say blockchain is probably going to help, right? And a couple days later, she finally did. And I think when all the PhDs are written, this election did turn on President Trump going pro-crypto in May. And the big change is there were 58 contested elections in Congress that the pro-crypto political action committees competed in. 54 of the anti-crypto people left Congress. Nobody's going to say anything bad about crypto in Congress again. And I think that is massive. And so I'm as bullish as ever. And I think the question of inflection points is, it was kind of scary for like a public pension plan to invest in crypto 2 or 3 years ago, right? You've got the SEC suing Coinbase and Ripple Labs and all these great companies. So that's the big change, is it's going to flip from very scary to probably really positive. And so 2025, I think, is going to be one of the most interesting years.
Excellent. Yeah, and I think this dovetails nicely into where we're going next, which is sort of questions about institutional adoption and really regulation. So a frequent argument you hear is, in order to get to the next step and to push Bitcoin to be doubled instead of up 25%, we really need to see large pools of capital, aka institutions, really come into this space, and really large financial institutions adopt this. Are we close to that? Are we getting there soon? How are we thinking about?
If you think of BlackRock went all in last year, I think the single most important thing pre-election in Bitcoin in the last 5 years was Larry Fink being orange-pilled, because he just represents institutional investors, whatever, $14 trillion or whatever they manage. Now everyone's getting engaged. And so I think you're going to see one after the other. The pensions get in. I've got to get. I was actually at lunch with the head of one of the biggest sovereign wealth funds in the world about 2 weeks after the election. He was like, "We didn't own Bitcoin, but now we're going to. Like, when the U.S. buys it, we have to." I mean, he was that specific, and so he was cutting his first $500 million check to dip his toe in. And so I think you're going to see the sovereign wealth funds load up. You're going to see pension funds. And it's going to start with Bitcoin because that one makes sense to them, digital gold. It's interesting, the same journey that most individual crypto people take is what institutions take. They start with Bitcoin, they want to understand what Web3 is and Ethereum or Solana or one of the other chains, and then they say, well, wait a minute, where else does it work? I think the other thing to watch is, like, when we started pitching people, there was this criticism, blockchain's a solution in search of a problem, right? You heard that all the time. And why haven't we had decentralized ticketing or decentralized rideshare or decentralized social media succeed, right? We haven't. There's two reasons. One, blockchains weren't fast enough, safe enough, and decentralized enough. And now with the advent of these level 2s on Ethereum or Solana, you're getting there. And two, the regulatory environment was so unclear that non-maniacs, non-kind of crypto degen, or people that didn't have a lot to lose, had the confidence to go build on top of these blockchains, right? If you worried that the SEC is going to give you a Wells notice by launching what you think is a utility token for photo sharing or you name it, you don't do it. And so what I'm hoping is the next 24 months, we start seeing bigger capital projects built on top of I'm somewhat indifferent to what that web of block space looks like, right? If it's Linea or one of the others, Ethereum L2s or Solana, or in some ways that doesn't matter. In the long run, to almost everyone who uses this shit, it's the back of the TV, right? And we need to have the front of the TV work. And I think that's what we have to look forward to in the next few years.
Yeah, I was on CNBC recently at the end of last year, and they were like, hey, Bitcoin doubled this year. It's a bubble. And I'm like, hey, first, we've been running a Bitcoin fund for 11 years, and it's on average doubled every year. So it's not even news. And secondly, how can you have a bubble that nobody owns? The median holding of an institutional investor in blockchain is zero, like literally zero. The majority of institutions have no exposure to blockchain. It's not a bubble. We haven't even started. And like Mike, we're getting so many inbound phone calls from institutions that like 2 or 3 years ago, you had no interest in blockchain. There's 500 trillion of kind of real assets out there, if you will. Crypto's 2 trillion. It just seems like if a tiny fraction of the real world assets migrate to crypto, which I think they will in 2025, I think that's the story, is these checks that Mike were talking about, I think they're actually starting to happen in massive scale, and that'll keep driving our growth in our industry.
Yeah, the other thing to remember is whenever it feels great, like the inauguration felt great, and then the Trump coin came out, and that might have been a short-term high. You got to be a little careful, and whenever it feels really shitty, it's probably time to buy. And so, could we go back to 80,000 in Bitcoin and 150,000 in Solana and 22,000 in Ethereum? Of course we could. And that doesn't invalidate this space at all. It's quite frankly, that's the buying opportunity. People get a little bit too long. It takes a while for institutions to get in, right? They're not retail. And so I think it's really important to kind of think of second half of this year to really see the flows. And again, is there a narrative that could change negatively? Not many. The only one that really could would be if miraculously Scott Bessent and Elon and Donald Trump, got our budget deficit from 7% down to 3%. We're busted, right? That would change the Bitcoin narrative some. It wouldn't change the crypto narrative, but it would change the Bitcoin narrative. I actually talked to Bessent about it. I was like, dude, if you're successful, I'm going to literally punch you in the jaw. And he said, no, my real goal is to get gold price down, but Bitcoin price should go up. And I was laughing. He said, well, you're right. My job is to balance the budget or get closer to it and be a good fiscal steward. But I also think we're going to have so much adoption in crypto that even if we do that, it's not going to stop this wave of adoption because we've, as Dan said, we've retarded this space for 4 years. And so do I think Scott Bessent and Elon Musk and Donald Trump are going to be successful spending less and increasing tax revenue? I don't. I hope they do. I'll say a prayer for them, but I don't. I think that we are kind of almost past the point of no return and how bad our finances are, which makes Bitcoin really an appealing asset for any portfolio. But that's the thing you got to watch.
Elon earlier this week said that he wanted to see Treasury run on a blockchain, right? I mean, he was like, like I'm diving into this, and he's like, talking about injecting, sort of the auditability and authenticity, and simply just using a blockchain as a ledger underneath the Treasury.
Yeah. So what's interesting is, again, crypto is not one word, right? Bitcoin is digital gold. Putting your budget on a blockchain is a brilliant idea, and that would probably be on Ethereum or Solana, or you pick your poison. It's got to be on a blockchain that the government trusts. And so we're still, no one's going to snap a finger, right? There's an irony. Blockchains are trust machines, right? They were built to distribute trust because we didn't trust the man. But you still have to teach people to trust the trust machine, right? Van Jones once came up to me, and he'd got a $100 million grant from Jeff Bezos. And he said, I want to do blockchain-based voting. And I was like, I got a great idea. Start with American Idol, right? Something that isn't that important unless you're an Idol fan. Because even if Dan could prove to statistically blockchain-based voting is safe and you can't change the votes, the population doesn't believe that. And so we're going to have to ease people into this, and it's not going to happen overnight.
That's good enough. Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think, certainly, what we've been saying here very much dovetails with that. So I think we have a lot of conversations. A lot of those conversations very frequently are, we would do more of this if we thought we could. And very much this new outlook that you guys are sharing, I think, is very, very promising. As we look forward a little bit beyond into later 2025 and beyond, certainly we're very pro-tokenization. That's something we harp on all day long here. How do we see that coming from what we're thinking in terms of the breakouts for like later on and beyond? Is it tokenization? Is it really this continued education on the very, a lot of the people in this room are very familiar with like how a blockchain works and what Bitcoin is and stuff like that. Are we still very much in that education phase? Or at some point, do we start breaking out of that into the next step, the next era?
I'll take that. I think what you're doing, tokenizing, is so important because the current systems really are pretty broken, especially for the global community. Maybe not for Americans, but for people in the developing world, that don't have any access to finance. Tokenization is an incredible tool, and allowing people to buy, say, for example, treasuries anywhere on Earth with a smartphone is just really amazing. And the thing that I think is so funny about how much better blockchain is than the old school alternatives is best described in the treasury market. So some of you might know you can buy treasuries directly from the government via Treasury Direct, and I used to do that a bunch. The government is so bureaucratic and so behind that it literally takes you a year to move your 90-day T-bill out of Treasury Direct to Merrill Lynch. They are so behind in processing your payments that it takes an entire year to move it out. With Ondo or any tokenized thing, you just hit it on your smartphone, and 10 seconds later, it's happened. Massive improvement over what we're doing. And so tokenization is huge, hugely important. And I would actually say, I think that's a big part of why President Trump changed to being pro-crypto. Stablecoins, which is kind of a subset of tokenization, is putting our unsustainable, and I agree with Mike, totally unsustainable debt onto a smartphone and sending it to the furthest corners of the earth. And Trump is, a genius at things like this. He realized that's an amazingly good thing, is we're pumping out $2 trillion of debt. You need more buyers, right? Because the current, buying community is saturated. But if you can get, kids in Indonesia or whatever to be able to use a smartphone to buy a stablecoin, that helps fund the U.S. deficit. So I think tokenization is both hugely important in and of itself and big for why the current administration has flipped to being pro-crypto.
Yeah, since Dan and I have been selling Bitcoin since 2013, we've got a lot of similar stories because we share them. I used to be fascinated by the fact that there are more $100 bills in pillowcases overseas than there are $1 bills in circulation, right? Traditionally, people in regimes or in areas that were unstable wanted to store their wealth in $100 bills in pillowcases, or not a pillowcase under your mattress. And so shifting that, and the genius of being able to tokenize a treasury, in essence a stable coin that pays interest, is all these people who are barely making ends meet to start with are going to get that carry. Now, it costs the Fed, right? There's about $2 trillion in circulation at 4%. That's whatever, 80 billion a year. I think I did the math right. That the Fed is going to lose at one point if there's no cash, right? And if right now stable coins accrue to the issuer, that just can't last forever. It just makes no sense. And so I think you'll see that regime shift. It's a great segue into the fact that a lot of the real world asset idea, a lot of what Web3 will look like is plumbing, and it's collateral management. It's not sexy. It's not as much narrative as actually plumbing. And I laugh. I've been the CEO for a while. I'm a storyteller. Dan's a very good storyteller. At one point, he at least was an engineer at college. This industry is going to have a lot more engineers sitting in seats like this. And they're going to be talking to not necessarily investor groups, but industry groups of saying, how are we really going to rebuild this infrastructure to make it more efficient? Because what blockchain really will do is, think about trying to transfer a share in the Pantera venture fund, right? You got to go. It's paperwork. At one point, it should be tokenized, and I can sell my share or buy more because I like Dan so much. And so we're going to have a revolution in plumbing that hasn't happened yet, but is going to happen. And I think it might sound less sexy, but that's where we're going to be a lot of this things happens. And even like when you think about stable coins, the very first meeting we had with a big CEO was with Jeff Immelt, chairman of GE. This is 2015, and me, Dan, and two other people. Vitalik, yeah. Vitalik was 16 at the time, or 17. He showed up late. We go to dinner with the head of GE, biggest company in the world at the time, the head of GE Capital, and their CFO. 3 of them, 4 of us, 1 facilitator, and Vitalik showed up 20 minutes late, and I was like, dude, you can't be late to dinner with we were adults already and pretty established, and we got there an hour and a half early. I was like, he's like, well, my flight was late. I was like, you flying the night before, But we were talking Internet of Things. That was 2015. There's been no crypto Internet of Things. That was one of the big things. You're going to have a jet engine, and it's going to run more efficiently at times. And you're going to do micropayments back to the company, and it's run inefficiently. You're going to give them to the buyer, and all of that idea was percolating at that dinner. It hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen, right? We're doing a stable coin in Europe, a regulated stable coin, BaFin rules with DWS and flow traders. And Deutsche Bank took us around to talk to some of the big industrials. And they were like, as soon as there's a regulated stable coin, we're in. And so there'll be, again, more plumbing and more use case. And as those use cases happen, you'll see more volumes on these blockchains. And I think what you'll see is this shift from just narrative to utility. Because at one point, you can't have 55 L1s. The narrative all sounds the same. And it's why, quite frankly, the originals have kept their value better than the newbies. Because the originals were able to distribute much wider earlier because there wasn't as much competition. And I think community will still be a big part of valuation, but you're going to see utility have to be part of it.
I think that's a great place to leave it. Thank you.
You got to give him. I talk too much.
I just want to do one little code on Mike's thing. The reason I'm so passionate about investing in blockchain is, Mike and I have traded all kinds of crazy things for 40 years, and some things, like dollar yen's not even moved. It's the same place it's been the whole time we've been talking about it. Blockchain is the most inevitable trade I have ever seen. All these things will happen. It will disrupt all of these. And even the IoT thing, we were early, that was a little early, but DePIN is happening. And it's like the new version of that. And so that's why I think everybody in this room should have some exposure to blockchain, because It might not happen in the time frame that we're estimating, but it is so inevitable. So it's definitely worth having.
Inevitable. It's a great place to leave it. Mike, Dan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
All right. I just was told that we've crossed 100,000 people on our live stream, so that's fantastic. We're going to keep moving right along. Our next session is a panel discussion entitled DeFi 2.0, Wall Street Meets Blockchain. To moderate this panel, please welcome Ondo Finance's VP of Partnerships, Katie Wheeler, along with David Schwartz, CTO of Ripple, and the co-founder of the XRP Ledger, Sergey Nazarov, co-founder of Chainlink, MC Lauder, COO of Uniswap Labs, and Konstantin Richter, CEO and founder of Blockdaemon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's panel, DeFi 2.0, Wall Street Meets Blockchain. Today you will hear from the largest players in DeFi discuss their roles in reimagining finance, as well as the challenges and the opportunities to make this vision a reality. You will also be thrilled to know that this panel is the last obstacle between you and lunch. So let's jump right in. We have assembled an impressive lineup of industry leaders who will be sharing their valuable insights with us today. David, would you like to do a quick introduction?
Hi, I'm David Schwartz. I'm the CTO at Ripple and one of the co-creators of the XRP Ledger.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sergey, co-founder of Chainlink, the leading data oracle in the blockchain space. And we also create bridging solutions, identity solutions, compliance solutions to create more complex blockchain transactions.
I'm Mary Catherine Lader. I'm Chief Operating Officer of Uniswap Labs, which builds the most used DeFi applications and products and is the leading developer of the Uniswap protocol, the most used DeFi protocol.
I'm Konstantin Richter, the CEO and founder of Blockdaemon. We're the largest infrastructure provider for institutions in crypto. We run around 250,000 nodes and power transaction staking and wallet development for institutions.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. Konstantin, let's start with you. Blockdaemon is a leader in on-chain infrastructure for transactions, staking, and wallets. Given your expertise, how do you see TradFi playing a role in enhancing this critical infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. I think one thing we've learned, we've been aligned with financial institutions really since the beginning. One thing that's unique about us, we have JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and Citibank with major shareholder denomination on our cap table. And we've done that really for the same reason that you asked the question, which is really we wanted to learn about compliance and the requirements they've had in a company of our nature that engages in crypto, so we ultimately don't make mistakes that would disqualify us to be a vendor to them in the future. And so I think one thing we can learn from TradFi is that it's very hard to reverse engineer compliance. And so understanding compliance, understanding risk tolerance is something that we can, in the crypto industry, learn from the TradFi institutions. I think it's really important to understand that sometimes in the crypto side, we're a little bit like, hey, our tech is 10x better than what you have. We can be a little arrogant about that. But there's another component than technology to the infrastructure stack, and that's security and compliance. And I think here TradFi has a lot to add, and that's going to be really exciting. The other is really, real-world asset tokenization, where obviously institutions are really primed to come in and bring a lot of liquidity to the stack that we like, right? Like these assets need wallets. There's monetization mechanisms around it that will really help crypto to find a larger audience. So I think those are the main primers for it.
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. David, you have seen the whole evolution of blockchain from early Bitcoin days and have been a co-creator of the XRP ledger. In your view, what do you see as the most significant difference between DeFi 1.0 and DeFi 2.0? And what do you think is needed for mainstream adoption?
Yeah, so thanks. Both myself and Ripple have been in this business for well more than 10 years now. We watched the very early stuff going, to what's happening now with institutional adoption. In the very beginning, it was very experimental, and it was almost like Las Vegas. It was gambling. It was very sexy, though. Like, you attract a lot of people to fancy casinos. But it doesn't have a whole lot of real-world utility. It's not Financial System 2.0. Financial System 2.0, a lot of it is frankly boring. Like, for most people, what they need is like a savings account is an extremely useful thing. It doesn't produce high yield. It isn't very volatile, but it's extremely useful and practical. And so we've watched that evolution to more useful, more practical, more enterprise-focused, more compliant. Compliance was a bad word in the early days. Like, everything was just completely decentralized. But the problem is the value is in the real world. If we're going to build Wall Street 2.0, we can't just say forget about everything that we have. It's trillions of dollars worth of real-world value. And so what you're seeing today is you're seeing stable coins, which are, they're igniting DeFi ecosystems. They're very institutional products, but they're also, anybody can hold them and transact them. They're compliant, but they're also, free-flowing. You're starting to see DeFi applications that look more like TradFi. They're not about getting huge amounts of yield at very high risk, but they're about things that make a lot of sense to people, like treasuries. I think the obstacle for mass adoption, and we're within a few years of that cusp, is we need the institutional adoption first. The same thing happened with the internet. You have to build bridges to where the value is, to where the people are. There has to be usability. We have to solve all of those problems to be able to turn that corner to mass retail adoption. So I think the precursor to that is going to be mass enterprise adoption, and I think that's right where we are now. That's probably why everybody's here.
Yeah, absolutely. MC, the long-awaited Uniswap v4 upgrade is now live. I'm sure many in this room are undoubtedly very excited about that. However, liquidity remains a key issue in DeFi, especially for larger institutional players. How can DeFi projects improve liquidity while still maintaining decentralization? And is there an inevitable trade-off between the two, or can you have best of the both worlds?
Well, first, thank you, Katie and Ondo, for having us. I'd say I spent 15 years in suits in Midtown at Goldman Sachs and BlackRock, and I'm so happy to now be at a crypto event where where most people wear suits. It's just a great sign of how far we've all come. There's not a trade-off. I think that's a misunderstanding that there's a trade-off between liquidity and decentralized protocols. For some time, the Uniswap protocol, which is decentralized, immutable on Ethereum, has had deeper liquidity and top trading pairs than centralized exchanges like Coinbase. So that's not the case. But what has held back adoption of DeFi for TradFi? A couple things. Absolutely compliance, as was just mentioned, but also blockchains weren't fast enough or cheap enough. They just weren't competitive with your alternatives and the systems that you need today and that users need today. And so the net effect of that means that there aren't assets that people want to buy to drive more adoption. And so I think what's happened in the last 3 years, definitely last 10 years, is that blockchains are now cheaper and faster, and DeFi is more customizable. So with Uniswap v4 allows you essentially to create your own market structure and create your own customized set of rules for a liquidity pool. So whereas with prior versions of the Uniswap protocol or other DeFi protocols, you have to accept a determined market structure, and that's the same for everybody. Now you can say, well, we need only these users to be able to access this trading pair, or we want to integrate with this kind of leverage, with these kinds of limits, just the stuff that you're used to having in traditional markets. So that customization, I think, will unlock so much more innovation, which is, again, open to anybody. Anyone can build on top of it. There are already hundreds of what we call hooks of different smart contracts on top of Uniswap v4 within 4 days that are all allowing different kinds of trading, market structures, and different kinds of assets. And the other thing I want to mention that I think is really exciting for bringing way more liquidity, lots more liquidity on chain, is Unichain. So we are launching an L2 on Ethereum next week. That will be, in a few months, it'll be as fast or faster than Solana. It will be cheaper than Base, and it will be decentralized. So stakers will validate transactions, which is in contrast to some other L2s. And that is really allowing the benefits of decentralization, allowing network participants to benefit, and also bringing that faster and cheaper benefits. So I'm extremely excited about 2025 because I think that some of those advances in DeFi, along with all the other infrastructure that my colleagues in the panel can share, means that we're going to see a lot more adoption adoption, and that some of the trade-offs that felt like they existed will be busted through, and it'll become apparent that they were just a point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. The momentum is definitely here. Sergey, you work with some of the biggest names in TradFi. Most of them are in the audience today. How do you see the relationship evolving between the traditional institutions like banks, hedge funds, asset managers, and those of the DeFi world? Can collaboration happen, or is disruption inevitable?
So I think there are two things that are true that aren't fully clear yet. The first thing is that the TradFi community and the DeFi community are each other's biggest customers. And the simple reason for that is that the TradFi community has a lot of the capital that is yet to flow into the industry. And the flow of new capital, it was what defines the growth of our industry, right? Net inflow of capital is what defines the growth of the crypto blockchain industry. Where is the new capital going to come from? Okay, $3.5 trillion now. How much more retail speculative demand is there? Let's say we go to 7 or 10. Okay, great, we're at 7 or 10, like, hooray for us. Where's the rest, right? Guess where it is? It's where it's always been with the asset managers and the sovereign wealth funds and the banks and so on, right? So TradFi is DeFi's biggest customer, right? That's like still somehow not clear. That's very clear to me, and I think that's what's going to be happening. To David's point, yeah, we have to make the bridge connections, we have to make compliant transactions possible, we have to interoperate, we have to make all that happen. That's one thing. Another thing is that the DeFi community is the kind of hotbed of permissionless innovation that's going to consistently push the limit on the risk-return equation, right? Like, what are the financial markets basically about? Here's a certain rate of return at a certain level of risk. Where do you see the fastest rate of innovation? Is it in regulated institutions where everyone has to get a sign-up from 3 people to borrow a paperclip? No, it's not in these places. It's in the places where people can just ship a piece of code globally and test, whether liquidity is interested in that risk-return proposition very quickly, right? So you have this hotbed of innovation that's going to continually innovate and make the highest, best risk-return, newest stuff. You have all this capital over here, and then you have also a growing retail market in the public chain space. I think that's what people are interested in now from the asset management industry, is how do you create a tokenized fund that captures the public chain space. I think that's just kind of the early stages. And as that industry grows, that's also going to happen. So they're each other's biggest customers. The second thing that's going to happen, I'm pretty sure about this as well, is that the real-world asset trend will reformat the public understanding of our industry from being about highly speculative things, meme coins, NFTs, cryptocurrencies not backed by anything real, into what real-world assets are. I personally think that the real-world asset total value locked will surpass the cryptocurrency industry value, right? If you add up all the money that's going to flow into stable coins, commodity coins, tokenized funds, and a number of other tokenized things, the universe of that value is, in my opinion, larger than the universe of speculative demand for meme coins and NFTs and cryptocurrencies. Now, meme coins, NFTs, and cryptocurrencies are great. I'm a big fan of those. I really am. And it's like a wonderful thing. But I think you had a point in the internet when it was about like email or something. What's the internet? The internet's this thing that's going to kill the US Postal Service. And that's not what the internet is, right? The internet is information technology, right? Which is all information, not just the US Postal Service's piece of information. So I think we're going to be, now with the new regulatory environment, relatively quickly in a world where DeFi, TradFi interoperate, and our industry goes from highly speculative stuff to very legitimate stuff. And so the average person goes from cryptocurrency is a scam to cryptocurrencies is the new format for financial products that I want to deal with. But that's my view of where we're going.
Anybody have anything to add to that? Or?
No, I agree. I think that so many more assets, and again, I think it comes down to the infrastructure now can support different kinds of assets and can support people like all the people in this room and the needs of your customers. And I think that ultimately makes all of our businesses a lot bigger, right? That the point of this technology is that you can reach global user bases, that you can create different kinds of markets and make them that much more efficient and transparent. There are, of course, like technical challenges, like we have to figure out interoperable and digitally native approaches to identity. We have to figure out ways that some different kinds of risk that are sort of institutions that have risk sort of parameters are important to them can make sure those are maintained in DeFi. I mean, they don't always totally know who's participating, but all those are solvable problems.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. As RWA tokenization growth accelerates, what use cases are you most excited about? And what key problems do you think builders should focus on that will drive real-world utility? David, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, I'm most interested in the use cases where there's high friction right now, where people are poorly served. For almost any technology, when you're trying to figure out where you can get the traction, you look for people who are poorly served by the existing technology because you don't have to be perfect to get their business. You just have to be better, exactly. And the worse it is, the less good you have to be better. And I think areas like real estate, like venture capital, private equity, things like that are just very poorly served. Another thing that works surprisingly is the opposite end. It's actually both ends work better than the middle. So on one end, people are very poorly served, there's very high friction. On the other end, where believe it or not, where people are very well served and there's very low friction, you can actually get traction because if you can save a very small amount of money, that's better. So for example, tokenized treasuries, you've heard a lot about tokenized treasuries. Those actually work pretty well right now. You might think, well, why would that be an area? And it's because of that. It's because if there's a $3 transaction cost and you can push that down to a fraction of a penny, that's actually a lot because the margins are so small. If I'm only making 2%, you're charging me a couple of basis points. If I can save you a couple of bucks, that actually does matter. So I think it's like the two ends. As far as like what people should focus on, if we're going to turn to the corner to mass adoption, user experience is going to be absolutely critical. The biggest problem with mass adoption is when the users have to understand the details of what they're doing. If you look at any technology that's gotten mass adoption, whether it's the internet, computers, cars, it's when people don't have to understand the details of the technology that it works the best. And so it's getting that user experience. Interoperability is a big part of that. If it's like my money's over here, but the thing I want to do is over here, and I really have to think about that, that's too much work.
It's not worth the energy and effort.
And that's probably why institutional adoption is going to happen before mass retail adoption, because institutional adoption, that the complexity is not as big of a blocker.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Constantine, do you have anything to add to that about new use cases?
Yeah, I think if you look at what's kind of missing still also for institutional adoption, I think there's really two things. One is wallets, I think, are really, really important. And I think it's something that I'm always amazed as a builder in the space, how poor wallet infrastructure still is in the space, on the consumer side and on the institutional side. And so I think there's a lot of evolution there, and obviously we're very active in the space. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity in that space. Wallets need to be secure for TradFis. They need to be air-gapped. They really the risk around digital wallets has to be basically zero. And it's been, a lot of companies have struggled to move towards it. I think the other thing that we need to understand is that we also need insurance products for these DeFi rails that ultimately protect companies from smart contract risk, from hacks, and those type of issues when it comes to DeFi. I think what we've learned is that traditional financial institutions really have no risk tolerance in that area, right? And so if there's a shade of risk that something illegitimate could happen or that assets are actually completely at risk, they're not going to engage in the technology. And so the game that we like to play in crypto, the math, the coding and chances and statistics, 99.99% is acceptable. It's not acceptable for a TradFi, right? And so I think that's something we need to learn and understand.
MC, Sergey, anything to add to that, or?
Yeah. So in the tokenization use cases, I think the money market funds are experiencing an unexpected level of success because they diversify risk. If you are in crypto land, then you look at things like Terra and why they fail. It's because they have lots of exposure to crypto stuff, right? Highly speculative crypto stuff. So it turns out that diversification is like a basic common sense thing that still happens and is useful on blockchains. So if you have a bunch of crypto stuff, maybe you want some non-crypto stuff on a blockchain. What's the most non-crypto thing you can think of? US Treasuries, right? So here's a US Treasury on chain, and it gets adoption and diversifies as your risk and gives you, and also, well, depending on the one you have, gives you certain amounts of yield. The second thing I think is stuff you couldn't own before. So you couldn't own a private equity fund. You couldn't own a piece of real estate. You couldn't have fractional ownership of revenue from an art auction. You couldn't have, you couldn't experience ownership of something.
Yeah.
That second thing I think is gonna start going somewhere right about now, and that varies by geography because different geographies vary. Real estate versus commodities versus different owning different things that they want to own but couldn't own, and there's pent up demand for that ownership. And then the third category that I'm really excited about is getting me yield on things I can't get yield on, right? So let's say the very smart DeFi people in flip-flops are able to generate yield on the thing that the people in institutional suits couldn't, right? Like let's say I can get yield on gold, right? That's pretty interesting, isn't it? So I think the DeFi people that figure out how to create yield out of traditionally non-yield bearing assets are going to be super successful people. Like some of the most successful stuff will be that. For that, you kind of do need this composable ecosystem where you can start building stuff around the asset to try and do experiments to see like how can I make yield happen out of this traditionally non-yield bearing thing. But I think someone's going to figure that out. And like when you start getting yield on things that didn't give you yield, like imagine you get yield on your home equity. Imagine you get yield on gold. That's interesting. That's an actual financial innovation that would really benefit people and maybe even the markets, depending on how much short selling it results in. But that's a whole other question. But yeah, that's what I think.
Do you have something to say, MC?
Yeah, I was just going to add. I think one way that I like to think about what Sergey was just describing is that today's markets, if you think of things that can be traded, they're like kinetic energy in the context of the financial system. And there's so much potential energy that isn't converted into kinetic energy just because of the way that markets work and what can be deposited in a market or exchanged in a market. And so if we have much more flexible infrastructure and a tokenization allows you to then turn more of that potential energy and value, whether they're natural resources reserves or bringing on-chain yield in different forms to different users around the world who can't access it today, we should have just so much more equivalent of that kinetic energy and realized liquid value. So what does that mean? I think that TradFi, you should be identifying what you think the use cases are. What are your business problems? What do you need solved? And then be sharing that as like requirements and needs with the universe of open source and public developers, as well as private companies that have a specific focus. Because part of the benefit of the permissionless and public blockchain innovation that Sergey was talking about is that you could put out a blog post and just say, hi, we're a financial institution, here's some of the problems that we're trying to solve at a level that you're comfortable sharing publicly, and people will start to try to innovate to solve them. And that's a new approach to innovation. I think a major step forward for financial institutions in the past several years is accepting public blockchains and realizing that you can have your own compliance requirements and security standards met on the same foundation of public innovation. It doesn't mean that you have to opt into the exact same standards as all of the participants on those blockchains or protocols. So I would just invite you to say what problems you need to solve, what use cases you need, and I think you'll see a lot of people start to rush after them. In that context, I'm excited about all the things that we talked about: money market funds, payments, on-chain yield from new from new assets that don't generate today. But I think if you look at even just the money market funds that are being launched today, they're being structured in different ways. They have different fund jurisdictions. They have different ways that they treat distributions and withdrawals and redemptions. And so you see that each of those examples, it may feel competitive, it may feel crowded, but I think the proliferation of those will help us come to a standard faster. And so we'll end up with something that gets you something, we'll end up with tokenized products that get faster towards something that's more like on-chain real-time yield, on-chain real-time pricing, which is the ultimate innovation, as opposed to just trying to serve a set of users who today are on-chain and you want them to buy your money market fund, but they're still gonna only be able to redeem in a multi-hour window, right? So the point I'm trying to make is like, don't overthink what is your specific use case, like just kind of put it out there, and I think we're gonna see a lot of convergence over the next couple of years on a few different standards.
Yeah, and these are all building blocks as well, right? Once you have that, you can build things on top of it, which makes it compostable and open. So leads me to my next question. In DeFi, we're seeing decentralized alternatives to capital markets. We have lending, borrowing, and derivatives. What changes do you expect in the future of traditional capital markets as DeFi continues to develop? Anyone want to jump in there?
There's so many.
I mean, they're going to be more accessible. They're going to be open 24/7. I mean, well, all the obvious stuff.
So what was the question again?
In DeFi, we're seeing decentralized alternatives to capital markets, like lending, borrowing, and derivatives. What changes do you expect in the future of traditional capital markets as DeFi continues to develop?
I'll give you two examples. One is I think that I'm really curious to see how the notion of a fund's jurisdiction changes over time. Like, what does a geographic boundary for a financial product mean when you can access users all over the world instantly? And so I think it's like mostly a regulatory question, but I think we'll have to see we'll see new products that are more portable globally, right? That's one. And then a second is, I also think we'll see changes in innovation in derivatives and futures contracts. We've already seen them, but if you think about just some of the operational risk around derivatives and how those can create trading opportunities, arbitrage opportunities, but also some negative risks, I think that we'll see improvement and advancement in derivatives markets that I hope is embraced in the US, because I think while some on-chain derivatives have a tremendous amount of risk in the form of leverage and not having leverage ratios, they also reduce a lot of operational risk in traditional derivatives.
Yeah, so not understand your question. my fault. But basically, it's going to be very subdivided on the basis of identity. So there will be identity unknown markets, and that's what the majority of public chain DeFi, crypto, perp DEX, who knows who is who, how many cats and dogs do you trade for my course, and who are you and who am I, and nobody knows anything, right? Like, there's a certain amount of anonymity that's valuable to the world in financial markets, and that's one subset of the market, right? That's where a lot of the market activity is now. Anonymous, no identity trading and activity and assets and stuff and ownership. And now I think we're entering a world where there's identity-laden assets and ownership. And I think the answer to your question is, what is the value and the amount of capital in each of those groups? What is the amount of capital that your system can access as a market if you go into the identity-laden, compliance, AML, KYC-based world versus the anonymous, frictionless, nobody knows who anyone is, and like they could all run away tomorrow world, right? I think probably the identity-laden world is much larger, and it's now starting to come in, which is why we've built a lot of identity solutions for putting identity on chain and making transactions identity-laden. That's generally what I think many of the people in this room also believe, is that there's much more of a market in the part of the world that is regulated and where there's AML KYC compliance versus the part of the world. But that part of the world's really cool, that nobody knows who anyone is, what 3 cats for my dog coin world, which is great. But I think that's the early stages of our industry, and the later stages are the identity-laden, traditional institutional capital flowing in, which is what we're building around and what I feel a lot of people here in this room are building around.
Unfortunately, that's time. David, Sergey, MC, Konstantin, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. That wraps up our morning sessions. We'll now take an hour break for lunch and networking. See you back at 2 p.m. Please note there is another afternoon edition of the newspaper, so please pick that up as you head out. Thank you.
Our program will begin in just a few moments. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Thank you. Our program will begin in just a few moments. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Thank you. Please welcome back to the stage, Brendan Flores.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a chance to run to the restroom, grab some food, socialize a bit, or most likely catch up with 100 emails, texts, tweets, calls, whatever else you got in the last few hours. As in the morning, please note that the next 3 sessions only have 1 to 2 minutes between them, so if possible, please remain in your seats until the next formal break. We're going to continue right along now with our next session, a fireside discussion with the CFTC Acting Chairman, Carolyn Pham. To host this discussion, please welcome back to the stage for a 3rd time, Ondo Finance's Chief Strategy Officer, Ian DeBode.
Well, first and foremost, congratulations on your new role as acting chair. It's very exciting. In your confirmation statement, you said, and I'm going to read this verbatim to make sure I get it right, we must refocus and change direction with new leadership to fulfill our statutory mandate to promote responsible innovation and fair competition in our markets. What does that vision actually look like for you? And specifically, how do you balance fostering innovation while ensuring fair competition and market integrity in a rapidly evolving space like digital assets?
Well, thank you so much for having me here. It's great to be here at this conference, especially because I was just saying backstage, I think this is the first time as acting chairman that I've publicly spoken about our digital assets agenda. So it's pretty exciting to be here, and thanks so much for having me. I think the key aspect of what I wanted to come right out and signal when I became acting chairman is that it is a change. We are going to be making a change from the policies of the last few years. And key to that is what I have almost been repeating as a mantra the entire time that I've been a commissioner and now as acting chairman, which is it's back to basics. The CFTC has a pretty simple mandate. We are here to ensure that we have well-functioning markets that are deep and liquid and enable our market participants to hedge their risks. We oversee risk transfer markets, as former Chairman Chris Giancarlo has said many times. Hello. And key, though, in the ability of the commodity derivatives markets to enable that risk transfer is the fact that we are innovative. A lot of times people talk about some of the changes that are going on in our markets, whether it's digital assets or prediction markets, which is something else I've spoken a lot about. And I say, you know, this type of change and having new asset classes or new underlyings is not that dissimilar to when the CFTC back in the 70s expanded the scope of our markets, not just from physical commodities like wheat or grain, oil or gold, but to financial commodities. You know, the thought of having interest rates or indices as commodities back then was very revolutionary, and now if you think about it, those are the largest markets that we oversee when you think of the 400 trillion notional derivatives markets. So to me, I think it's just a natural evolution, although it is sort of another Cambrian explosion of how our markets are changing to fit today's day and age. But otherwise, it's back to basics. It's fairly simple. We have a principles-based regulatory framework. What that means and the benefits of having a principles-based regulatory framework is that we are more able to quickly adapt and anticipate to new and emerging risks or developments, technological innovations, and so on in our markets. So I don't know that it really changes so much what we do, but what I do think is key to what new leadership and a new change in direction is how we approach the issues of the day. And so one of the things that I talked about during one of my first senior staff meetings as acting chairman was that to me, I'm going to be guided by the 3 M's. First is mission. Is this our mission? 2, markets. Does this serve the markets? And 3, mindset. Are we approaching this with the right mindset? Do we have an open mindset? Do we have a growth mindset? So I think being guided by these 3 M's, that's how we're going to ensure that we're balancing promoting responsible innovation while also ensuring fair competition, market integrity, and protecting our market participants.
Awesome. You recently announced a series of roundtables that you'd like to do on the evolving trends like market structure, conflicts of interest, and more particularly digital assets. Given the wide variety of stakeholders in this room and potentially watching the live stream right now in the digital asset industry that are present here today, can you just elaborate on what type of key insights you would like to gather from these discussions, and are there any specific issues that you are particularly keen to learn about or address?
Mm-hmm. The other thing that's been fun about my 3 weeks, I think, as acting chairman is I have told people that if you want to know what I'm going to be doing, we'll just look at everything I've been saying for the last 2 years, and if I said it, that means I'm going to go and try to do it now. And roundtables and public engagement in an open and transparent way is, again, part of getting back to basics. That's what we here as public servants are meant to do. We are here to engage with the public. We are here to hear from the public because that's one of the core foundations of being in a democratic country like the United States. It's a participatory democracy, and so that's why it's so important to me that we have roundtables as structured, open, and transparent forums for the public to come and share their views with us, to have input into the policymaking process, because it's inconceivable to have a government where we're going to mandate the laws and the rules that you have to live by every day, and yet you have no voice or no say in the matter. To me, that's just un-American. So the roundtables are very key to that. And the key thing with these roundtables, again, being part of the government, is that there are rules by which we make policy. Part of that is that we need to have a rational basis for what it is that we do, particularly when we are changing our policies or embarking upon a new area of policy. And part of having a rational basis for what we do means that we are having input from experts. We have data, we have studies. All of those things are part and parcel of having a rational basis for why we do things. So a roundtable is very important because our participants in this roundtable and just members of the public will be able to submit comments. Again, we will hear from experts, we will hear from stakeholders such as industry leaders, technology providers, those who are actually building and participating in shaping these markets, as well as from other interested stakeholders like public interest groups. So it's designed to bring everybody to have a seat at the table and to be able to contribute. That's really the key thing, is because I feel that many of the policies of the past several years have not, in fact, been data-driven. They've not been taking an empirical look at the benefits of, and the risks, but the benefits in particular of technological developments like blockchain.
Fully agree. One of the key themes of the day is that we may be at a pivotal moment in the evolution of on-chain markets. As you know, Ondo is building out a platform to facilitate more issuance of tokenized assets and really bringing more institutions on-chain. The one thing that will need to happen, in addition to the technology and infrastructure, is just more regulatory clarity, right? and I know you've said this before, but can you share your thoughts on how the CFTC plans to support greater institutional participation in on-chain markets? And are there any specific things in the short term that you would plan to address?
So looking at having institutional markets in digital assets is something that I've been very particularly looking at since about 2016 or 2017, and I think we probably began talking about it when we were both at our previous firms, possibly in 2018 or 2019, so it's been a long time coming. And when you think about the CFTC's role overseeing, again, the derivatives markets, this is where I think about what may very well be the killer app for blockchain technology in tokenized financial markets, which is collateral management. Collateral management is something that underpins the entire derivatives markets. It's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Being able to enable new innovations like 24/7 trading, being able to reduce settlement, clearing, and other operational risk. All of those things are some of the benefits that have long been written about with blockchain technology. And so one of the key initiatives I wanted to do in my role as a commissioner was to sponsor the Global Markets Advisory Committee, which has a digital asset markets subcommittee. I've been so proud to be able to sponsor their efforts because in the last just over a year, actually, they've put forward a number of key recommendations which we will now be looking to implement at the CFTC under my leadership as acting chairman. One of those is a U.S. Digital asset taxonomy. This is really key because if you're going to be doing something, you all need to be on the same page and talking about the same things. And importantly, it will help to bridge our U.S. markets with the rest of the world who has been ahead of us, right? We have been left behind in this because we've been kind of in a food fight or something in the United States over this technology where it's become this battle between good and evil instead of just thinking that it's technology. Technology is not good or evil. So that's very important. Bridging the gap between the U.S. and the rest of the world, being a useful tool for U.S. policymakers to begin to understand what do we mean when we talk about digital assets and the different use cases for digital assets, including use cases in, again, tokenized financial markets, tokenized financial instruments, financial activity utilizing blockchain technology. The other very important recommendation that was one of the most recent GMAC recommendations is around the use of DLT to enable tokenized non-cash collateral. Again, one of the very simple use cases of that is stablecoins as collateral for derivatives transactions, being able to post it as a margin, whether it's initial margin or a variation margin in our markets. So that's something that I would actually like to pursue operationalizing, again, consistent with direction that we receive from the White House and on our efforts with the President's Working Group on Digital Asset Markets. We recently had one of our first kickoff calls on that, and working closely together, of course, with the U.S. Department of the Treasury and with our fellow regulators over at the SEC, but looking at how to stand up, as I've called for, a digital asset markets pilot program to explore the use of tokenized non-cash collateral. And that could really be looking at our existing rules and regulations and seeing if there's any comfort that we may need to provide, whether it's through a letter or through some other key parameters or factors or criteria to be utilizing this in our markets. But I think that's a measure of regulatory certainty that we can provide in a pilot program that will then be a bridge to being able to use this in our markets on an everyday going forward basis, but after it's been carefully studied, after we've received the data to support that this actually minimizes risks, it's gone through a cost-benefit analysis, and so I do think that we will be looking at sort of the eligibility criteria for people to participate in this effort, and then we will be collecting the data and then publishing a report. So more to come, but I think that's going to be the most impactful first thing that the CFTC can be doing on our own in pursuing the president's agenda, and then, like I said, working together with all of our counterparts on the executive order for digital asset markets.
Yeah, I love that, because I'd love to just dive a little bit deeper on that recommendation on the use of tokenized non-cash collateral, because obviously for a company like Ondo Finance is the largest issuer of tokenized treasuries on public blockchains, that was kind of a big deal. So can you just elaborate a little bit in your own words why you think that recommendation is so impactful and what it will cause?
If you think about why why use blockchain technology in institutional markets? Look, our institutional markets are fantastic. They are great. They work. There is, again, 400 trillion notional in derivatives in our markets. Every day, there are trillions and trillions of dollars in transactions, whether it's in the FX markets, the rates markets, credit markets, commodity markets, you name it, equity derivatives markets. All of the pipes and plumbing of the financial system work great today. But of course, could it be better? Are there ways that we could reduce OpEx for firms? Are there ways that we can reduce CapEx for firms? One of the things about Dodd-Frank, and I think one of the most important or impactful reforms of Dodd-Frank that most fundamentally reshaped market structure was actually not Title VII, which was the derivatives regulation, but it actually was the capital and margin requirements. Those are the things that really shaped who the key market participants were. It really shifted from being much more of a dealer market to being more diverse as far as market participants. You have alternative liquidity providers who now take up a very large portion of our market provision. And so since dealers have been constrained with their balance sheets, they're able to intermediate less and less. And so when you have this global hunt for scarce capital, when you have to look at every dollar of the activity that you're doing and figure out how much capital are you going to allocate towards that activity, that's where innovations like blockchain technology, being able to be more capital efficient, being able to reduce the time, for example, that you've got your collateral locked up in settlement processes, being able to reduce settlement fails, being able to mitigate all of those different risks and become more efficient. Those are real dollars and cents that are adding up, and it's a truly massive opportunity. And so that's why I think it's important to look at institutional markets and to look at something, I mean, honestly, this is actually a pretty boring topic. Collateral management is not the kind of thing that gets people very excited. Many of these are sort of middle and back office type functions, but it's critically important to our financial markets. Obviously, having come from a bank that was the pipes and plumbing and is the pipes and plumbing of the entire world, it's something that we saw and all banks see as a massive opportunity.
Well, for what it's worth, the people at Ondo Finance get very excited about tokenized collaterals, or at least that's one group. I see some head nods in the audience. So. All right, shifting gears a little bit. I'd love to just get your take. Is there anything right now happening in digital assets or the broader tokenization space that you are personally very excited about? And is there anything maybe happening that could even help your role in or support the mission of the CFTC to ensure fair and orderly markets?
There's many exciting things happening, but I think maybe the best way to address this is to talk about some of the near-term deliverables that we have and how we are approaching all of these issues, and then kind of talk about some of the perhaps next steps after we sort of do these near-term deliverables. So in the President's executive order, we do have a couple near-term deliverables. So within 30 days, we need to report upon all of our rules, regulations, orders, and other things that we've done as agency action that impacts digital assets. We are currently working on completing that inventory across the entire agency. I've also asked the Digital Asset Market Subcommittee of my GMAC to also work on doing that as well, so that way we can cross-check and basically make sure that we've got a good list that's been scrubbed and is comprehensive. That's one of the first deliverables that we'll be doing. After that, of course, there's another 60-day report, and then there's the 180-day report. So we are working on pulling all of this together in order to be able to meet those deliverables and to be able to contribute to the President's Working Group. We are also looking at bringing on board hopefully a couple senior advisors, crypto market structure experts that will be incredibly helpful to us. I have many former colleagues that have been wonderful resources, so looking forward to having some of these sort of temporary senior advisors that can help us with the crypto market structure. Besides that, like I said, in order to do initiatives like my tokenization pilot, we also will be looking to be deepening our bench of talent and bringing in industry experts who have actually built solutions or have led initiatives to deliver solutions. Those are going to be key skill sets that we need at the agency, because we don't really have that in the public sector. It's not to the same level, of course, as you have in the private sector. So that's going to be something very important. So there's just a lot of things that we need to do at the agency to enable this openness and this ability to truly understand and get in front of and create a forward-looking regulatory framework or structure for digital asset activities or for generally just new technology in our markets. Besides doing tokenized collateral, again, so interesting, one of the top priorities, I think. Besides that, there's a lot of other interesting things that we could be looking at. Some of the other work streams that my Digital Asset Market Subcommittee has been working on have been utility tokens, for example. I actually think one of the things that may bring the most regulatory clarity the fastest is to identify, to define what is a utility token and that it is not a security. That actually, I think, would bring a lot of clarity to a broad swath of the marketplace, and it's the approach that many other jurisdictions have taken as well. One of the other, and actually at the last GMAC meeting, there was a presentation from the utility tokens workstream, which is led by Chris Perkins, who's the president of Coin Fund and a former colleague of mine at Citi. And they've done a tremendous amount of work on thinking through a regulatory framework for utility tokens and how does that fit within the CFTC's jurisdiction. The other work stream, which has been led by a couple other of our subcommittee members, including Perianne Boring, who's the CEO of the Digital Chamber of Commerce, is around NFTs. I believe that NFTs are not a security, they are things. And the CFTC has broad jurisdiction over commodities that are, goods, articles, services, interests, rights, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's another area where if I take a step back and think about what is the opportunity in Web3, what is the opportunity in creating either new, wholly native digital assets or digital assets that are a representation of something else, so whether it's the right to use something, to transfer something, or to use something, whether that is tangible or intangible, a lot of that is actually commercial activity. And so that brings me back to my first sort of threshold question, which is this a commercial activity or is it a financial activity? Because if it's a commercial activity, it's actually not going to be regulated by financial regulators. We have we have state regulation in the United States, we have the Federal Trade Commission at the federal level. And a lot of what's very exciting for how our lives are going to change on an everyday basis in a more digital world and in virtual worlds is actually in the commercial space. Think about the way NFTs are being used in sports or entertainment, in fashion, in media. All of that is very interesting. That's all being led by corporates, probably former clients of yours, I'm sure, and former clients of mine. And so that's something where I think we really don't want to inhibit that growth in those sectors that are not the financial sector. It's actually other sectors of the economy.
Awesome. Well, as time is flying by, I want to make sure that we do touch on DeFi, right? There is growing prominence, I would say, of decentralized finance. I don't know what the exact number is of capital in DeFi right now, but it is growing. So there's been some discussion on how that really should be regulated. The previous administration, I believe it's fair to say, tried to clamp down on DeFi in a wide variety of different ways. That caused quite the uproar in the DeFi community. What do you believe is the CFTC's role in regulating DeFi, and what do you think a good regulatory framework for DeFi would look like?
I think a lot of the issues of the past several years is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of DeFi, and then, of course, the appropriate way to regulate DeFi. When I first became a commissioner, and again, based on the work that I've been doing at Citi and in the private sector, I think maybe 2 or 3 months after I became a commissioner, I gave a keynote at NASDAQ's Technology of the Future conference, where I outlined 10 fundamentals for responsible digital asset markets, and none of those was like, this is DeFi and this is what we need to do about DeFi. Actually, what I talked about, besides common sense things like combating illicit finance and ensuring risk management and anti-fraud measures, is that we really need to appropriately use activities-based regulation versus entity-based regulation. And I think the challenge is that with DeFi, people have been trying to apply an entities-based regulatory approach to it, but there's not actually entities, are there, in DeFi? Not like that. Actually, what's more appropriate is an activities-based regulatory framework when you look at DeFi. One of the first examples I used in thinking about it is Napster. So for those of you who remember Napster, who were perhaps in college, as I was at the time with Napster, it's a peer-to-peer sharing network. How are you supposed to go and ask every college student to register as something when they're on Napster? That doesn't seem to make much sense. But you shouldn't be using the internet to do illegal things, right? And that's actually the approach that they took with file sharing and with the intellectual property and copyright and other issues, theft of intellectual property. So why would it be any different for any other internet activity? It isn't. That's how we regulate the internet. We regulate the activities that people do on the internet, and that's how I think about DeFi.
I love it. As a closing thought, it seems like right now there is more or less a historical burst of energy around the topic of digital assets. So in your opinion, how does the industry kind of avoid fumbling the historic moment and squander the promise that the next 2 to 4 years could really have? Do you have any parting thoughts or wisdom that you would share with the people here today?
I think approaching things from a realistic and, dare I say, an adult perspective. Anybody who thinks that there's going to be something that involves money and doesn't have any rules or regulations that's not realistic. That's pretty ridiculous, right? So for those who think that there's going to be money involved and there's going to be no regulations whatsoever, that's not realistic. So I think just come to something with a reasonable approach that is something that makes sense, that isn't something where people immediately can poke a million holes in, and then you lose credibility. Because I think what has been most challenging for the digital assets industry is actually a credibility gap. There have been a lot of very bad actors, and there it's been appropriate to take very strong actions to pursue and to go after fraud. But fraud is fraud no matter what. You can't lie, cheat, or steal no matter what you're doing, whether it's digital assets or other things. And so the problem is that those fraudsters, people who are lying, cheating, and stealing people's money, that has given the industry, unfortunately, a bit of a bad rap. And so I think the industry has done such a good job, particularly in the last year plus, to rehabilitate the image and to make clear the difference between somebody who's just lying and stealing versus people who are really trying to build something innovative that's going to bring net a great deal of good to society, to the economy. So that's been really good progress, so let's not backslide on that amazing progress being made to close the credibility gap. So keep the momentum going and be realistic.
Love it. I want to really thank you for taking the time to join us on this stage today. It was incredibly interesting to hear your perspective on these questions, and I am personally very excited to see what all the things that you can do as the acting chair.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, hopefully everybody's still awake. Our next session is a panel discussion entitled Red, White, and Blockchain. Is clarity coming to regulation? To moderate this panel, please welcome to the stage the founder of Panorama Financial Markets Advisory and the former director of the SEC's Division of Trading and Markets, Brett Redfern, Commissioner of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, Sumner Messenger, Senior Counsel at Wilk, Farr & Gallagher, Christopher Giancarlo, and Senior Crypto Advisor at A16Z, Bill Hinman.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see a lot of familiar faces here, and thank you very much to Ondo and Nate and the whole team for having us here. This is a great event and an impressive environment as well. Let me just start by saying I'm Brett Redfern. I am Panorama Financial Markets. I ran the Division of Trading and Markets under the last Trump administration. Under Jay Clayton, I worked very closely with Bill Hinman, who was the Director of Corporate Finance. Bill is he is now an advisor to A16Z and a senior advisor at Simpson Thacher. We also have with us more from the now Commissioner Summer Mersinger from the CFTC. It's great to have her here. She's been there since March 2022 and has consistently advocated for clear regulatory frameworks for digital assets and crypto. And of course, Chris Giancarlo, the former chair of the CFTC. He's also known as Crypto Dad, author of the book Crypto Dad, now published in Japanese, everybody should know, and senior counsel also and co-chair of Wilkie Farr's Digital Works practice. So with that in mind, let's dive in. We are here to talk about a lot of what we expect we might see in the next 2 to 4 years with respect to policy in digital assets and in crypto generally. It's a very interesting time, as you all know. We have a change of administration. We have substantial influence coming in from the crypto lobby. Great expectations for significant, additional clarity and breakthroughs in crypto policy. But I think with that being said, there's also a great awareness that acts of Congress don't come quickly. They take a long time to implement. They're subject to a lot of negotiation and compromise, and they rarely deliver everything that is hoped for. And certainly also the CFTC and the SEC are limited by existing statutes. There's a lot of litigation that they've been facing, and that some people might have liked the way that worked in the last few years, but that can also cut back in the other way now. And so it's going to be tough, and we're trying to have today a discussion of kind of a clear, informed, and sober view of what we think we can expect with all of this environment in place. I think the first thing that we want to talk about is all of the enforcement activity that's been out there. We all know that there's been a lot of litigation, regulation by enforcement. We're excited to turn the page from that particular environment. And so I think the first question I want to throw out to our panelists here is, understanding that none of you can speak to any of the specific cases that are out there, and that wouldn't really be appropriate, certainly for acting commissioner. At a high level, I'm curious, what do you think happens with all this litigation that is out there? Do you think cases are going to be dropped? Do you think that they're going to be settled? Or do you think that we're actually going to see crypto policy being formed in the process of that settlement process? And maybe I'll kind of open it up to see who wants to go first on that.
I'll start if you want. Well, I think it is a new day on the enforcement front. In conversations we're having with people in the building, it looks like a lot of the enforcement staff have been reassigned from the crypto enforcement team to other positions, still largely in enforcement. The tone in the building is one of, it won't be regulation by enforcement. It will be, there'll still be cases where there's fraud. There's still a lot of, things across all the industries that the SEC regulates where fraud is still going to be of prime concern. The gotcha cases, again, across the industries where maybe the laws hadn't been as clear, not just in crypto, but in other areas as well, I think are going to take much less of a priority. I think right now, going into this administration, there probably were about 10% of the enforcement personnel allocated to crypto cases. I think that'll get scaled way back. Whether cases will settle, and whether law will be made in those situations, hard to predict. I do think many cases will go on the back burner. I think people will have an opportunity to settle if they like. We might see the SEC start to use 21A again a little bit more, which is a way to resolve a case where you don't have a financial penalty, particularly in cases where the law hadn't been clear. But I do think going forward, we'll see much less emphasis on trying to make policy through those cases, trying to do that through guidance, rulemaking, public comment. It is, I think, generally a new era.
I'll try to take a shot at this, and I'll approach it perhaps from a higher altitude point of view. In my experience, all organizations take their tone from the people at the top. We've got different types of people at the top now. The last few administrations, except for Trump 45, it was the political class, and it was a lot of lawyers. And the approach that certainly was there during Biden was it's mother may I before you proceed with innovation. The tone from the top now is not a lot of lawyers, not a lot of political class, a lot of entrepreneurs. And they want to get back to an environment that's a traditional American, certainly a Silicon Valley environment, which says, if you're not breaking something, you're not moving fast enough. Don't ask permission, ask forgiveness. And so the way I think that's going to work its way down to the enforcement level by the market regulators is going to be less going after firms, and I've heard this phrase used in the new administration, for foot faults. Let's play the game. Or, to use a football analogy, too many penalties ruin the game, and if the game is about entrepreneurship, it's about building businesses, about building in America, we can't have every play flagged. We've got to have a more permissive. Now, that doesn't extend to fraud and manipulation. There's going to be the same, if not a greater emphasis on fraud and manipulation. But for technical violations, I think they're going to say, look, if you're building something legitimate, it's a technical violation, we'll deal with it as a technical violation, not necessarily an enforcement action or Wells notice, all of the stuff that's been used to stifle innovation over the last 4 years.
And I'll give my quick legal disclaimer that I have to give as a government employee, that the views I share today are my own and not necessarily those of the commissioner, my fellow commissioners. So I kind of put these cases in two buckets. There's the bucket of fraud. And I've always been a little frustrated that everyone has called it crypto fraud, because in my experience from what I've seen, they just call it crypto fraud, but it's fraud. They take your money, they misappropriate it, no crypto's purchased. That's not going to go away. We will still see, in fact, we may see more of those cases because we will have enforcement focused on that sort of activity where they should be focused, because there's a lot of people losing a lot of money with the name crypto involved, but no crypto is being bought or sold. So the idea of crypto fraud, I think, is a very unfair term. It's just fraud. It's no different than any other fraud that's been perpetrated over, many, many years. Those cases will continue. We may even see more, and it's important that we continue those enforcement efforts. Where we won't see as much is this idea of, what we have done with a few cases that I've spoken out against, is we have brought registration violations. And what's even more frustrating about this is sometimes we'll say in the settlement, you failed to register as maybe a contract market, maybe as a swap execution facility, maybe as a clearinghouse. We're not sure. We're not sure what you failed to register at, but you failed to register, and so we're going to ask you for a settlement. And at the end of the day, there's actually no way for these entities to come in and register as any one of those categories. So we're going to get away from that. If the idea is to get people in to register, we're going to provide some clarity, help them, how do we do this? How do we make this work? And let our enforcement team focus on what is really important, which is rooting out fraud in the markets.
That's fantastic. So we're going to pivot now to Congress and legislation. So I think a lot of us understand that a lot of statutory authority is probably needed in some of the areas where that statutory authority is not particularly clear. We had a brief prep call, and even since then, we've had more announcements. Senator Bill Hagerty announced that he's going to introduce new stablecoin legislation. We all know the Digital Asset Subcommittee in the Senate is being led by Senator Lummis, who is obviously leading on the Lummis-Gillibrand bill with Senator Gillibrand. Congressman French Hill, who ran the Digital Asset Subcommittee, is now running the House Financial Services Committee. So there's a lot of optimism in Congress, and certainly a very pro-crypto attitude. So my question now is, what do you want to see, and what do you expect to see can get done in the next 2 years between stablecoin, market structure legislation, or anything else? Bill, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Well, I do think the stablecoin legislation that's been proposed in the Senate looks pretty good. And I expect, and French Hill said this the other day, that something very similar will get introduced in the House. I think as an industry, that's terrific to have some clarity there. It's one of the easier things for the Senate and the House to work on together and to get out there, and it's a good first step. I think the framework legislation is going to be tougher. French had indicated that they're going to start again with Fit 21. Many in the room probably had various issues with Fit 21. No one loved it in its entirety. There were some bifurcations there between the SEC's jurisdiction and ATS markets and the CFTC having a general market framework regime. So I think that's going to get addressed and worked out. He did say there'll be some improvements, but I think that's going to take time. In the same way that it's going to take time for the SEC to kind of turn over a new leaf, to really come through with some concrete evidence that now this is a more hospitable regulatory approach. I think it's going to take a while for the Congress to actually move and to get the consensus from the agencies. One of the things that marked the last 4 years was that there was not a lot of technical assistance being given by the SEC or the CFTC, probably even less from the SEC than the CFTC, to Congress as they try to grapple with these issues. They're tough. They're ones that are very technical and where they really benefit from SEC and CFTC advice. That's going to be available again. And I think you'll see Fit 21 and whatever happens in the Senate have much more input from the agencies, and so that's going to take a little time. In the meantime, I think we will see interesting things going on in the agency. At some point, I'd love to chat about those, but let's stay focused on the legislation right now.
Great.
Brett, I was at I gave a talk at the RNC convention in Milwaukee in August on crypto in the Trump administration, and I said that I saw Trump proceeding in three buckets: the easy, the more difficult, and the very difficult. The easy was getting rid of bad policy. The more difficult was delivering on the promises made in Nashville in July, and the difficult was actually getting good policy. So what we're seeing that play out exactly like that. Getting rid of bad policy is actually moving at lightning speed. We've already gotten rid of, or at least we're in the process of getting rid of debanking, and the work that's being done by the acting chair at the FDIC to reveal how much debanking was going on, and the hearings that are taking place on the Hill. We're getting rid of the hostility to self-hosting of wallets. We're getting rid of the hostility to crypto custody with the repeal of SOB 21. And we're getting rid of regulation by enforcement simply by firing the regulators the enforcement regulators. So the getting rid of bad policy is happening very quickly. The delivering on promises of a crypto council, promises of a Bitcoin stockpile, the promises of perhaps capital gains reduction or elimination on crypto transactions, promises that were made in Nashville. We're seeing just the other day with David Sachs and the executive order of studies on a stockpile and other things. So the promises are being delivered on. They're going to take a little bit more time, but they're being delivered on. But the hardest thing, of course, now it's one thing to get rid of the bad policy of the last 4 years. Getting to good policy is challenging, and Bill just noted the work that's being done. You noted as well in the House and the Senate. But then there's also work to be done at the agencies. And my former agency, the CFTC, has a very good principles-based approach. And so I think it's demonstrated that it can work with that. But I think further work, as Caroline explained, is being done. At the SEC, pathways need to be developed. And I'm very optimistic that under Acting Chair Ueda, but also once Paul Atkins is confirmed and arrived with the help of Hester Peirce and her new task force, those pathways are going to be developed. So, he promised a lot. We needed a lot. We needed to get rid of bad stuff. That's happening. We need the promises delivered on, and ultimately we've got to get to good policy. I'm very optimistic it's going to be done within the first 2 years of this administration.
It seemed like under Chair Gensler, there were times when I remember going to the Hill asking for things to kind of push and advocate that the SEC would do. And I think now, at least on the SEC side, we feel like there's a lot of statutory authority they have within the realm of securities where we actually don't need Congress to be leaning on them as much. We can actually engage directly with the SEC. On the CFTC side, it's kind of interesting. You have, we now have the, obviously the big products being Bitcoin and Ethereum, both being sort of spot commodities. And it's interesting, the CFTC doesn't really have the regulatory authority to oversee spot commodity markets or even retail investors. So I guess, what do you think is needed, Commissioner Mersinger, in terms of legislation to help the CFTC, or to help there be greater authority to really be able to regulate these markets so that they can evolve properly?
Yeah, and I actually think we have more authority than most people are aware of. When you start looking at retail participants, our Forex markets are very, it's mostly retail participants, and we've kind of built that up over the years. And so we do have some experience, and, I think that there are some things we can do while we're waiting for legislation. The biggest thing legislation is going to do is kind of have a framework to decide where the jurisdiction falls. I always go back to, I think people simplify the argument of, is it a commodity or is it a security? That's not quite how it works. Everything is kind of a commodity, including securities. But once the SEC calls it a security, then it's out of our jurisdiction. And so, putting a framework around that so we can have some clarity there. But, there are things that we can do. We have some exemptive authority at the agency that we could use. There are opportunities to expand, kind of our regulatory remit while we're waiting for Congress. The other thing I think the two agencies could do is, we could sit down tomorrow and come up with a list of what's already known. What's a commodity, what's a security, what falls in SEC jurisdiction, what falls, kind of in the CFTC's area, and how did we come to those conclusions? Putting that out publicly so people have an idea going forward, again, while we're waiting for legislation. So I think there's a lot that we can do before getting to bills. But I do, at the end of the day, a market structure bill is important, but it's gonna take time. Congress does not move fast. They have a lot on their agenda, and I'm glad that they're focused on this. But I think it's going to be, maybe not a first year of Congress thing, maybe a second year of Congress.
It is interesting.
I'm dying to jump into this.
Go right in there.
If you don't mind, because I often feel that sometimes SEC people are from Mars and CFTC people are from Venus, and they speak in different languages.
We mix this up particularly well, so we could have the SEC.
Absolutely, and you've got us in the middle, by the way. Yeah. We're squeezed here. But often I'll hear SEC people say, well, in CFTC world, you guys don't have investor protections. And I say, well, we got anti-fraud, we've got anti-market manipulation. When I press my SEC friends, it ultimately comes down, but you don't have a disclosure regime. Well, of course we don't, because commodities don't have promoters. When Mother Nature produces oil and gas, she doesn't issue a prospectus, right? There is no central promoters. Look, we're both in the business of alleviating information asymmetries, but in an SEC world, the way you alleviate that is you get the promoters to tell the world everything they know that the world doesn't know. In the SEC world, there is nothing that a gold mine knows that the rest of the world doesn't know. And so we address information asymmetries differently. We rely on market sources. Oh, there are hundreds of gold reports. Oh, there are hundreds of oil reports. In fact, you just go onto Twitter and you get a Bitcoin report by the second. And so what we assure is that there's just plenty of information, and let the consumer, let the market participant separate the wheat from the chaff. So it's not that we're not in the information asymmetry addressing business, it's just that we approach it different. And that's when we sit here and say, what's a commodity, what's a security, what you're really deciding is who has responsibility, if any, for putting out investor information. If it's a commodity, there is no central Bitcoin promoters to issue a Bitcoin. There's the Bitcoin white paper, and then there's a lot of public information, but there's not a central promoter. If it's a security, however, then we're going to rely on promoters to issue information.
I see Bill chomping at the bit.
Well, I wish
you're in for fun, guys. Now we're going to get really into it.
I wish the world were so easy. You could say this is a commodity and that's a security. One of the beauties about this technology is that you can create instruments that are almost hybrids. You can create instruments where they're not a full commodity. It's not like it's a completely fungible investment that you're making when you decide to buy this level 1 coin versus that level 1 coin. Bitcoin. There are differences, and sometimes there are insiders that have more insight into how those products are working. And so there are information asymmetries, which is Sumner's point why a taxonomy is so important. Like, how can we start to think about these things and regulate them in a reasonable way where it's clear enough and you don't have to engage in a very highly subjective analysis, which only today, Ethereum and Bitcoin pass. But is there something in between where we can have a regulatory framework where this question is not quite as critical, where you address the information asymmetries problem in both agencies? So it ends up in the CFTC. There is a disclosure obligation for folks that want to trade it, maybe for folks who have issued it. Some of the framework bills try to do this. Everyone has a certain level of information. So some of these really tough questions around, is this decentralized? What's it mean to be decentralized? Have a lot less importance if everyone is getting getting the adequate information that they need to make a choice and which instruments to invest in. So we think that's really important, both for the SEC to weigh in on and for the framework to address. And then, in the meantime, I do think it's going to take a while for legislation. It could be, next year's Congress. And if that happens, it'll be really fascinating to see what Hester is able to do with her crypto task force. Right now, Mark Ueda, the acting chair, has delegated all of his authority in this space to Hester, which doesn't normally happen.
Crypto mom.
Crypto mom. And he recognized that she is someone who's way ahead of him in terms of understanding the space and is very comfortable with delegating that to her. She very much wants to hear from all of you. I have talked to her about people are a little gun shy going into the building these days based on past experience. And it would be really useful to see some initiatives coming out of the SEC. One thing I think they can do, which would be really helpful for everybody and would show some good faith, would be to do some guidance on airdrops. And airdrops is one of these areas where, it's, okay, are the rules just all open now? Anybody can do an airdrop. They've been abused by folks in the past, and of course they're critical for many people acting in good faith to develop a critical sized network and get the virtuous circle of people using their network because they've gotten coins through an airdrop. The SEC has a lot of exemptive authority and would be able to be very helpful in that space and give people some comfort that if you're not creating an airdrop just to dump into a market, but the insiders are staying out of that for a while, that's going to be something that will be acceptable. So there's things like that. If you have ideas where that is helpful to your ecosystem, I would encourage you to feel free to talk to the SEC. In the meantime, we're trying to encourage them to take the first step and to show some good faith there. But there are areas like that where even though it's a new environment and people are going to be much more apt to be entertaining and comfortable with new ideas, I do think there's going to be specifics where they can give guidance and we can help them.
I think I'm sure most of you have seen Commissioner Peirce's speech from earlier this week on the journey forward, and I think it's a really good thing to look at because it is encouraging people to engage, to send in your ideas, to come in and visit. So I think that's hugely helpful. I can say that when I was there, those sorts of things were really helpful. Just to close out the point, the CFTC point, I can say this, that when Chris was chair, we had a very good working relationship. There was a lot of communication. We had an MOU on security-based swaps in Title VII. And I think in the last 4 years that got a little more tense. Maybe the communication wasn't as fluid as it could have been. I'm very hopeful that we will get there and that will sort of heal itself and we'll have a very productive conversation because clearly the two really need to get together, right?
Yeah, and to that point, I think that the working relationship is so good now going forward that people have decided that maybe the two agencies can merge. So I don't agree with that, but no, we, right now, the kind of setup with Acting Chairman Ueda and Commissioner Peirce, Acting Chair Pham, and myself, we talk. The four of us talk all the time. We don't all get together because that might be a Sunshine Act violation, but we talk to each other and we discuss what's going on and what's happening and what we're thinking about. We should have these ongoing conversations. It shouldn't be a once every 6 months because you have to get on the phone. These should be ongoing relationships, and we have that now, and I think that's only going to get better as we go forward.
Maybe in the government efficiency thing, they could put you on one building and you guys could have lunch together.
Hester thinks that's a great idea. In fact, she said if I move in next to her, she will make me coffee every day.
So I think we have time for one more question. We're kind of short on time, so we're going to try to rip through this one quickly. But when you think about the lobbies that are going to the Hill, believe it or not, the crypto industry and digital assets, it's not all necessarily on the same page. So you have folks that are more CeFi oriented around central exchanges. You have a DeFi view. You have different views, right? So you're hearing different positions there. And it will be interesting to see how they resolve this. And I guess, Bill, I'm wondering, sort of seeing the different views and the different pushes, what do you think is the best way to get to good policy when we have different elements of the industry really pushing for different things, in some cases even building regulatory moats around existing models?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have all the answers, obviously, but I do get concerned at times if you see different parts of the industry sort of lobbying for their own self-interest. I hope everyone takes a longer-term view, and we all prosper if this industry, prospers, because it has confidence in the consumer space, because we're delivering good products, because the regulations actually make sense and work. If people are out there looking for their own little, twist on Fit 21 or something that comes out of the Senate, it may serve their business model really well in the short term, but I think in the long term it probably won't. So I would just encourage everyone to think about what is a stable, long-term environment where consumers are protected, capital is raised, and this business can be facilitated.
I love this industry. It's got so much energy and dynamism. But boy, does this crypto industry have more pillow fights than any other industry I know. L1 against L1, exchange against exchange, stablecoin against stablecoin, events contract market against events contract market. It's an industry that doesn't have one, doesn't have two, doesn't have three, doesn't have four, has 5 separate trade associations. I mean, what industry has 5 separate trade associations? And so there is a real risk that this industry continues these battles at a time when we've got to make good policy. Now, the interesting thing is, a lot of the people that Trump is bringing in aren't veterans of the 5-10 years of this industry and have all the scars of all these pillow fights. I've sat down with David Sachs, and he's somewhat surprised to learn about how many of these petty fights are going on. So my one plea to an industry that I love is we've got to put all that aside, and as Bill said, let's focus on the core elements. And it's a new government that's not trying to control everything. They actually want the industry to come to them with good ideas, good solutions, good frameworks, and we should be working together. And all of those pillow fights should be put aside. Fight in the commercial environment, but don't fight in the policy environment. The policy environment, it's in all of our interest to get good policy done and get it done as quickly as we can.
I'll be really quick just to put a quick plug in for the CFTC. I think this is why principles-based regulation works so well for these markets, because it doesn't matter if you're CeFi, DeFi, TradFi, we have principles. You meet those principles however you see fit for your model. But at the end of the day, we're gonna regulate for the risk, and we have the principles out there to protect against certain risks, and we let the markets figure out how best to handle that risk. As long as they're meeting our principles, we aren't going to prescribe exactly how that happens. And so I do think that's why the CFTC has kind of been the flagship regulator for these markets, or at least that has been the trajectory of where we really should have this jurisdiction lie.
So lastly, in one sentence, what do you think is the most meaningful thing that we can get done in the next 2 years, actually get done out of Congress to help move this ecosystem forward?
Well, I think stablecoins gets done. The question is whether we can get a Fit 21 or some version of it done as well.
I think the same thing in terms of what you expect from Congress. I do think you want to see a lot more coming out of the agencies as well, in terms of there's a lot of policy, a lot of exemptive authority, and a lot of things that can be done there to actually help the industry. And they have an open mind to bringing people in and hearing and listening, and so we should take advantage of that.
I spent 15 years in Congress, and so my expectations are really low. And I think the biggest accomplishment I would like to see are the committees all working together, House and Senate, Agriculture, Financial Services, Banking Committee, all of them recognizing that they have a seat at the table. That's the only way this is going to get done. And so that's what I'm hopeful, and I think that we will actually get that far at least.
Thank you all so much. Let's thank this round of panelists. Thank you.
All right. Don't worry, everyone. Only one more session before the break. Our next session is entitled Redefining Banking and Payments, where private meets public blockchains. To moderate this discussion, please welcome the Chief Financial Correspondent of Axios, Felix Salmon, joined by Ryan Rugg, Head of Digital Assets at Citi's Treasury and Trade Solutions, Raj Damodran, Executive Vice President of Blockchain and Digital Assets at MasterCard, Carolyn Butler, Head of Digital Assets and former Global Head of Custody at BNY, Carolyn Butler, and Nadine Shakur, Head of Digital Assets at the DTCC.
Thank you. And apparently there's 250,000 people watching the live stream, so no pressure. Welcome. And yeah, this is a panel all about the private blockchains that have been developed and exist and are moving trillions of dollars around the world already, and where it stands, and the degree to which they're going to be opened up. And I think the place I'd love to start with would be with you, Raj, because you have a prime example of this. You have your own blockchain, which you call MTN, and I'm going to come out and say that probably most people here haven't even heard of it, but it plugs into all manner of things. Tell us a little bit about what you are up to.
Thanks for having me. So we at MasterCard started this journey a couple of years ago where we saw a couple of things happening. Obviously, everybody knows about the public chains and the assets that are going in, the currencies that are going in. That is one aspect of it. There is also, when it comes to trade, when it's buying and selling, you need money. And obviously, stablecoin is one answer, but there is also $18 trillion worth of bank deposits as of last month, I think, in various banks, some of whom are represented here. End of the day, that is a scalable business model for the banks. It's distributed, it's available, and that need to be available for transacting as well. So what does it take to put that together? How do you solve this where you need to represent this money, that fiat money that exists? In some cases, there may be stable coins as well, but there is assets that are coming in the public chain. The first thing that we said that we needed to do is our first product, which is whenever you interact with a public chain, you need to know who the counterparty is. You need to know what they represent. Many of the companies that are here, represented here, is actually issuing assets, and they're actually regulated in their own sense, and but you need to know that as a person buying or selling. So knowing that and having a framework for identifying those counterparties is essential. So we launched a product called Crypto Credential first, which is a building block towards the MTN that you referred to. So that is the first piece. And the second, how do you represent the money itself in an interoperable way, the bank money, as well as some other forms of the money, being stable coins or even other forms of value that is represented. How do you represent in the blockchain? How you complete the transactions? Now, this is not just about the capital market assets. It's a big use case. That's why this conference exists, and that's where many of the people, but there are other forms of assets that people want to tokenize as well. We have trade finance who wants to do letter of credits and invoices and represent that in token form as well. So end of the day, this all need to be orchestrated. So our multi-token network is really a platform. Think of it as a platform on which applications can be developed, where you can understand who the counterparties are. You can bring bank money, some of which would be represented in traditional ledgers, not even blockchain, some of which would be represented in a blockchain-based technology, upgraded, but still living within the bank. And some forms of the currency in this beginning to come. You're seeing some examples of this in markets where the bank money itself is going to the public chain. But how do you orchestrate all this? End of the day, we need to deliver a net effect of a DVP, delivery versus payment use case, across multiple applications. Some are capital market, some are not capital market. We won't be the one issuing the asset. We will not be the one representing the final custody of that asset, but we want to provide a platform on which people can build applications. So we have a couple of banks who are connected and more applications connecting. Ondo is a great example of that.
So, okay, so tell me a little bit, first of all, about this sounds great in theory. In practice, who's using it? How popular has this proved? How long has it existed even?
Yeah, so the journey has just started. You know the overall regulatory environment and how not every bank is ready to get into this. I think that is changing. It's already changed outside US, and in the current climate, I think it will change here as well. So we publicly announced, we first did in Hong Kong with Standard Chartered a carbon credit-based transaction. Late last year, we announced a partnership with JP Morgan. There are more conversations happening. It's early days, but end of the day, this is about platform building. Building platforms, scalable platforms takes time, and the right building blocks need to be in place. We think the first building block is really having this kind of a mechanism where you can identify the counterparty, have a set of rules by which you can identify and interact with for whatever transactions are. That's our crypto credential. And the second is really providing this platform on which applications can be built.
So yeah, I mean, as a journalist, I talk to a bunch of tech companies, and all tech companies tell me they're a platform. Everyone needs to be a platform these days. Spoiler alert, we're about to talk to Ryan about moving deposits around the world, and you are a bank, and you have bank deposits. It's obvious why Citibank would be doing that. Can you just talk a little bit about why MasterCard makes sense to be the entity that is creating this layer and this platform?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So today we bring thousands and thousands of banks together in our traditional business, which is card-based business. Today you can get a card issued from one of the banks and walk into 130 million plus locations anywhere in the world and use that without having to pre-coordinate how the money is going to pay. You're going to go tap somewhere, they let you walk out with goods without checking with you who issued the card and where it came from. How is that? I know everyone goes through that experience every day, but how is that possible? It is possible based on a set of rules on which people can trust and operate. So this platform business is not new to us. We know how to organize ecosystems, bring parties together in an equitable way, so that they contribute value and they get more out of it from the network because the network grows. And that happens when people can trust it, when people can conduct transactions in a trustworthy way, identify counterparties in an easy way, and build solutions. So that's what scales. And we've done that in card network. We've done that in open banking. We do this in ACH, and so we think this requires such an organization as well, and that's what we're hoping to add value on.
So Ryan, over to you. You also have your own blockchain. Tell me a little bit about moving money during Golden Week.
So we built Citi Token Services the last couple years, went live officially in September this year. And the pain point that we were trying to solve for was we service 19,000 clients that are in 90 plus countries. Typically on a day-to-day basis, these large corporates are managing liquidity and payments in multi-different. So you keep buffers of cash in these different regions, which is really an inefficient use of cash. And the reason they do that is because bank holidays and cutoff times. So the ability to move money instantaneously, 24/7 on a 365 basis, is really what our corporates wanted. So if you needed it for M&A activity, overdraft, whatever the case is, you can use that. So that's what we build. So Raj talks about like the network. So we built Citi Token Services within Citi's four walls, right? So now we can mint and burn tokens within Citi. But we've obfuscated all the complexity of a blockchain away from our clients. And that was by design. So, if you're sending money from New York to Singapore, we mint it in New York, send it to Singapore, deposit it. But the clients have cash in their accounts. Like, the feedback we got was like, one, this technology is new. It's still emerging. They don't have the resources. Two, they don't want to manage tokens yet. Large enterprises is who we're targeting.
So, that seems very similar to what you were saying about your own thing, where it's just about taking cash, using it to buy a thing, or just using it to move the cash from one place to another. And as the client, I don't want to know from blockchain. You are pulling away from the trendy buzzwords. You're just like, let me make certain things that you want to do a bit easier. So in terms of where you're at, you're in how many different countries are connected to this network right now?
So currently right now we're 3, but adding additional this year also.
And is there any vision of making this bigger than just the 4 walls of Citi?
We actually started, like our thesis statement our clients gave us was multi-bank, multi-border, always-on liquidity and payments. So we started working with various organizations like the Regulated Liability Network, RSN, Project Agora, on what does that network look like for the future. But if you can't move a token within the 4 walls of your own institution, how are you going to connect to a network? So really building out that with our clients, and I truly believe success breeds success. So showing value day one, where clients where they have money where they were unable to do because of a bank holiday or Chinese New Year last week, now they can move it instantaneously.
So what's your success criterion? Like, what does, if I come back here in a year, what would you hope to be able to show?
It's really based on client demand. I mean, obviously growing more and more client demand because, the speed of money doesn't match the speed of the internet, right? If we think about digital commerce, the way that money actually moves in reality. And I think it's been interesting launching the early adopter program at Citi is, we thought it was just for liquidity and payments. But the uses of different programmable money, like if my account drops below X in Singapore, send money directly to New York. So or M&A.
Has someone done that yet?
And T+1 settlement. So you're seeing these like use cases that, we started very small, but it's starting to, expand. And I think the holy grail that we're all trying to get to is like DVP atomic settlement, right? But if you don't have like the cash on ledger to be able to move money real time, you'll never kind of get to that RWA instantaneous settlement.
So that brings me to you, Caroline, because you have basically this and then broadened out across a whole bunch of other asset classes too. Tell me about, everyone on this panel has a blockchain. You have a blockchain. You must have a blockchain.
We
right?
do. Plus we have a platform, believe it or not.
You have a blockchain, we have a platform. Yeah,
yes, of course we have. But I do think, all joking aside, the platform piece is very important, right? Because that breeds that network effect. We have a philosophy in BNY that this is about a fundamental change in market structure. And obviously, blockchain technologies have proved themselves as great utilities for assets like Bitcoin. We started on the crypto custody side. We are the world's largest custodian. We custody 51 trillion of assets. Clearly, that is there's a way to go in the tokenized world and the digital asset world to get to that level. But we felt the obligation to be there to service our clients on the crypto side. So we started in October 2022 with the crypto offering for Bitcoin and Ether. Obviously, the market shifted a little bit at that moment in time, but we stayed convicted. And why did we stay convicted? Because we felt that, first off, you needed that trusted partner to actually really enable this ecosystem to thrive and to enable the market. We fundamentally believe that blockchain technologies, smart contract technology as a derivative of, are the technologies of the future to break some of the issues that exist in the market structure. And don't hear me say that we're going to incrementally optimize a 50-year-old market infrastructure. No. We believe that we're at the precipice, that's your job. We believe that we're at the precipice of real market structure change. So whether you want to relate it back to the introduction of CCPs, CSDs back in the 70s-ish, or whether you want to think about it as electronic trading, like this is the next big shift. So people shouldn't think about it as just incremental benefits of a technology, like this is the next wave. And why is that important, and what does our digital asset platform do? We're enabling, whether it's, we started with custody, because if you can't keep the assets safe, I mean, you're starting from a very rocky foundation. So we felt like putting that foundation in place, and you can think about that as a little bit of the back-end infrastructure as well, the same way you don't want clients having to think about the infrastructure, pipes and plumbing, same way you want them to be sure that their assets are safe. But it's enabling then the mobility of those assets and the greater utility of those assets through the value chain. So at BNY, we operate across the entire value chain, whether it's issuance, payments, custody, financing, collateral. We're the largest collateral provider. For us, it's very important that if a client has an asset, the ability to now wrap that asset, whether you call that tokenization or other, to actually get greater value out of that asset instantaneously. So the next step is atomic settlement. So free up the asset straight away. But freeing it up for what purpose, right? It's to then create extra value, to pump it through either into collateral, to lend it, to do many, many, many things that today in the ecosystem we live in either take multiple days or are actually not possible to do. So said very simply, for us, it's like, let's make clients' money work more for them and work more for the world, and do that in a very seamless way, 24/7. So the actual platform itself enables that. Where we are at the moment in the ecosystem, there's still, particularly on the tokenization side, there's still a lot of, use cases that are starting to come to market that are really proving out there is like day-to-day value. So whether it's tokenized money market funds, we've got the very big luxury to have a lot of diverse clients who are really evangelizing this space. So we are actually managing and servicing, I think it's the majority of tokenized funds at BNY across public and private blockchains, which I think is somewhat unique for banks. And again, that was a privilege that we got because we educated ourselves on public chains through crypto. So I think we understand where public chains have an advantage for certain use cases versus private chains. And also on tokenized bonds as well, we're seeing a lot of work there, whether it's through the ECB trials and different initiatives. So again, that to me is more of an efficiency play. Take a lot of the inefficiencies out of the market, make it run cheaper, but also take out that operational risk.
I mean, so it seems to me a little bit as though you are doing this incrementally. You're like, I'm gonna, tokenize a money market fund over here. I'm going to talk to the ECB over there. I might try a bond over here. I'll build out a platform here. There will be demand from various different clients, and we will grow. And yet you're saying, like, no, this is not the plan. I do not want to be like growing one step at a time. I want a revolutionary change. And I'm just kind of wondering when that revolutionary change is meant to happen.
I do think it will take a while, right? Rome wasn't built in a day. I think for a real shift in the market, it's going to take a number of years, but it's those use cases that are incremental. The foundations are there now. We've got our platform. It can do many, many things. These use cases are today value use cases. They're making either investors money or they're making the intermediates, the asset managers money. So you're seeing real money then come into the ecosystem as a result of that. So those needs of clients are being instantaneously met. And then to Raj's point, then you get the network effect that starts to build off that. And that's why we all work with each other to make sure that we can power that. So I think you'll start seeing that shift when you start seeing more and more flow, particularly coming into the tokenization side. And then you'll start to see the momentum in the market where that market structure will really play into it. For me, the last mile is cash, though. There's still a bifurcation of solutions in the market. Some of them have a real market fit, stablecoins. But there's still a need for something that is truly interoperable across all of the players that can enable that on-cash ramp. And I think that's one of the last mile hurdles. You've obviously got the liquidity hurdles that also exist in the tokenization market. We can solve for that on the collateral side, and we can solve for that in BNY by hooking up to liquidity venues. That I don't see as an issue. That's about bringing the ecosystem together. But I think the creativity that needs to happen in the market now is how do we bring on-chain cash in a real way that can operate across the ecosystem and bridge the divide between the security side and the cash side.
Yep.
Raj, isn't that like what you're trying to do?
No, the problem statement is real. So there are two aspects of this interoperability that Carolyn just talked about. One is there are multiple banks participating. There is a sending bank, receiving bank. How does that cash represented on chain kind of can clear and get settled? It happens in a certain way in the traditional network. How do we make that chain on the chain without significant overhead in a standard way? So that is problem one. And second is how do you do the asset exchange? So they're doing the building blocks. We're not doing the custody. So there are different parts of the ecosystems are coming together. End of the day, we think there need to be a platform that allows what I call just really simply apps to be built. Apps, there's nothing but that is bringing end user value to a business, end user value to a consumer. They need a common fabric on which they need to operate. And that's what the ecosystem is trying to build. We have an answer, and there are other solutions out there as well.
Ryan, are you in the market for an interoperable cash transfer platform that, like, please someone give me one and I'll plug into it?
There's several out there, but absolutely, we're not trying to create a siloed city
See,
token.
there is one person who doesn't want to be a platform. That's great.
That the clients don't want a city token. They don't want X-Bank token. They want multi-bank, always on. So it doesn't make sense for, and that's why we collaborate together on these bigger issues. And like several of us up here are on different working groups together, trying to figure out like how to drive this forward. And, it's not clear which one's going to win, right? I mean, there's public, private, permission, like all different flavors of it out there. But, from a global standpoint, standard standpoint, there's definitely a ton of initiatives out there around this space. I would say, I used to joke with my team, if I had $1 for every time someone called me about a different network, I could retire,
Okay, Nadine, bring us back
what
down.
She said.
bring us back down to earth here. Where do you, like, having listened to all of this, having understood where these technologies are, can you place that in the context of this just massive existing system that you are part of at the DTCC, and to what degree do you see the kind of agreement and consolidation that's necessary for this to really take off?
I don't know if it's consolidation as much as it is harmonization and integration. But just to give you a sense, because I think you asked Carolyn, what do you mean, why is this taking so long? The numbers are not impressive. If you just look at DTCC, and we're the depository for the US equity market, so you're looking at $98 trillion of equities, $4 quadrillion in settlement. If one of us messes this up, that's not a good thing, right? So we've got to be very careful and purposeful in our approach. By all means, this is as disruptive of technology that we've ever seen in our collective lifetime, but it needs to be deployed with purpose. Each one of these individuals and organizations, as well as many people in the audience, everybody's doing a lot of great work, a lot of pioneering work in this space. We view our job, because we're the depository, and there's a lot of philosophies, whether essentially CSD will survive in a DeFi world, and who knows in 50, 60 years what will happen, but in the immediate future, unfortunately, we're not going to tokenize everything in one fell swoop, right? So for a period of time, we're going to have traditional assets and tokenized assets, digital assets coexisting, and you need a party to manage that convergence, and this is where DTCC comes in. The second thing that you heard, and you've made that comment a few times, they each have a platform, they each have a blockchain. Today alone, we heard our hosts here launched on L1. We heard Uniswap launch on L2. I mean, they're coming up fast and furious every day. Earlier, Caroline and I were joking about, like, we need to hire somebody just to keep track of these new innovations coming out every day. So inadvertently, we've created a lot of silos. One of the biggest advantage the US market has is we've got one post-trade infrastructure. But with the way we're growing this thing up, because of different reasons, right? There's speed of innovation, there's been some of the regulatory constraints that were talked about in the earlier panel. So what we're trying to do at DTCC is not replicate at all what they're doing. What we're trying to do is build a solid foundation that reinvents or reimagines what traditional things we've done today, right? As a depository, you do issuance, you do custody, you do clearing, you do settlement, you do collateral, but we don't compete with anybody. What we do is we create the platform, so the foundation, where then they run their apps on it, or they integrate their systems in it. And that is one part of the journey. I think Ryan also hinted at we have two other big impediments that we've just got to figure out. One is around standards, which is huge, and you're right, like same thing. Every day there's an organization coming up going, we've gotten 5 people around, let's have coffee and talk about standards. And then the most important component is data. Until we can streamline how we talk to each other with standards around data, that is also going to be very difficult to get the platform to coalesce. I don't believe there'll be one platform to rule them all. I think you asked the question, who's going to survive? I think there'll be many, many L1s, many, many L2s. There'll be many, many platforms. I'm sure Raj's competitor is doing exactly what he's doing. But there's a role for everybody to play in this ecosystem. And what we're trying to do is just be like the way I think about them, like they all have Lego blocks that they're putting together, and we've just got that flat sheet where we're just building the apps and the castle on top of it. So that is the role we're trying to play. We're very lucky. We're in a trusted position with all our clients. All of them are our owners. So we're participant owned and governed. So we've got an amazing ability to sit down and collaborate with the industry, which is awesome. We've got that same trusted position with our regulators, so we can bring the industry together and work together to make sure that we're not overlapping but complementing as we push together. And this is the royal we. This is not just DTCC, but the royal we on trying to do that. I agree with Caroline. It's going to take a while. Rome wasn't truly built in a day. But I'm hoping with the speed of technology and the new things, but we've got to be careful. We can't leave like a lot of debris in our way. We've got to be very thoughtful and responsible and purposeful as we push forward. But it will happen. It is happening.
When you say the industry, I mean, it's
the financial services industry.
Well, I mean,
there you go.
So you deal mostly with equity securities.
No, we've got a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything,
yeah.
but certainly mostly securities.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there's a whole other universe of options, futures, and so on and so forth. Then there's a whole other universe of 200 other countries in the world, which all have their own different markets. Then there's a whole other universe of crypto. And again, like almost countless number of regulators not just in lots in the US, but countless internationally. At some point, where do you sort of draw the boundaries of, you can't convene everyone in one place. Where do you kind of say, I'm just going to sort of concentrate on the Fed and what they regulate, or something like that? Where do you kind of say, like, we are going to have this garden where people can trust each other, and if a bunch of kids want to start trading meme coins, that's fine, but that's not going to be on our platform?
I think you just said it, right? We're not going to trade meme coins on our platform. We're gonna stick to the traditional markets. Obviously, crypto is also an option. That was not available to us, and it's still not available, but it's something that is in the realm of the possibility right now. Where do we start? We start in our own backyard. So we focus on the US markets, we focus on the US regulators. Now, the beauty of this technology, though, is once you let a token go, it may be issued here, but it could move globally, at the speed of the network. So that's why I think that will force regulators. We've done it before, right? Like after the global financial crisis, the regulators did come together. They did come up with standards. And my expectation is at some point we will do the same with digital technology. But for right now, we start where we know we can make a massive impact. The US markets are still the largest markets in the world. So if we can, as they say, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere, right? And we start here and then we move forward. But we all represent global companies. We've got a global footprint, and my guess is we'll be able to influence and move forward just by the sheer impact of the actions that we will take. So it's a global process, but we can't solve it globally. We've got to start where it matters, and for me, it's here.
Ryan, you've built this, just tell me, you have this, sounds relatively simple. I'm a corporation, I have a bank account at Citibank, and I want to be able to move money from Singapore to New York. How many different regulators needed to sign off on that before you could start selling this to clients?
I mean, Nadine had a really good point. Like, we are a U.S. domicile country. So we worked here first with U.S. regulators to get all the approvals and sign-offs, but every country we roll it out in, we engage those regulators as well. So like Singapore was our first branch, and we targeted the branches with the largest money hubs as well as time conflicts. So, 5 p.m. in, New York is 5 a.m. in Singapore. So typically you couldn't send money, now you can. But we worked, with the MAS after getting all the U.S. approvals to be able to do that. And so now—
How long did it take to get the U.S. approvals?
It was a prolonged period. It was, it's a journey though. We're all in this together. And I'm sure that you spent a lot of time with internally, externally stakeholders to explain this technology and break it down in very digital money, token, bank account, wallet, making it very simplistic for everyone to understand and kind of demystify it. And then also for that reason, we obfuscated all the complexity of the technology from our clients. You log on to CitiDirect or via API, you don't have to have a wallet, you don't have to host a node, all that. And I think that gave comfort to our regulators also about understanding how we've set this up and are really focused on safety and soundness.
Raj, how many regulators do you deal with a week?
So our traditional business, we operate in 150 plus countries, and so I don't think I can give a simple answer. So in this respect, it is we're taking a very phased approach. We are starting international, US dollar international based transfers, and the way that we have done is, this goes back into one of the things that you're probing with all of us, is because of the lack of clarity on how banks can get involved and put money publicly on the chain. So a lot of them starting, rightfully so, for their clients and privately. But we want to get to a state where this can actually be public. That's the first thing that need to happen. So the way we've solved for it, very similar to what Ryan said, none of the users of our system need to know anything about the chain. They all interact using simple APIs. The capabilities are abstracted, it's internal, so it's easy for people to use. So we don't have to go through that kind of a process. But if you want to really unlock this, the first thing is how banks can directly engage and how the regulators see it. There are encouraging signs in this market, for example, on that now, and I'd really love to see a more clear regulatory clarity on that. There are other load blocks as well, right? There is, we talked about once you are ready to regulatorily put money on the chain, you need to know how do you identify counterparties, and we talked about that. That is a condition that is necessary for success. At the end of the day, it need to be interoperable, and Caroline made that point as well. So that is another precondition for this to scale. I think we see all of us putting building blocks in place, but when this come together, I think we can really take it to the next level. I think we are in the cusp of that. It'll take years, to Caroline's point, but
Yeah, there's no silver bullet. It's going to take all of us in this room and everybody else to continue to collaborate to build this new digital ecosystem. So Wall Street 2.0 isn't just going to materialize. It's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
How much quicker do you think it can happen now with this new regulatory regime in the United States compared to 4 months ago?
It's definitely going to accelerate. We're already feeling the momentum. A number of us are talking about, the oppression we felt last year versus this year. There's definitely more freedom to really have the conversations. I also wouldn't underestimate the amount of education. Ryan mentioned it. I think our obligation, operating across like 100 plus markets, across a diversity of regulators, is to do our job to educate, right? So that takes time. I do feel there is a decent amount of that education now that's paying forward. I think the next step, though, is to really think about this from a different lens. So if we're just regulating the thing that has a technology wrapper on it, that's still traditional with just a technology wrapper on it. What we need to be thinking about is when we move to this wallet infrastructure, how does that break the regulatory environment that we exist in today? And it will and it should. If it doesn't, it means all we've done is just kind of optimized on what we had, and we just kind of incrementally made it 20% better, it goes a bit faster. You know, it's not as exciting as what it should be. If we get it right, it shouldn't fit the model that we have today, because a wallet should hold many, many, many things. And that will break the model we have today, where we have agencies that are split a little bit more by asset class. We should have kind of a use case driven regulatory regime that sits and manages and is focused on that wallet. And I think that's the big shift, right? The education that was done historically was very, I would say, important and narrow, focused on what does the tech do, what are the risks, how do we make sure that we bring the institutional grade controls that we have. To Nadine's point, we cannot afford to get this wrong on certain parts. For example, on the custody and the clearing side, that is table stakes. You need to make sure those fundamentals are in place. But now I think the next shift is like, how do you really look at this in a different way? And how do we influence then the right amount of creative regulatory policies that can actually look at what should be a bigger disruption and a different way of managing capital markets?
I think there's a cultural shift here that we also need. I mean, we all grew up in environments where you had the equity team and you had the fixed income team and you had the derivatives team, right? And that doesn't work in an environment where you've got wallets and you've got tokens that transcend them. And you've also got middle and back offices that probably have not evolved or changed in eons, right? So there's also a cultural factor here. But we also, while we're all giddy and we could feel the momentum, let's remember that regulations have not changed yet.
Yes.
Right? So we still have a way to go. But I think
And these
hopefully
things are path dependent, right? I mean, like, there's such a massive regulatory infrastructure, both in the United States and globally, that the idea that that's going to tear itself down and reconfigure itself around the world of wallets.
It doesn't have to. It needs to evolve to start to recognize.
Adapt.
Right, so while we're working with disruptive technology, I think the innovation is unfortunately going to be incremental for a period of time before it catches up and takes off.
And it's happened before.
Yep.
Right, let's not forget that, right? In, like, again, go back to the 70s, like, it happened, right? The regulators were able to come together, we created central depositories, and there was a whole infrastructure built around that, both on the reg side and then obviously the market infrastructure. So it can and should happen. The speed at which it will happen, obviously, is what none of us can predict. But again, if we're not showing up doing our part, it definitely won't happen.
Okay, I think that's actually a really great place to end it. Thank you all, Nadine, Caroline, Raj, Ryan. It's been fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks for hosting.
Okay, we have a break now. Please come back by 4 p.m.
Our program will begin in just a few moments. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Thank you. Please welcome back to the stage, Brendan Flores.
Okay, we're well into the day here. It's me again. Let's get right back to it. Our next session is entitled Tokenizing Markets, Enabling Wall Street 2.0. Please welcome to the stage Ondo Finance's General Counsel and author of our wonderful disclaimer slide at the beginning, Mark Janoff, and former Speaker of the House and Chair of the Financial Services Committee, Chairman Patrick Mahenry.
Well, good afternoon.
You do. Thanks for
What a
being here,
beautiful
Chairman.
day here in New York City.
Gorgeous day.
It's better to be inside.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for being here. It's an honor and privilege. You're now retired chairman of the House Financial Services Committee. Does that feel as good as it sounds?
It's not exactly retiring. I'm not retiring with Seinfeld and Seinfeld's parents down to Florida. Or the Costanzas down in Florida. No, it's good to be in the private sector after 20 years in Congress. Exciting to be still engaged in the policy discussions and in the technology opportunities. And that's what's animated my public service. And now to be able to participate in the private sector has been a lot of fun and very interesting just in the first month I've been out.
Terrific. Well, while you were one of the earliest proponents of digital assets, digital asset legislation. How and when did you catch the crypto bug?
Well, it really started back before the creation of the Jobs Act. And it involved the idea of equity crowdfunding, investment crowdfunding. And there was this guy that wanted to buy a beer company, Pabst Blue Ribbon. And I read this in the Wall Street Journal that this guy created a website and said, well, you want to buy a beer company? And he had all these people saying, well, I'd love to throw a couple bucks at that. Sure, it'd be a cool thing, right? That a bunch of us own Pabst Blue Ribbon. That'd be a cool thing. Well, that was great until the guy got a knock on the door from federal agents in the SEC. Mm-hmm. And I thought, well, this is insane. Why can't we actually democratize investment opportunities and be more thoughtful about it? And this was before the financial crisis. It's before Satoshi. It's before the Bitcoin white paper. And that was the first piece of my fintech engagement, which is the interplay between the traditional world of finance and using the best technology in the world to apply to these markets and these financial products. That was my first phase, a beer company. And I love beer. I represented Asheville, North Carolina, which is a craft beer, really a fantastic place. And that's a fantastic way to actually help folks in Western North Carolina buy good beer from Western North Carolina. But that was the motivating piece, which then took me in this whole long path. And so with the Bitcoin white paper, that showed that I only saw a little edge for what could be. And blockchain technology is the enabling function for democratizing capital and giving consumers access that they so desperately desire. And that's what we've seen over the last 15 years, is this massive desire, growing desire. Robin Hood and the meme stocks during lockdown, COVID lockdowns, all this stuff has been animated around consumers wanting to actually control their financial future in a big way, in a more meaningful way, and having technology that enables this to be done cheaply, and bring this to a wider array of markets. So that's been my journey on this. And the origin is, of course, like any good Irishman, beer. That should be the origin.
So you were in pretty early then. You're sure that has nothing to do with the timing of your retirement? Well, I mean, you really have seen it all then, since those early days and, through the history of your being chairman and previous to that, ranking member of the Financial Services Committee. You've been in the arena, really, not just seeing all of it, from SEC oversight, the FTX congressional investigation, obviously passing the FIT 21 bill in the House, the stablecoin legislation. How would you say things have changed from the early days to where they are now?
First, from the early days, there's skepticism. What is this new thing? And is this just like a thing on the sideline? Is it here to stay? Does it have any lasting power? And then answering all this level of skepticism once there's some scale. In multiple chains at scale, the skepticism was, well, this is all illicit finance. These are all bad people using this for bad things. We should just kill it. That was also a similar point where we were in the early to mid 90s before the Telecom Act of 1996. The Telecom Act of 1996 opened up the consumer web. But the deep skepticism they had about the consumer internet at that moment revolved around the same things they alleged about crypto 8 years ago, 10 years ago. And so how this has moved forward is that people now see this as a continuation of the internet, and using bits and bytes to move value in a new way, and actually making the internet more functional in many ways. Making markets faster, better, and cheaper. Financial products faster, better, and cheaper. Better clarity of what these things are, what backs them, and understanding all that connectivity. So now what we have after this election, this last election, is bipartisan understanding about the value and good that is this digital asset, or this digital asset ecosystem. That bipartisan understanding that it is a good and valuable resource and economic good now has consensus in Washington. And now what has to be built on that consensus is functional law around what is a digital asset and a means of exchange and some of these basic precepts. So in that moment, the moment we're in right now is that you need a 33 and 34 Act for the securities market, and you need that for crypto. FIT 21 was our answer to that in the last Congress. It has the key underpinnings of what should be and will be the precepts of a Markets Act that gets consensus, as we had with a 2/3 vote of the House of Representatives, bipartisan vote. Biggest bipartisan vote we've had on anything out of the Financial Services Committee or the Senate Banking Committee since the financial crisis. Which was the vote that firmly said we are out of that era. We're not rear-facing anymore with policy. For the last, since the financial crisis, all the policies related to financial services have been rear-facing. Either answering the financial crisis with the Dodd-Frank Act, revisions to the Dodd-Frank Act, debates about the Dodd-Frank Act, debates about what we missed and how we missed it and whatever else. This Fit 21 was the first time we've been affirmatively looking forward and saying there's a new era. We're not going to just look back on a bad thing and bad outcomes. We're going to look forward on how we structure the next 20, 30, 50 years of finance. And it's great to be on the leading edge of what is a massive opportunity.
What do you think brought about that change? I mean, it's a pretty big philosophical shift to go from kind of backward looking, fixing things to, supporting innovation.
The people. The difference is, 5 years ago, I said, well, what are these people doing with this thing? How do we use it? This is what they said about the telephone. This is what they said about this disc that you put on. You put a needle on it, and it plays music and talking. This stuff will be bad for the culture, right? This is what they said going back to the printing press, that it's going to disseminate bad things. No, it's going to enable people to communicate, right? It's what they said about the internet. It's all the same arguments, born anew because it's a new technology. What happened here is that people started owning this stuff, and then politicians in Washington determined that it was popular. And not like a right-wing thing or a left-wing thing, but like broadly popular. So what politicians out there saying the internet is bad, right? You can pick an app that you don't like or whatever else, but they're not saying the internet is bad, right? You can talk about social media and the ill effects of that, but you're not saying the internet is bad. So we're past that point. And when politicians realize that their constituents like something, they adapt and change, or it's their demise. So the fact that there was political interest there among the populace and the campaign, Standing with Crypto, was the most powerful policy fight of the last election. There are broader things, larger things. And that resulted in a pro-crypto House and Senate, and a larger majority than either party controls the chambers. And that is a great thing. And then you have a president now in Donald Trump who sees that this is popular, harnesses that, and is going to answer for it to the point where he's appointed a crypto and AI czar and gotten the best of class, David Sachs, to lead that initiative. It is wild what has just happened between a couple of us talking about this stuff 6 years ago. Yeah. In Washington and understanding it, the desire to understand the technology, understand how we fix the problem of lack of clarity of law, and then seeing the wide interest among the populace and the body politic now following the last election. It is an awesome thing to see, and I think this is the Congress where these things get largely sifted out on giving real legal clarity.
So really, how does that happen? I mean, there's a lot of enthusiasm. There's, the incredible administrative support from the administration. You have the crypto czar, the bipartisan support. It's a lot of kind of potential energy. How does that turn into useful work?
Okay, this is great. So anybody see this is me dating myself, the movie The Candidate? Right, Robert Redford wins the Senate seat. Remember this? Okay, like 4 of you. All right, The Candidate. The whole story is about him winning the Senate seat in California, and the culmination of the movie, not to blow it for you, but it's been around for quite a while, is after the victory, he says, "Now what?" Meaning, he's made these pledges. I want to do these things. Now what? You have to go do it. That's the hard part, right? And this is like like what Ondo's done. It's like the hard part. You got an idea. This is great. We want to tokenize real world assets. That's great, fantastic. Do it. That's the hard part. So the legal mechanics, okay? So our constitutional regime is so deeply inefficient. The division between the House, the Senate, and the White House, 3 different terms of office, 3 different makeups, 3 different obligations from 3 different sets of people they answer to. The setup of the committees is different in the House and the Senate. Their time frame, their rules, all different. So, and then we have agencies that we've given regulatory power. So you have the House, the Senate, and the administration, and you have that for law, and you have the administrative state of the SEC, CFTC, and then all the banking regulators. The first piece of work is getting confirmed and getting the right people in the right seats. And the president started with Paul Atkins at the Securities Exchange Commission. Great choice. Solid, Paul is going to be a fantastic chair of the Securities Exchange Commission. He's not currently confirmed yet. So you have to get the right person in the seat and get an agency going. It's happening at Treasury now that you have the secretary confirmed. So those things are happening, and that's a months-long process to get those people confirmed. Then you have the long, arduous process to legislating. You have to have hearings before you can have legislation that you work on in those committees. We call them markups because you're making changes to the bills. You have to have hearings before you have a markup for the bill to craft that legislation, have votes on it, and hopefully pass it out of committee. And so that is a months-long process. And then you have to go to the House floor, which takes time, and that's only one chamber. Then you have to go through that process of the Senate, and the Senate is a completely different beast. So the path to law could be fast, and there's imperative here, because you have the president saying this is a priority for our administration, and a bipartisan majority in the House and the Senate saying let's do it. That, at breakneck speed, means that you can get a bill signing 4th of July. And that would be brilliant for the modern Congress to move that quickly. Brilliant. Or it could take 18 months. Dodd-Frank took closer to 18 months to get signed into law. And that was post-financial crisis. So we have this window of 6 months to 18 months as a priority, and if things go well. And that is getting clarity under law. The regulation will continue for 4 years and defining and refining these things. But you got to get the right people in, and so that too will take between 3 months to 4 years.
So we've talked about this, how we have a multi-trillion-dollar industry. There's a lack of systematic policy and regulation. There's a lot to do.
Yeah.
How do you think about when you were chairman? You were a master of setting an agenda. How do you go about setting the priorities for crypto?
Well, first, I have enormous respect for Senator Tim Scott, and he's going to be a great chair of the Senate Banking Committee, and enormous respect for French Hill, who's chair of the House Financial Services Committee. And French has laid out an aggressive agenda, and he has the capacity to get that done. Not because he's got a bigger majority or anything like that, but because he brings to the chairmanship the greatest experience of any chair of that committee. He understands from the administration, having been a Treasury official, understands from the private sector, having been in banking in a whole different set of ways in the securities market. He understands that from being a political leader in the state of Arkansas and nationally. He understands that by being a member of Congress, serving on the committee, and doing all these important things that he's done in his service to Congress. He has unrivaled experience. He will refine this product in a different way than I did, because he's a different person with a different lens on this stuff. But he and I created Fit 21. He and I worked the Stables product, and he was my closest teammate when I was chair of the committee. So I have complete confidence in his decision-making and his ability to prioritize what is a first order, second order, and third order priorities, and he will sift through that. I have confidence in that. And I think we'll see that in the coming weeks, that level of clarity and prioritization, and as he's refining these things.
And how much of a challenge is it to get the right level of coordination between the Hill and the regulators?
Yeah. Have you ever seen these pictures like the big bodybuilder riding the little tricycle? It is like more difficult than that. Like it's like it's a physical phenomenon that should not actually occur. If you see, coordination across the variety of financial regulators that we have, that's a mess, right? The coordination between the Treasury and the White House and those banking regulators, that coordination is complicated. You add that in to the House and the Senate and the mix here, it is a tough task. It is a very tough task. The fact that the president's prioritized this makes all the difference. This is not, this is on the short list of legislative priorities for this year. It was not on Biden's. It was not on the first term of President Trump's. It was not, they didn't really think about this in the Obama administration. So the fact it's a top line priority, that is the best thing. And it will drive consensus because the pressure to complete the project is there now.
Got it. And in terms of what industry can do to help things along?
Deep engagement. Okay. So this whole fear that folks had to come in and go sit down with Chairman Gensler, come on in, talk to me, register, his line that he kept repeating. This is like the very hungry shark saying, come on in, get in the water, right? Everybody's like, I'm a little skeptical that this is going to be a favorable thing if I stick my toe in here. And there's real experience with that. Folks coming in, having a nice conversation, and then you get a Wells notice because they realize you exist. That's gone. That is gone. The fact that Commissioner Peirce is in charge of a crypto coordinating council is the first welcome sign. The second welcome sign is SAB 122, right? SAB 121 was a mistake. It was all political. It made consumers much worse off. There was massive consumer harm and even greater potential consumer harm based off of faulty, bad regulation around custody. That's the second welcome sign. So those things on the administrative state are rolling. You need to go talk to them. Go talk to them, tell them what you're doing, try to get clarity and ensure they understand what you're doing. Engage. Number one, you should engage in Washington. It is now safe to do that. Number two, you should bring information and education to bear. Don't assume that everyone understands this. Number three, don't pretend like this is something new, scary, and different. We're past that. We're talking about software. We are talking about software that makes things clearer to the consumer, clearer to the regulator, and faster and cheaper. What's not to like about that? And so talk about it in terms of what is traditionally understood. This is software, this is doing something you can understand, we're just doing it a different way. So don't get into all this stuff about, don't overcomplicate this thing, okay? That would be my third piece of advice. But engagement is the key. If we're going to get something positive out of legislative and regulatory action, it will happen in the next 18 to 20 months. And that is open field running. And if we miss this window, we're going to be much worse off. And then we're going to see people go back overseas. And so engagement is going to be the key.
So, I mean, as a lawyer, I'm always concerned about the downside risk, however
As
remote.
you should be, as you should be. We're going to have a great experience of being a smart lawyer.
So how do we avoid falling into that, trap of getting distracted, misprioritizing, squandering, the opportunity in front of us?
So we are going to have a great deal of greedy players here that are trying to get their very specific piece of policy in order to put the screws to somebody else that's one of their competitors. And if you're doing that, you should be called out by your peers. And I think you will be called out by your peers. We have a couple of key things that we have to get done and clarity under law between the CFTC and the SEC. Let's stay at the level above that. You can go fight that stuff out once we have law that ensures that digital assets are here to stay and we don't experience the crypto winters that we've had based off of the wrong people being important, powerful seats of regulation. We've got to stay at the higher level here and make sure we get that right. We have rights, our speech rights need to be protected. Legal rights and contract rights need to be protected. And we have to have a definition of what is a digital asset, and the highest level of stuff needs to be dealt with in law. And then the waterfall that can happen thereafter are these fights that could be done by the regulator. But you're not going to get that in law. All you're going to do is slow down and potentially punt us out of this window to get legislation passed.
I mean, do you see any major headwinds in the process to be mindful of?
Yes, everywhere. Everywhere. You have folks that are running afoul of what is longstanding traditional securities law. And they think that they're now free, and they are not free. Interesting. If you're breaking longstanding securities law and trying to cloak this with a digital asset title, hey, this is crypto, it's different. Like, it's actually a security. You are actually creating a security, and you're breaking longstanding laws. All states have laws like this, right? On how you raise capital and how you so that stuff is still going to be a problem. Sure. Right? Allowing that group to dictate wider policy is not good. It's not good for our capital markets. It's not good for crypto, and it's not going to be good for us to be the domicile of global capital here in the United States. The stuff that is truly an innovation, the stuff that is truly an evolution of what we do. Case in point, and this is easy for me to say it here, but when you're talking about tokenizing real-world assets, that's an evolution of software. That's an evolution of software. When everybody was holding a stock certificate, and then you actually have an online brokerage account that you can check every day, right? Instead of going into the branch, and you could call up for your balance, right? Was a technology evolution. To be able to check it online, your balance was a policy evolution, right? So we're talking about using technology so that instead of getting what your asset was, I'm using the bank example, but getting the trade done and executed quickly, and then getting the proceeds from the trade. That has been shortening and shortening and shortening for the last 50 years, 100 years, right? So all we're doing is using technology to let people have access to their property more quickly. That type of stuff is going to be the easiest first wave. This is truly a software evolution, and on Treasuries market, it's great, easy example to understand. The faster we get to a technology solution, it's going to be better for our liquidity position for a massively indebted United States. There's like a broader imperative here, right? So the evolution there of TradFi using these techniques is the easiest use case to see that can be done in small regulatory changes. That's the reason why BlackRock's in action. That's the reason why all these large financial players are clearly going to be in the action here of using better software to do what they currently do. So that was a stem winder of an answer. I'm sorry, I went way off there. But
so, I mean, on the headwinds point, it's really kind of bad actors mucking it up for everybody else.
That is the biggest problem, is bad actors trying to use this moment to get something they don't deserve. But the opportunity outweighs that risk. Sure. And this is the reason why I'm very, very optimistic. going to Washington now and engaging is a meaningful good. The store is open. And we're going to see that from this administration. The store is not blindly open. They want solid, good policy for the long term, and they want to have a record of success that will stand for decades. That is a great thing. Great thing for our financial markets, great thing for the United States, great thing for the globe, that we can catch up to the rest of the world in digital assets and then surpass them in having a smart regulatory regime and to be the home, as we have traditionally been, to the best technology and the best capital markets anywhere in the world. The safest place to deploy capital. And everyone in this audience, everyone listening and watching, can be a part of that and make it happen. And this is the moment to go make it happen.
Terrific. And then, so who are the winners then over the next 2 years?
Who are the winners?
Yeah.
I think retail investors are going to be the huge winners here because they're going to get access to a broader array of products rather than what we've seen over the last 40 years, which is a narrowing of the products the average consumer can get access to, and therefore limiting their upside potential. The retail investor is the winner if we get this right, number one. Number two, our economy, U.S. economy, is the winner if we get this right. And number three, we then have the capacity to distribute technology to the rest of the world that is embedded with our speech rights and our rule of law. That is for the greater good of the world. That is for the greater good. But let's go back to the retail investor for a moment. Why does the retail investor, why do they get the benefit? The economic disparity in this country is not around wage earners. It is around those that are invested in the markets and those invested broadly in the financial upside of a growing economy. If you don't have savings and if you don't have financial assets, you then get left behind. Linking that retail investor up to these greater economic opportunities and the greater upside will benefit the United States and reduce inequality over the next 50 years, over the next 50 years. And that is a powerful, good thing that addresses what conservatives and liberals have been searching to address for 25 years in the United States. And that can reduce those disparities and enables a society that we want and we desire, and what we want to leave for the next generation.
Well, terrific. Chairman, it's been a pleasure. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you all.
Hello. All right, everyone. This is a moment we weren't sure was going to happen, but sometimes the stars align. We've been working hard behind the scenes for the past few weeks to bring in a special guest, someone who's got a lot to say about business, politics, and the future of finance. I'm thrilled to announce that it's official. Joining us here today at the Ondo Summit for a closing fireside chat with our Chief Strategy Officer, Ian DeBode, will be none other than the Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, Donald Trump Jr. In addition, we have a few extra guests that are joining: Zach Folkman, Chase Hara, and Zach Witkoff from World Liberty Financial.
Welcome. We're super excited that you can join us.
It's great to be here.
Yeah, no, it's great. Obviously, what I think I'd love to do is we've got about 30 minutes, give or take. Maybe we go a little long. I'm going to start with you, Tom, and just ask a little bit about the journey of the Trump family into crypto, the relative of the election, the relative importance of the crypto crowd, et cetera, and then really shift gears and talk a little bit about World Liberty Financial.
Excellent.
All right, well, so with that, would you mind just taking us a little bit on the journey of how the Trump family got involved in crypto and digital assets, what that journey was like, what do you like about it?
Well, we've loved the journey. It's been amazing. I mean, we've been so welcomed. It's awesome to see. We were late adapters, right? We were real estate guys. We were hard asset. I mean, as a political refugee to the state of Florida from the People's Republic of New York, where we sit today, I'm actually shocked I haven't been served a subpoena just yet. But there's time. It was an interesting shift, right? There wasn't a banker in this city that I couldn't pick up the phone and call and get a loan for a building or a project wherever we were doing around the world. You enter the political spectrum, and all of a sudden, that was gone, right? I mean, we got to the point. I mean, myself, family members. I mean, we had a hard time getting a loan from a bank where we had 5, 10x the loan with the bank. I'm like, wait a second, just to get a house, like a mortgage. Like, it's like, what happened here? And so it was interesting. It was a dynamic shift because I guess we took it for granted that you were, that guy that had that access, and it was sort of always easy. Once that got turned off, you realize just how corrupted the system actually is. You realize just how inefficient it is, how unfair it actually is. I think I got in trouble for about 6 hours, when we first sort of started talking World Liberty. We did the original sort of Twitter Spaces, and I was like, the whole financial system's really one big Ponzi scheme. We just didn't know it because we were at the top of the Ponzi scheme, and so it just sort of worked. But you realize how hard it is for everyone else, and so much of the movement, contrary to popular belief, like we didn't need all the joys that came with getting into politics, right? We were doing pretty good before that. But we chose to do it and realized, we're fighting for so many forgotten Americans. And these are people that are dealing with these problems every day. They can't get X, Y, Z. They don't meet some sort of criteria, or they're not a chosen category. And, we started looking at crypto as this thing that was this nebulous, sort of hard to understand thing just because of where we came from, and being like, wait a minute, like, this is the future. I mean, this is, where everyone can play. Not just, what we're talking about with this, eventually a DeFi platform or otherwise, but I see it with my own kids. Like, my 15-year-old talks about liquidity like a 20-year veteran of Goldman Sachs. And for us as an entrepreneurial family, that's amazing, because as real estate guys, it was sort of hard to, like, how do you teach a 15-year-old about business these days, right? You can play in the stock market and maybe something moves 5% over 5 years. We live in a little bit more of an instant gratification world. You need some of that action, that excitement. And so watching them play, even in the meme coin side of things, and just doing things, it was incredible. And so we were, again, sort of late adapters, met sort of these incredible guys, started talking about it, and I still haven't, I'm not fully immersed into crypto yet. I haven't gotten the uniform down yet. I gotta. I'll get there. Listen, baby, that's sort of where I am. I was like, I'm going to be on a stage in New York, like I'm putting on a suit. This is probably where I am in my personal life. But again, you start talking about these guys, and there is a level of sophistication, that honestly doesn't exist. You go back and you start thinking about, banking and the inefficiency and the time, and like, why is this guy getting points to push a piece of paper from here to there to get it back? And you realize the system is just broken. I think what we can do here, what the industry can do, just create those efficiencies that haven't existed. Not tax people in and out of everything for no real reason, for no added value. We just became believers. You saw that when my father started talking about it during the campaign. That notion of sort of that freedom, the self-regulatory nature of it, the transparency of it all. I'm like, honestly, this sort of aligns with everything we're talking about that frankly had nothing to do with crypto, but what we believed, as people sort of promoting a free and fair society. And, those things just sort of meshed and was like, whoa, like this is us, this is the future. And so many people in the space really, did that, and they believed it, and they saw it, and they were so welcoming to us that it was just sort of this snowball effect. It was great.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you clearly saw momentum in the digital asset community building during this whole election season. When was it clear to you, and I guess the broader Trump family, that this could become a core constituency in this election?
I saw it early from some of the guys that I'd sort of even just been communicating on. I mean, so, whether it's just, me doing my own social and just being sort of active and interactive, I saw it there. But when it really hit home, I was in Nashville the day before my father spoke at Bitcoin, and I walked through that floor, it was like me at the RNC. There was no, it's corporate asked, what's the difference between these pictures? I'm like, it's the same. And I was like, how is that possible? And it was, you just, the same, same mindset, same, fight for freedom, that it was there that I was like, wait a second, we got to go all in on this, and we did, but then more importantly, we also then had to deliver on those promises, right? I mean, so much of what you see these days in the political spectrum, people tell you what you want to hear till they get elected, and they go back to doing things their old ways. For me, a big part of it, I figured I'd have a lot more free time after November 5th. Turns out, every once in a while the dog catches the car, then we won. It's like, now you got to deliver. And so it was, a big part of what I've spent the last 3 months on up till, when I'm sort of free of that world on January 20th at noon, was establishing a team to actually fulfill the promises we made on that campaign, right? In Washington and DC, in politics, far too often it's like, well, someone's put in a position because they know someone or they've been there longer. They may not know anything about what they're doing. They're making trillion-dollar decisions with that, even a basic, framework of understanding. And so for me, it was like, we got to do the opposite of that. We got to put people in place that do understand that. I got to know David Sachs even prior to the transition period, because he was one of those guys that came from, San Francisco, Silicon Valley, VC, that really opened the door to be like, well, what's wrong with what this guy's saying? I get that it's, maybe unpopular with the minions, but for the entrepreneurs who are trying to do the things, the guys that are the real creative geniuses, he was like, I don't know, I kind of like what's going on here. I mean, that sort of opened the door. Then Elon sort of stepped through next, and Sean McGuire and all these guys actually started having that conversation. And again, it was that similar snowball effect. It's like, wait a second, we actually believe all these things. So for me, a big part of that when David was talking about, going in and being AI czar, I was like, no, you're going to be AI and crypto czar, because we need someone who understands this, not having what Washington does, which is, again, overregulate, not understand. We do need a framework to do the guidance. I mean, we how many countless hours did we spend on calls with some of the most sophisticated lawyers, perhaps anywhere in the world, and they're like, well, we'd like to do this. Well, we don't know. What do you mean you don't know? This is, it's very, well, it could be fine, or you could go to jail for 30 years. I'm like, hey, as the most subpoenaed man in modern American history, as the person who's probably done more congressional testimony than anyone else, I've done 60 hours of congressional testimony for treason, minor details. It's a crime punishable by death. That's like my average Tuesday morning at this point. I was like, well, how do we not know this? And so, we do have to create that framework in which which I believe to be the future of finance, where we can play, where there is an understanding of what that is, but also where it's not so overregulated by people who don't know what they're talking about that you lose everything that it stands for. And so, that's been a critical part of the last few months, and I'm super excited about the team, and then, the team that they're putting under there, because it's going to be one of the few times in Washington, I think, where you have people that are truly, titans of industry actually leading those industries and doing what's right and what makes sense for everyone else abroad.
Yeah, no, it's been very abundantly clear that this new administration is very serious about crypto, some of the people that are already involved. So how should we think just about the, ongoing importance of this topic? Because as we all know, once an election passes, there's just a wide variety of things to get done. How would you kind of stack rank the concept of digital assets for the relative importance?
I think it's perhaps the future of American hegemony in terms of our economic status, our economic might. And, I'm a late adapter, but I'm not an idiot. You see these things going, and we're basically forcing this incredible technology away from America for the last few years. You're forcing them to go to places that people wouldn't even want to necessarily go, but they have no choice because they're not willing to risk their life, or jail, or just not having that understanding. So, I think it's probably as critical a topic as anything, because I think it's going to be the future of banking. not just in America. And I want to make sure we're controlling that. I want to make sure there's a regulatory framework that we're regulating it, we're taxing it. That's good for the world. But as I was watching everyone get pushed to places all over the place, some places that may be natural competitors, some places that are just outright enemies, at least philosophically. It's so fundamental. So, I think it's a top priority of this administration. I think my father made that very clear. And more important than just saying it, I think the actions that he has taken since then to bolster that, whether it's the team, whether it's the things he's already been talking about, and not going with the CBDC, not allowing the free markets to actually do this. He's not just talking the talk; he's walking the walk.
No, 100%. As a American crypto company, obviously this new attitude is very welcomed.
Yeah.
You mentioned, there's certain things that in your opinion should not happen, the CBDC, et cetera. There's been talk about, a Bitcoin strategic reserve and the like. Is there anything else that you personally feel like probably you should consider that in order to make America the home of crypto?
Listen, I think number one probably has to just be that regulatory framework. You have to understand, what you can and can't, or what are the where can't you go? I think if you do that, America has such an advantage. I mean, you have such great innovators here. That's a natural place to do it, but you have to create that structure so that people know. I mean, you can't come up with something this innovative with this much money at stake and have the most sophisticated people in the world just not have an understanding of whether it's even kosher. That doesn't fly. And so, I know David's in the process of, working on sort of that, that crypto council and just making sure that you actually have people from the industry, not just someone who, hey, well, that'll be interesting, or I think, that could be a powerful position in time, so I want to be a part of it when they have no basis of, no real reason to actually be there because they don't bring anything to the table. So, it's creating that team of people who understand all aspects of it, whether it's the crypto side, whether it's blockchain side, and coming up with something that makes sense that actually attracts people to, onshore to America, not offshore. And so, I imagine they'll be working on that. Again, I'm totally out. I did what I needed to do to help, create, my father always made that final decision, obviously. But, getting those right people at the table, I think, that's our incredible opportunity. You see what Elon's doing with Doge. Just bringing people from the outside, from different walks of life, frankly, from, at least prior to this, different political affiliations, just to understand, no, this is what we need to do collectively as America. And I mean, just when you see what's going on even in the last few days, the exposure, the transparency, and no difference in the transparency of what we're doing here. It's all out there. It's on the chain. You can go see. People write stories. So it's if you bother to look, you could see exactly what we're doing. It's all out there in the open, and that sunlight is the greatest disinfectant. And I think that applies to what we're doing. That applies to the space in general, and I think it applies to politics across America right now. And that has not been the case. I mean, we've spent a lot of money on things that the American public did not realize their taxpayer dollars were going to fund.
No, that is 100% true. And I really like just the overall, everything that we're seeing that is happening in the ecosystem, the fact that the digital asset, the crypto council is being put together. I think we're extraordinarily excited to see all of that take shape.
Likewise.
All right, I want to shift gears a little bit towards World Liberty Financial. I'm really just going to open the floor, I think, to you guys. There's been a lot of talk about it. There's been a lot of stories written, some of it clearly not very true. So I want to give you guys the opportunity. What's the vision for World Liberty Financial? What are you guys working on?
You want to fire it up?
Go ahead, Zach.
So I think with World Liberty Financial, the goal really is to be the bridge between traditional finance and crypto. We've seen for a long time, we've been involved in crypto for 10 years plus at this point. And I think for us, when it first clicked, we're like, oh my God, when everybody else catches on and understands what we figured out a decade ago, everything's going to change, from finance to real estate to transactions, contract law, everything, right? But it felt like year after year, it's this is going to be the year. This is going to be the year. And every year, nothing changed. And it wasn't until, the Trumps and, DJT really got behind it and understood how important this is to America and the future of finance, the future of our country, to really get behind it and embrace it, that we're starting to see, like Don was saying, all of the regulatory framework coming together, getting those clear rules of the road. And so our goal here is not necessarily to build anything new that isn't already being done. We believe that there are already phenomenal teams like the Ondo team, like all of the other teams out there that are building incredible chains, protocols, projects. Those are the true innovators. We see our job here is more as being the glue that ties those things together and goes out and onboards the next wave of users into Web3. So, for example, the way we see it is, one of the biggest issues with people coming into crypto right now is that for all of us in the room and probably everybody watching, everyone's very familiar with what it takes to be able to interact with DeFi protocols, what it takes to be able to bridge assets from one chain to another. But the problem is that we can't expect the everyday person who's just trying to go to their job, save some money, spend time with their family, to sit at home and nerd out and figure out, seed phrases and wallet abstraction. And, all of this stuff is just beyond what the average person is going to want to do to be able to get the benefits that we all know crypto can really provide. So the way we see it is we want to work with and partner with all of the best and brightest in the space, not to build the next best chain or build the next best protocol, but instead to be the glue that really ties everything together and abstracts away some of those difficult crypto aspects so that the everyday person who's already comfortable with Web 2 products can get the benefits of DeFi and crypto and Web 3 without having to make that big gap, if that makes sense.
No, 100%. I think that concept of creating more open access clearly resonates quite a bit with us. As you guys know, we are launching a platform that really has the purpose to put publicly listed securities on chain. So how would you describe the vision of World Liberty Financial? Is it just crypto? Does it involve, a broader financial services, including securities? Like, what does that vision ultimately look like?
It's everything. It's basically being that bridge between traditional finance and decentralized finance and putting it in a very simple to use package, whether it's for institutions or retail investors and, consumers, to be able to get the benefits without having to, become crypto natives essentially. And so the way we see it is, look, like I was saying, we're not going to be able to educate everybody out there on how to become, an ultimate crypto degen. That's not the goal. Nor do these people want to take risk or speculate. That's not what's in their best interest. But if you can get somebody a better return because you're democratizing finance and putting the power back in the hands of the people, not only is that at the heart of crypto, but that's at the heart of, the American culture and the American way of life and capitalism in general and what's made this such an incredible country from the very beginning. So the way we see it as a company is our goal here is not really to reinvent the wheel. It's to make sure that every single house has 2 cars parked in the driveway. And the way that we see that we're going to be able to achieve that is, again, not by creating more complex or newer or better products. It's by taking the best of what's already out there and going out and making it so that we can meet the customer where they're at today in a Web 2 environment, simple to use consumer applications, iOS, Android, native applications, simple institutional dashboards that TradFi institutions can come. Many of these traditional financial institutions already have securitized or tokenized securities. And this is something that you guys are working on at Ondo. But due to the AML and KYC requirements that kind of preclude them from coming into DeFi, we really are working with companies like you guys, like Chainlink, to be able to break down those walls so that, TradFi can get the best of DeFi and that DeFi users can diversify and get access to those assets on chain. So it's retail and institutional products that meet both the institutions and the retail consumers where they're at today without them having to bridge that gap and go full crypto native.
Oh, I love that a lot. And it's funny you mentioned just the concept of building bridges between TradFi and DeFi, but I feel like I've also heard you guys talk about building bridges even within the crypto community, right?
Yep.
You guys are very famous for holding a lot of wrapped Bitcoin. So anything you want to add or just highlight on that?
I think this is the Chase question.
I'll let Chase grab that one.
Yeah, this is definitely a Chase question.
I'm the more quiet one, believe it or not. It used to be.
I don't think his mic's on.
Yeah, I don't got a mic, or it's close. We'll see if we can get it.
There we go.
I'm loud, so this actually is a new world for me. But yeah, so like our idea is like, we've been in the space. Maybe not people have noticed us, but we've been here. And one of the things I noticed in the beginning is we were all nervous of what the world thought about us, and now we're all like fighting amongst ourselves. Like, I think we built all of these bridges to take these walls down, but these bridges have like a whole new gate code. They have a whole new, thing or wall for them to climb through. And so for us, we look at it like this space should be wholesome. It should be all together. So as much as we love the DeFi community, we love Bitcoin. As much as we love this producer of this, we love this one. So our idea is like, how do we bring everybody together and fight this fight together? And one of the things that we're going to launch here in the very short future is a strategic reserve. So we put a lot of money together. I'm sure you guys have kind of seen us doing our thing. And the idea is that we're going to leave this on chain and we're going to show commitment back to the industry that's been so good to us and show where we put our value, where we think the space is moving. Because what we think we have here is an amazing flashlight to shine on phenomenal products that maybe didn't get the limelight that they deserve because of all of this slight insanity that's going on, but it's all, volatility is vitality for the space. But we think that like if we take that fishing net and we cast it into the right arena, we can shine on products like Ondo. So our goal is that we get all of these people in crypto to start doing the same thing. It's like taking care of your brother in the space, because we've learned one thing that I think that maybe be news to a lot of people is the world doesn't really speculate, right? We're in a very small amount of people who actually speculate. The majority of the world consumes, right? And they do so for a myriad of reasons. And we think that meeting them where that is amazing. Like, why hasn't the checking account been revolutionized in 20 years, right? Because banks keep it that way because that's the wall to this mode of money, right? So like, if you're going to revolutionize this space, the easiest way to do it is start going to where they're at. You go to the Gusto, you go to the payroll companies, you start getting them to get the money on chain so they don't have to figure it out. You start denominating US dollar, you start abstracting away all of this nonsense, if you will, so the end user doesn't have, they have the same security that they had before, and now they have freedom and usability. And so the goal is that someone at the end of the month that is consuming, right, just consuming their normal stuff, they have a little bit more at the end of the month. And that's going to hopefully change the way people think. But if it does, it allows to open the suite of the amazingness that is crypto and all of these speculative, amazing assets. But you do so by a warm welcome, right? You're not going to get this welcome from this new world when you have some amazing altcoin that goes to the moon and back down, just pounds on everybody who's slow and lethargic, and they have a real job they've got to go to, and they have life, right? But if you give them a checking account that's earning 7, 8, 9, 10%, that's backed by an Aave, that has abstractions to a debit card, that allows them to move around this world freely and no new walls, it's the same interaction, but at the end of the month, they get more. So now you're not asking something from someone, you're giving someone, and that's how you're going to change people's humanity in here and their nature, right? And that's what we believe in. For us, we're big Bitcoin fans. We've always been big. We're big Ondo fans. We're big Chainlink fans. We're big Ethereum fans. We're big builder fans. If you're taking your time and you're walking to the front of this and you're going to take all the holes they shoot through you to build something great, you've got our attention. And we think by doing so, you're going to really shine a light. And who better to bring this world together? I mean, I want teachers to be involved here. I want dentists. I want the firemen. I want these amazing NYPD officers that have been so gracious to us to be all in on this and get a piece where they're not worrying about like a 5% change, because we may be able to take a 20% downgrade. Most people who are consuming in their life can't take that. But if you're just like, listen, your money will be worth more every single time, and it's backed by US treasuries, we've done two things. We've made sure that the American dollar stays the settlement layer for another 60 years, right? And that should be a goal for all of you. If you don't understand that, go study back in the 50s and how we got to where we're at, and it will tell you where the future's going. And I think that is amazing. At the same time, we give them the freedom and the chance to indulge in this amazing arena that they haven't laced the right skates up for yet. So we're going to make it real easy on them and hold their hand through the space, if that makes sense.
I love that a lot. There's been some critique on the banks in this panel, some of it definitely justified.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but I also heard you talk about, you're going to go after payroll flows and really, in a way, work with the existing institutions, though.
Correct.
I almost feel like you're teasing an announcement almost.
Yeah, we got to have fun with it.
How do you view kind of working with the traditional system to enable that access a little bit more, or is it really, working against it?
I think, Zach, you want to grab that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certain pieces of, the financial system that are just not going to go away. And I think what's going to happen is you're going to see companies like World Liberty Financial and other companies, Chainlink, I know Sergey's here, we saw him earlier, he's a really good friend of ours, and without Chainlink, like none of this is even possible. So I think one of the things that we're going to see is we're going to start seeing, the best of traditional financial institutions pairing up with the best of like the true builders in the DeFi space to come together and create products where it takes the pieces of, everyday life, like Chase was alluding to, like, here is really going to be happy if they wake up on Friday morning, and check their account and their payroll hasn't been deposited, right? So we're going to have to find ways to work with companies that manage payroll for large companies and, for all of these everyday Americans to get that money into some sort of a crypto project or product if that's going to truly replace what's out there right now. And at the same time, you can't just put your money into a protocol and let it just sit there, because then when you go to Starbucks, you go to the grocery store, you go to the gas station, what are you going to do? I mean, I live in Puerto Rico, and we have Bitcoin ATMs in Puerto Rico, which is pretty cool to see. But it's such a pain to try to figure out. I can't even figure out how to use this thing. And, I've been in crypto for 10 years. I've tried before. So what we need to do is we need to find simple ways for point of sale to come into the crypto world so that not only can you get your money into crypto or DeFi and start earning more like Chase was talking about, but also be able to make it easy for people to use like Apple Pay, Google Pay, debit card payments at point of sale so that you can not only earn more in DeFi and crypto, but also be able to utilize these funds for everyday spending. So, and then it goes beyond that too when we start talking about brokerage services and, all the securities that you guys are working on at Ondo. I don't think that we're going to see banks go anywhere. I mean, we're not here, yes, we're very critical of the traditional system that's in place, but I think we can all agree that, the banks aren't just going to pack up and go home because, a bunch of guys with tattoos and T-shirts are here. It's not, it's unrealistic, nor do we want that to happen.
They're going to have to play ball.
Yeah, we just want a place where everybody can get more for their dollar and feel more comfortable. When we first sat down, when Zach, Chase, and I first sat down with Don and Eric to start talking about putting this project together, it became very clear to us that they have been through the exact same struggles that a lot of us and other tech founders have been talking about recently about being debanked simply because you have any sort of connection to crypto. So that alone, having that lack of security that your bank account is going to be there in the morning, that's terrifying, right? Everybody should be terrified. Whether you're a school teacher or a billionaire, that's a scary thought. So I think by putting the power back in the hands of the people, which is a very American concept, and working with these traditional institutions that have been here since the beginning of our nation, it's going to be finding that happy medium between self-custody as well as, some centralized custodianship where we can trust in our dollar, we can trust that it's going to be the settlement layer of the entire world like it has been since at least the 50s, and also make these products really simple and easy to use. So I think that we're going to see that shift where TradFi and DeFi kind of come together and create this blended ecosystem where the products kind of do more for the end user, but also give the benefits that come with some of the traditional financial interests that people have been looking for.
Yeah, the cat's out of the box. I mean, you guys made it that way.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, they've had a monopoly forever, right? So the cat's out of the box, so they have to adapt. And that's all anybody has ever wanted. Just adapt.
And by the way, that's happening already.
Correct.
As evidenced by the people who are reaching out to us who came from
Correct.
The world that maybe I'm crapping on a little bit only because, listen, I take it personally. It was, when you're someone's buddy and then you no longer get invited, you wonder why. It's I take it personally. I'm a Trump. I can't help myself. But we push back. But no, the reality is, some of the biggest people in that world are now, hey, what's going on here? How can we partake? And so I think, we're educating them as much as anything because, hey, they've had an easy system. They've essentially had a monopoly on all of this. They've done this. There's a lot of middlemen in there that probably have no business being there. We're going to force efficiency even in those traditional markets. And I think, that's the natural, projection of where this is going to go. I think we're just the accelerant that's going to force that to happen faster and better than it would if it just sort of sat there on its own without it.
The bloat, put it back to how it was started at the beginning. I think, the banks have bloated as they didn't, because I said they've kind of run without rails, right? And so I think when you open up this box and you show people what they're capable of, that you no longer need that. I remember the first share I ever bought, I called it on the phone. Right? I'm sure a lot of people, we had to call it in, then you waited, you're like, all right, did I get my receipt from what I get in at? You know what I'm saying? So it's the evolution happened so fast, but all of a sudden we just stopped. And that stopped evolving, and the world just kind of changed the product. So we really think banks have the smartness inside, and they will evolve here, and we'll all play fair game. And once it's open for the world to see, you can't really, there's no mishigash that can take place, and we like that.
I think we're very aligned in that overall vision of bringing the best of both worlds together and then seeing where that leads.
Absolutely.
Don, I want to finish with a question to you. You have a lot of the digital asset industry and crypto industry gathered here today, as well as watching online. Are there any closing thoughts or parting thoughts that you want to leave us with?
Well, listen, I want to just thank all of those people, whether it's the meme coin guys or the Bitcoin guys or everyone in between. I just want to thank them for actually, putting that faith in us, both, electorally as well as, what we see going on right now. And I'm going to assure you that, the team that my father put in place to do that is going to deliver on those promises. And I think, again, I truly believe it is the future of finance. I think it's, where this is going. I think it's an incredible thing for America and the world, and we're just excited to be a part of it. And I just, want to thank them for, putting their faith in us. Because again, I'm used to people making a lot of promises and not often delivering. I assure you, we're going to deliver.
Love that. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thanks for having us. Perfect.
Okay, we're wrapping up for the day. For our last closing address, please welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Ondo Finance, Nathan Allman.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long, exciting day, so don't worry, I'll keep this brief. It's hard to believe that just a few hours ago, we were kicking off the first ever Ondo Summit. When we decided to host this summit, we had one goal: to bring together the best of both traditional finance and blockchain innovation to spark the conversations that will define the future of finance. Judging by the energy in this room and the incredible insights we've heard, I think we've succeeded. This summit wasn't just about showcasing ideas or announcing new initiatives. It was about connecting the dots between technology and finance, between innovation and tradition, and most importantly, between people. Every panel, every conversation, and every question today was a step towards a more accessible, transparent, and open financial system. It's not just a vision anymore. It's a project we're building in real time. So first, let me say thank you. Thank you to our speakers, our partners, and most importantly, to all of you for showing up today, both here and virtually, with curiosity, ambition, and a shared belief in the power of what we're building together. Let's take a moment to revisit some of today's highlights. We heard from BlackRock about their perspective on enhancing market access and what it means to bring the world's most trusted assets on-chain. We heard from Franklin Templeton, Fidelity, and others about how institutional-grade tokenized products are expanding access to billions of people worldwide. We explored how projects like Ripple and Chainlink are building the rails and services that take advantage of tokenized RWAs, and heard how venture capitalists think about supporting these types of innovators. We heard from Acting Chair Pham on how the CFTC plans to bring more regulatory clarity in the US to move institutions on-chain, and from our brilliant regulatory panel on how the landscape might be changing more broadly. We heard from our banking panel about how public and private blockchains might intersect, and from former Chairman McHenry on how now is the time to bring that action on the Hill. And of course, we revealed more details about our plans to bring capital markets on-chain via Ondo Global Markets and Ondo Chain. These sessions and the discussions they've sparked show just how much progress we've made in bridging the gap between traditional and decentralized finance. And yet, as we close out today, one thing is clear: we've only just begun. So ask yourself, what role will you play If you're an asset manager, how can you use tokenization to bring new products and services to your clients? If you're a DeFi developer, how can you innovate to bring utility and liquidity to tokenized assets? If you're a regulator or a policymaker, how can you create the clarity and confidence needed for this ecosystem to thrive? At Ondo, we're committed to doing our part. With the launch of Ondo Global Markets and Ondo Chain, we're laying the foundation for a financial system that's more open than ever before. But we know this is only the beginning. That's why today isn't just a summit. It's a call to action. We're inviting you to join us, not just as participants, but as partners, to experiment, to collaborate, and to push the boundaries of what's possible. And with that said, that's a wrap. We got a bar outside, so let's go meet and hang. Thanks all.